We were fools to think the blue chip would save us. It was all a lie. Today, the lies end.
Apex, what's your status?
We're here. The crypt is armed. This place, they call it the crypt, and we're here to destroy it once and for all.
Apex, you just don't get it, do you? The blue chip protects us.
Protects us? You mean controls us?
Oh, don't be such a cynic. Come on, let's talk this out. You and me. No one has to die today.
Talk's over. We're coming in.
This is your final warning. Stand down.
Team, on my mark. 3, 2, 1.
Need backup. Drill cam up. Enemy spotted. Blue zone out.
Firing gas.
Sticky up. Sticky bomb deployed.
One more day here for Masters number 3 to see if anybody can stop the dominance that we've been seeing from good old Na'Vi at number 1 here. We've got 6 more games. These will determine not only who's able to bag all of those points moving forwards towards that last chance qualifier, but also who's going to be able to walk away with the lion's share of $20,000. We've got Mark, we've got Avenger. We're all good to go. We're happy. We're dapper. He's got another pocket square on. Mark's all over the place with the pocket squares.
It's a disco-themed one as well.
Yeah, it's
very shiny.
I have a pocket square. Always, boys. It's like a must-have if you're wearing a jacket. Where's your pocket squares?
It's a must-have if you're pushing 40, mate.
Yeah, exactly. That is also factual.
Does it have sequins on it, or does it have little bits
No,
of
it's gonna
green
be
on it?
green. It's gonna be green,
this
right?
is a child. No, this is a multi-care, so that we can have multiple colours. We can change it up going through the stream.
Oh
we
my
are
God,
good,
it's just
mate.
going crazy
It's
right
just got
now.
one pocket square. It's just changing to each corner of it every time. I love that.
I
That's
love
so
that.
smart. I love
Yeah,
that.
Right, well, I'm
Brilliant.
glad we got to the bottom of the important things here to start off day number 3. Avenger, are you excited to see how all these teams are going to fare?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's the last day. It's always, Championship Sunday here for Masters 3 is amazing. We're going to see who's going to get the lion's share of that $20,000. So that's going to be awesome. And also, we're going to be able to see here, are these 15 teams going to be able to stop the Titans, the madmen themselves, and the current top fragger? And I would argue in this lobby here, the best player, Hagatory. Someone's got to stop him today.
He's terrifying, he is. Let's take a look at the system and how everything works out here for everything that's going on throughout the day, because we have got ourselves the good old rotation. The good old Miramar to start things off. Tego and Rondo will follow up, and then the grassy pastures of Erangel finish things off here. We've already played 12 games, Mark, and suffice to say, we do have some big standouts at the top that are just looking awesome. Day in, day out, never relenting.
Yeah, we can't avoid the Hagatory. We can't also avoid EK. Tiffik's obviously driving his way up there, despite them missing that first match, that first Miramar on day number 1. So, guys looking good. They're looking strong. Obviously looking to try and close the gap, but it is all going to come down to actually who's going to be able to stop it. And when we started on Miramar, it does mean we're going to get a progression of aggression as we work our way to match number 18. It's going to be interesting.
We got points, we got prizes, we got everything beginning with P here for PUBG, and of course here for Masters 3, as well as the Cups prior, but from before it as well, we had a switch over from what was those half-price chicken dinners, and now we're back to the fully fledged chicken dinner, but with a slight difference from second downwards here, Martin.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a slimming of the placement points, obviously, and now it means that more than 70% of the points is going to be coming from kills, so it's a little bit more kill heavy, but still, I like this kind of middle ground to compare to what we saw last time, where, you know, it was just 5, but here you're still seeing the teams that are really, really focused on trying to go to get those chicken dinners. Those 10 points are hugely important.
Indeed, and the prize pool is important as well. All of these teams fighting. First place will award them $7,000. As I said, the lion's share of that $20,000 that is currently up for grabs. So it's nice once you qualify here through into the Masters, Mark. Every single placement is getting awarded money, and there's significant disparity between if you're just placing through 9th through 16th, all the way then up to, you know, you're getting into the top 5, into the top 4. Suddenly things get a lot better.
Yeah, this is the end of the circuit. For those that might be new to the Players Tour, obviously we kick off with things like the scrims, then we get through to the cups, and then either we go from a cup to a super or to a Masters. Yep. The Masters is here. We have more money on the line. But it is the end of the line of this circuit, and therefore that's why everyone has an opportunity to make some money, but everyone will be driving for that lion's share of the prize pool. As we mentioned the end of yesterday, lots of teams fighting out at the top, so one more placement means a lot more money in your back pocket.
And rapidly moving forwards into Masters West here very soon, in a few weeks' time. We have a lot of money on the line for that as well. And we also get to know which 8 teams are going to qualify through to that last chance qualifier directly and not have to play the cups out. So this is, once again, Martin, speculative points if the standings do not change for some of these teams in Masters number 3. But one thing's for sure, Navi looks terrifying. Yeah, even Hive, I would say, also looks terrifying, alongside GK, that did look terrifying yesterday. Not so much in that day 1, but definitely yesterday.
Yeah, and BB team still obviously not playing, but they had really fantastic performance in Masters 1 and 2. I actually think I think this is going to be our top 8. I don't really see it changing today, but it'll be awesome to see some of the teams like an 888 or somebody have a massive jump up, or even ascend and kind of push themselves into that. That'll be awesome to see here today. Oh yeah.
Yeah, let's see as we take a look at our 9th through 16th, right? Because there is very little opportunity for those teams to really jump on forwards unless they have an insane day. That's going to be required for sure. As you see, Ascend in 9th place here once again, Mark, but we are getting word that they're still not really at their full strength coming into today.
No, still playing with subs as well. So Ascend would need to have a huge day, but they also would now need a team like Slam G to kind of drop off from that sort of leaderboard as well. So I'm leaning towards Martin potentially locking in that top 8. The agent of chaos that is built within me, I would like to see Ascend go a little bit more explosive despite having the subs here. There's only 6 more games left. Why not? Obviously, all you can gain is more money, but more importantly, if you can get yourself an additional couple of points, and if Slam G do fall off, you can maybe find yourself with a ticket into that stage just before Masters West.
And if there is apparently somehow a potential tiebreaker coming into these points, the determination of who moves forwards via that tiebreaker will be their performance during Masters 3. So that's how we will be solving that. Very simple, very easy, because, I mean, literally you can't place on the same place. So that will be the one and only tiebreaker rule here from Masters 3. But as you say, Martin, you don't expect too much of a shift up. It will be difficult for those teams that are even at the cusp to try and jump into that top 4. Even a lot of them still need like basically a win. And I don't think you're taking that off of some of these top dogs.
Yeah, Ascend, we talked about like a top 2 or something that would have to happen. 888 would have to have a win. FaZe Clan at this point would have to have, I think, a win as well. So it's a little bit scary for some of these teams in our mid pack, but still, there's so much on the line still, and also there's tons of opportunity to still get into the Masters West later in the year.
Definitely. All right. Well, with that, of course, yesterday we had basically, let's start with day one, of course, because we had a triple win from SlamG, Mark,
Right.
which looked fantastic.
Crazy.
But yesterday, it really was the return of those big names. A double from Na'Vi, a double from Geeky. Really happy to see Geeky back on the road, because that first day was pretty diabolical compared to their standards, but then day two was absolutely where they should be.
Yeah, rags to riches from Geek, isn't it? They missed a game. Yes, it was okay, and they obviously got to drive that leaderboard a bit more. They used yesterday to do that. Massive kills. Diffix is right up there. I think he's in second or third when it comes down to the kills. So he's I suppose putting part of the team on his shoulders to perform. But it's a level of aggression. SlamG not as strong yesterday. Yes, they did come out in day number one, which was really, really good. But they are still holding on to high table, right? 91 points is nothing to shy away from. I think it'd be interesting to see if Geek will now close the gap early against SlamG and try and dislodge them. And I think it might be an element of aggression towards them, because we know Geek can get aggressive towards teams if they know they're neighbouring them. So I feel like Miramars might not be as quiet as we expect them, especially from the first 2 days.
How about your outlook on this, Martin, the standings?
Yeah, I mean, all the teams, obviously, they're going to have almost a full day of looking at the leaderboard and saying, okay, like, if anyone's got to have a shot besides Na'Vi at that $7,000, which is a huge share of the 20K, they've got to be stopped, right? So that's obviously something Na'Vi has to consider. We're just going to continue to play the same style, because if you have two opportunities, whether you third-party a fight that Na'Vi's in or a fight that someone else is in, and it's, equal, you would always go to eliminate a stronger team that is higher up on the leaderboard to try to stop their kind of reach for that first place. So that's really what I'm looking forward today to see if are they going to be able to stop them, because Navi's looking extremely strong, and a 20-point lead going into the last day with just 6 games to play is quite insane. Actually, it's quite severe. So yeah, we'll see how high SlamG DK does today. Foot, if they have a big game, Ascend if they have a huge game to begin with here, they could make a move. But also there's so much in the line still from 2nd and 5th down. Like, all the prize money is a huge chunk of change too there.
Yeah, considering the caliber that they brought yesterday, I'd be scared if I was 15 of these other teams going up against Na'Vi for today. But you guys at home, I need top caliber questions coming from you with the hashtag MastersMikeEMEA, because this dapper lad here, who looks like he's got the look of the Irish, is ready for your questions at the end of the day. And don't forget to, so basically, submit those with the hashtag MastersMikeEMEA. You could potentially win yourself 10,000 G-Coin if your question is selected, but make sure to have your DMs open on Twitter/X, because if we can't give you the codes, we'll probably have to give them to Mark, and me and Avenger are trying to gatekeep him from getting a Bugatti as hard as possible. Right. That's basically what's happening. What do you think about that, Mark?
I tried again last night to try and get it in my store.
You didn't
Still
get it, did you?
unsuccessful. I get the jacket and the emote and the little flag, and that is it. I can't get anything else. I've got flags for days, but that is all I'm getting at the moment. So yes, I do need the 10,000 G coins. So please don't unlock your DDMs.
No, don't be encouraging that, lad. No. But yes, we had some good times. Obviously, all those questions will be answered at the end of today's stream. So after match 6, when we know our champion from Masters 3, and we'll be able to answer some of those questions. So make sure to submit those. Some people yesterday were submitting them with the hashtag MastersMikeAM. I think, Avenger. That's not the right hashtag for us.
No, if you want to get us to answer your questions, that's what you gotta do. You gotta get the EMEA in as well.
The right people.
And every time I look at this picture, James, I'm always considering, like, if I was better at photoshopping, I would put something in your hand, like a little sword, a little dagger, a little Chris knife, something like that. That'd be pretty
cool.
little
Chris knife.
Potion.
You're getting very specific about your weaponry there, Mr. Avenger. I like that.
A scimitar, maybe.
Why is it full screen now? What's going on? Anyway, yeah, okay, we've looked enough at this guy. He's done. All right, so... But we have a good opportunity here today. Mark, you are not casting our first game, so I can kind of pry on your thoughts a little bit more before we do go into Miramar. Obviously, you kind of gave them a little bit before here, but at the same time, I mean, if Geek has the same kind of day that they had yesterday, there is all the room in the world that they could potentially catch up. For Hive and SlamG, I think it's a bit more like middle of the road games that they will normally bring. Maybe the catch up might be a bit difficult. What do you think?
Remember, SlamG has been really consistent when it comes down to placement, right? But if GK do dial up the aggression, the next step is going to be SlamG for them, right? They are going to sort of drive, and then that gives potentially a team like Ascend the opportunity to try and catch up. Ascend need a 2, but more importantly, Ascend need to end higher than SlamG to be in a chance to get those additional points. So I'm really intrigued to see how these kind of match 13, match 14 sort of start, because yes, we're all focused on the aggression and the points and driving up the leaderboard for more prize pool, but actually if GK do launch ahead of SlamG, that's going to have a potential impact negative for them, but maybe a positive for a Team Ascent.
By yourself, Avenger.
Yeah, I mean, I have my eyes on SlamG, like for Miramar for sure. It was insane to see them winning the first 2 on day 1 back to back, but also going second place yesterday. Like, that's just insane amount of points coming out from their Miramar game. So that's really what I'm having my my outlook on for the vast majority of their placement points is obviously coming from those Miramars. So that's what, I'm really hoping to see some crazy games from them tonight. If they're able to kind of hold on, if those 2 games today also go as well as they have the previous days, then like they would actually be able to kind of stop Na'Vi a little bit, kind of hold on to them, especially if the other teams are actively third partying or looking for Na'Vi to kind of come in there. And even with Slam G, like sure they're looting west of Al Azhar and in that area in general. It's not because they're fully gifted, like they're actually making moves, putting themselves into these situations where they actually set themselves up for a really high chance of getting really deep into the late games. And sure, we didn't see the crazy amount of kills, but if you can consistently put yourself into the top 2 in 4 out of 4 Miramar games, that is like some crazy strategy and kind of approach. Yeah, it's really good to see from them.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about the fact that Na'Vi is almost at 10-point average across 12 games, that's kind of wild. Obviously, these teams below them are quite close, but not there yet. And I must angle this towards the FUT cheerleader himself, Mr. Mark Powers. Do you think that they can have a little bit of a catch-up here throughout these next Miramars?
It'd be interesting. They are striking. Obviously, the synergy's not there at the moment. They have changed their roster. They've confirmed, obviously, Cappy and Scav at the moment. Yeah. Things not right. We spoke about it a bit yesterday. They haven't got the flow. They haven't got the mojo. They're trying to figure out what FUT Esport is and how they're going to try and play. So, one to watch. Impressed they're still high up in the table, but they're not quite there yet.
Oh, definitely. All right, well, we'll see. We'll see if they can make the catch-up happen as well. It is going to be a hard road across our next 6 games, though, because the top teams have shown spectacular quality, especially yesterday. Let's see if anybody can make some waves here for our last day of Masters 3. And it will be me and Evangar bringing you these Miramars.
Yeah. And I love myself some Miramar. I know it's well you do too, James. Miramar is... I feel like currently the best competitive map there is right there. It's actually quite far ahead of the rest of the maps. It's figured out to a degree, but still, it has so many it has so many playable areas and space in general, terrain, open compounds, open terrain, and that's actually why I really love watching it. Sure, there's still some land ratio stuff that could be kind of fixed and sorted a little bit, but yeah, it's such a good map here, and that's why I love to see the competition going on Miramar.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's not got to that place yet where Erangel is, where everyone's doing some weird stuff. Maybe it could eventually, but the way in which the terrain works here, again, I've always said the same thing every single time. There's channels of rotations, which make it a little bit more predictable about how some things could potentially go, but... well, it does look like Krint, unfortunately, will be starting things out with just 3 players, but they still get themselves good old Picardo, so nobody's going to wrestle them away from that.
Yeah, they're going to be chilling this time around. And as I said before, SlamG, 3 out of the 4 games, they had to make big moves. 1 game was pretty decent close to them. This time around, James, it's going to be one of their biggest rotations to try to get in there. And currently, obviously, one of the teams that is looking to chase down Na'Vi. Na'Vi's going to have a higher priority to get in there. Ascent, this is a home turf circle for them. We're looking at them and we're considering, okay, how are you going to set this up and how deep are you going to be able to take this game here? Obviously, having still 1 player sub coming in here with Squeaky still coming in. Yeah, I jumped into their voice channel just before the game started and before we went live Squeaky here. And I said, guys, listen up. Is Squeaky just going for C4 kills today or is he actually going to shoot stuff? And they said... That's fine. He's gonna shoot stuff. So I'm actually pretty confident in their ability today, and obviously being the 3-man with Nico, Kilyakai, and Brex that I've played a little bit more with a sub with Squeaky. That's gonna be cool stuff. And I see right now Brex is already taking some pretty high priority spots inside this circle here. So it could be a good game for them to start things up with, so they can actually catch on and get closer. Then again, there are only 68 points, James, and with a decent game, double digits anywhere in, you can take over foot, you can get close to GK, and you can be within striking distance of that top 2 that they need to get if they want to get into the direct invite for the last chance qualifier for America's West.
That's the crazy thing about a circle like this, right? It's like, okay, so Ascend already has the pick of the litter when it comes to those prior spots. But then if it suddenly shifts towards one of the other mountain ranges, one of the other places, suddenly you're having to make these really tough transitions. So for me, for my money, it is one of the harder circles to make those initial decisions for. I mean, obviously, you'd love to be where they are right now, but I mean, as soon as shifts come in, it gets rough.
It does. And that's also one of the areas that is actually the scariest to do 2-2 splits in, because you have these huge mountain ranges, and they're basically a valley, like a huge canyon below, where if you are sitting either on the top with a split or on the bottom with a split, you have to traverse across these huge canyons and valleys, and that's going to be difficult here. But T-Bone looking to get in and get some action. Tires pop. 2 of them pop. That looks like easy points picked up here for Foot to begin with, James.
It didn't quite force the spin out there from all of that. And Brexco's gone down to Diffex, so the flex out was just a little bit too much here. And Geek starts off with 1 kill very early. So, I mean, that's rough. You get a home circle in inverted commas like this, and that's your reward to start things off at. It's so going to go down as well.
I love it when you see multiple people in the car just... When your teammate is having this scope in, it's like, okay, this guy's so dead. There's two men in this car. They're driving straight from him. That's a guaranteed point right there for Foot. And they're going to take down Storm and Request. They're going down early, but good for Foot. One of the teams in the chase here, if they have a big game to begin things with here, they could put themselves into the 90s of the points and mingle with that 2nd, 3rd, 4th place that is ever so close at the moment.
It's an interesting chase down, because I suspected with a circle like this, they'd be angling for an emergency pickup rotation. So maybe there's a world where it wasted a little bit of their time, but of course, 1 point is 1 point. I'm not going to say no to it.
I could assume one of the guys are looting still, though. Like, I could assume that, like, 1 or 2 guys, okay, I'm looting until I find an EP, and otherwise it's going to be a long, slow rotation.
That's a good point. It's a good point. So Skittles that were making their moves. Likewise, Saints just... Where are they currently? Okay, they're dead center, basically, of this circle. Taking up these very high compounds to be able to have a decent overlook, and even taking the roofs as well. So I like it a lot. It's going to give you a lot of vision to be able to react to what's going to come.
This is a strong compound. I love, you can also get across, but it's scary. Like, late. We've seen it a few times. We actually saw a PC game where a couple of guys made it across because nobody expected it to do it in, circle 5.
You know about the zip line?
Yeah, zip line. Yeah. And
okay.
Yeah, I mean, I was just saying, get across from the compound that things. So I assumed, but yeah, getting across on the zip line, obviously. But sometimes, like, people just not gonna look for that, and if it crosses over there, for me, a 2-2 split is exactly those 2 compounds. You want to hold on to the east and west of those, and if you're able to do so, that's actually pretty nice, because you have access to both mountain ranges, and if you still have vehicles on both sides, it's actually pretty cool. It's a tactical pack there. What's your current kind of thoughts on that in, like, a competitive scenario in terms of the tactical pack?
I still like the potential of having the options, I definitely do, but again, like, the idea of everybody having it on board and having all of these options, you already have car boots and stuff like that, right?
Right.
It serves a similar purpose, but just a bit more limiting on what you can actually do in the moment, like switching guns straight away, blah blah blah.
Yeah, I think the biggest one for me is that you have to reload every time, right? And that's if you didn't have to, I think a lot more would play it. You can have a DMR in there, you can have a Panzerfaust in there, and you have a bolt action or something like shotgun or something like based on the scenario that you're in for the play, but because you have to reload that takes away every single purpose of it. And obviously you have to reload. Like, you take the gun out from it. You're not going to have a live action gun in there, right? So it makes sense. But it serves a purpose, but it's not going to be meta with its current form. And I don't think they're going to buff it either, to be honest. It'll be too strong.
No, indeed. Yeah, as we were talking about, like with car boots and stuff like that, there's still something very similar that doesn't impede you too much. But I am actually surprised that GK lost one to the Ascend split as well after, obviously, Diffex was able to take down Brexco, because you'd have thought that GK would have taken that, said, all right, well, thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'm going to fall back to 4-man strong, and then not really giving up any casualties. So a little bit more of an extension from them too.
Yeah, and doing it before you see the second circle pop, right? That's the big one. You want to hold on to something you know that you have priority on, or something that you've scouted that is free, as a team that's coming in from Chimicero in, I would say, the second priority coming in. Valdemar obviously being the first priority. But then again, like, yeah, losing one player there is not optimal. And I would assume that they would have been playing the high grounds of Chimicero. You know, we've seen so many times where Chimicero team just take the high ground in these circles, and then they scout, they know where they're going, rather than taking, compound or playing a little bit more slow. Obviously, Endless here from Conquest taking some shots at Fairytale. They're repositioning the cars a little bit, just to make sure that they're holding on to it. It's going to be over here in the Brickyard area. And Fairytale, yeah. One of the teams that's actually the furthest distance away from the center currently, but still being inside the circle.
I think the point you brought up about Chumacera High Ground is kind of important, because they've allowed Na'Vi to be the one to backfill that location, right? And Na'Vi's going to be absolutely salivating to be able to take that kind of spot unimpeded. Gedrox, though, gets impeded himself. A few shots from Hadouken do ring out against him. Levante's going to look for a bit of a flank against this, as they already know that they had one of the knocks in the longhouse, so just be able to breach this, take that out. No reinforcing angles, unfortunately, for Skittles. Hakamari goes down. Let's see if they can continue on this fight here, Avenger.
Yeah, I'm gonna die. Committing to this one for sure. Skittles, again, crazy games for them so far, but we're looking at 0 placement points, and that's their Achilles heel at the moment. Sloy has been doing well. Winkles had some games, and Hello My Bad now takes down Sloy, as Sloy also found Leosh. Oh, shot coming in here. Dugan trying to connect a little bit more. Damage done, but yeah, Hello My Bad, and the boys from Win or Die are definitely fully committing to this one at this point. Looking like free real estate.
He's coming along, and just being able to help out the res situation that's going on in the other building. And now that they know that they've got Skittles down to 2, it's very unlikely that they're going to be pushing very aggressively on that building, so they know they'll be able to get that off completely free, that res. As we have our circle shift about to come on in. Where are we going to go? Which mountainside are we going to go? Oh my days.
All
right.
That's a shift,
Very
James.
southeast.
Still water in as well, right? And we have, quite the opportunity for the teams on that southern side. Na'Vi is looking poised here. This is going to be a fantastic game for them. If they can lock down the compound here and the ridges around it, that's going to be one hell of a game for them here. Sen now looking to, see, can we get somewhere deeper into this? Obviously, the whole beach line of that southern side is not going to have too many teams already, but they want to get deeper. They want to get something that has higher prio and is deeper towards the circle here. FaZe is laughing at this as well. I'm like, okay, we're actually just driving straight center here with this shift. It's going to be great for them. Also, Mix is still playing in there. Maybe Gustav IGLing throughout today here and hoping to see some better things that we've seen from them so far. Soset finds Squeaky, and Ascend is actually converging on his location. He actually even got the knock and flush on, and Manico finds Soset now. Now he's down to 3. It's good for the rest of the lobby here.
Yeah, definitely. I was about to say, Soset popping off again, getting himself an extra kill on the board.
Yeah.
But then go straight down. So was it really worth it? Will
1 for 1.
Yeah, it's not super ideal. As Abako still lurking around here for the Panzerfaust, ready to pop anything that may come over this ridge line. See what's going on. He does hear FaZe driving around near him as well, so he's being extra diligent about covering this potential angle, making sure the rest of the team can be completely alleviated of any pressure. He sees them in the distance. Is he going to do something?
This is a little bit scary for FaZe. I mean, they're driving to see if they are more pressure on them or not. Skittles here, Hadouken. That's a good amount of flashbang. He's still flash. Has to just ADS. Levante jumps in, gets Hadouken down. Great play here for Winner down. Now it's down to just Winkley. They've gotten 0 kills in this game so far. Winner die, yeah. Even though doesn't have a. It's a decent. The compound is all right inside the circle here. They would need a northern shift for this to work out later. Good flashbangs again here. They're expecting to be on that corner. Maybe they spotted him. I'm waiting to hear with a 3 vest. Can he make something happen?
No problem, and will get taken out. Yeah, Hadouken had an uppercut prior, so he was gone, and then an easy cleanup there coming in from Win or Die. As we're back on with Hibako. The observers really want to see this Panzerfaust go off. I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I don't see it happening. They want to get closer. No. Want to be up in their face. Brightside finds Conquest players. Andals is down. Mounty's off to the side here, and they're just barely in on this compound at this point here. April sitting just below Salik. 888 backfill this position of Navi here.
I mean, these are the kinds of spots that actually are very problematic in a circle like this, right? There is so many sheer cliffs to the point where people can exist technically very close to one another proximity-wise, but of course there's huge elevation differences that can occur. So as these circles do start to bear down, there's a lot of that going on in this kind of circle. As still Hibako's continuing to look over towards FaZe, but FaZe, I think they're settled. They're happy with where they currently are in this little kind of dip. It does cover them from a lot of angles. Nobody can really put a lot of pressure on against them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's exactly what they're playing for. They're looking to see that second pop, right? We still have water on play. If it goes south, they know exactly where we're going to be going. And this next circle going east here, they're going to have a really good idea of how things are moving out. And look at Slam. Again, just on the move, on the money here to put themselves into these spots that have insane chance of getting deep into the late game here. But even Foot here setting up on the eastern side is also looking good, James.
Good compound, but it's not completely unbreachable. There is ways to be able to make an attack on it later on, but Kramsey here, he needs to cover himself just a little bit further. The rest of Fairy Tail is tucking and dipping. They are getting out of dodge here. Understandable. This was going to be an attempt at their entry point, but not to be the case. Conquest has got it on lockdown.
Yeah, they're looking good for sure. Okay, Fairy Tail. This is, multiple teams coming in from the southern side. Like right now on the map stream, you see Hive also moving in there, trying to get deeper. A lot of teams on this northern side, including Conquest as one of them here. 888, they have to move. Currently outside the circle. Don't really have any information on the teams ahead of them as well. So it's going to be like a Hail Mary almost for the teams to try to get in, or like a fight on the edge to try to survive and get some points here. It's going to be difficult for them, especially with two harder circles to play here. Although we do have a little bit of a sandstorm, James. And if you're smart, you drive inside it as like per the circle, and nobody's going to be able to shoot or see you. And you can just follow the road.
No, definitely. GKO there was trying to go for the res, which was already previously used by Ascend. So Ascend is just waiting for their team to come back on in. Meanwhile, I mean, the one thing for 888 as they're looking forwards against all of this was that they did hear that win or die fight go down in that compound, but they would have expected a team to be in that compound anyway. As we're on board with Slam G, you can see exactly what they have to work with in this kind of compound. They do see Krint in the distance, so they're just going to be on complete lockdown. Every single angle, 4 corners, try and keep any team encroaching on your territory.
Yeah, exactly. Foot here, just again, this is something that's become extreme meta, right? You get an edge, you want to defend it, you want to be that last team to come in there so you can focus on the 180 degrees ahead of you rather than worrying about rats in the back. But the blue zone healing has just become so efficient. Teams know exactly when to heal, try to get most out of it, and focusing more on sharing potential first aids to teammates that are trying to survive. So, but even with here at Team P, you get so much information. Here, obviously, your car is driving around, so 80 buddies might be taken out here by Scam.
Gonna hit this? Where are they going?
I don't know, actually. Just
okay, they're good.
Open, open drop to see if they can get anything out of it. Motic finds Mounty. And Scav now also sees another player from Fairy Tail. Really trying to hold on to this. Next shift here pops. It goes northeast. Hot. And Foot is still in, looking really strong here off their location.
Yeah, this is the one slight break Fairy Tail's going to get from this, even though they're still coming in wounded, still being shot at whilst they're coming in as well. So this was the perfect shift for them, considering that they were already battered and bruised. As Ascend is kind of very close to 888 here. Kiliakai knows that there is movement moving forward.
Oh my God.
He even sees him across that ridge line too. So this is going to be an opportunity for them to try and tag him up.
6 first aids and a med kit as well. I'm 5. Our current 3rd place kill leader with 22 kills prior to this game. Moves in, gets the shots down. IM5 is easy out here for 888. Well played by Kiliakai. Get in, get the damage done, and then get out. Kiliakai gets the bleed there, and he's gonna just dip. This is exactly how you want to play this. Get in, get some damage, and then move out. Maybe forcing 888 out, or having a fight with them here. But Ascent, they have quite a lot of space on them. And the edge, James. Circle is moving now. 2 minutes until it closes. They don't have time for this fight unless they're just saying, okay, we're not gonna get into the zone. Let's just try to see if we can get some kills off these guys. But they have decided to get to the cast now.
Yeah, Salik and Motic, I don't mind what they did. Instead of taking that fight, they were just like, well, we'll leapfrog ahead of you.
Yeah.
We'll take some of the dips within the circle and then just try and play it from there. As we're having GK still finding themselves a strong spot in the south here to start working with. The only problem could potentially be that road. And they will be going for yet another E pickup, I looks of things. So.
I love that. The E pickup back to back here, like it's actually something I really love doing myself as well, because you always just have a backup plan. Like, okay, if we get screwed by the circle, we have a backup plan. We're just taking another EP. Squeaky pushing in here, but Extends wins those 9 out of 10 times, and he did that this time as well. Peter D has a pan in hand.
He does.
Yoink!
Oh my
Push!
God! Punch him!
Oh! Wow! I can't believe that. Imagine only finding a pan in this little shack here. Like, that would have been crazy. Presenti, though, survived that. Diffix finds Copy, and T-Bone finds Diffix here. Spiro gets the flush on. This is a rough fight for GK. Nice shots coming in as well.
This is exactly what I wanted to talk about. The fact that Foot saw them kind of parachuting in and they absolutely knew they had to shut this down. This is priority number 1 here, not allowing Geekade to coexist with them on this very high ground position, which is basically dead center of this circle. It could be quite easily a winning spot, so they're trying to get rid of them as quickly as possible.
Otik gets the flushes here. Fix finds Hopers on the other side here. That's a good blue zone. No. Oh, there's so many teams on the southwestern side here. Hands of Hope is in there. Not looking good. Team Saint third party too. Gustav goes down. Vard is the last player. Gonna try to get things going, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Remember yesterday I was saying 4th circle going forward to phase 5. It's just so much chaos. It's impossible to catch all the kills. There's 15 teams fighting each other at the moment. Team Saint looks to be the team coming out on top for this one here. Meanwhile, Ascent is out in 13th. And also, FaZe is out early on too. We were hoping to see a big game for them, but yeah, it's not going to be in this mirror month.
It's just going to be a rich get richer thing. Obviously, SlamG had that compound. Hive has moved in below where GK had been able to hit that high ground as well. They're perfect timing, by the way, as they blitzed past the position of PWD with his lovely pan. And now they're just going to be able to bag a lot of placement points as well as potentially kills off of those 2 spots that they do have available to them, SlamG and Hive. Very nicely done so far from them. Really good understanding of how these circles have moved, how the teams have moved as well. Because when Hive moved into that south side longhouse that we were talking about 2 circles ago, I was like, this seems great. Because every other team was basically kind of in the northwest, a little bit in the northeast, etc.
Yeah. T-Boone gets Get Drugs down here. Foot trying to hold on, but look at the minimap. So many teams around. The winner die. EK still has Sparrow in there. Hive has moved in. Storm and Request. Conquest is out of those. Sadik finds I'm Cramsey. 4 kills for Hello My Bad. It's looking good for the mate to get the confirm onto Get Rocks. It's another pull up here. Navi under a lot of pressure. Shots coming in. Fair is Hackatory finding 2 for Team Saint. Flush is coming in as well. Well played by them. Mindset finds Ferris, and Salix finds Hackatory off the side. They are out before the placement points. That's huge for the rest of the lobby, but still managed to get a few kills here and there for Navi.
Yeah, technically not too terrible. I'm sure they'll come back to fight another day here, as Levante is taking a lot of peppered shots here again from 888, who did such a good job outlasting the problem that Ascend did pose them initially. Not many shots played from Motic here, as anybody's... What is happening?
Leos finds anybody. He tried to get around the corner, but he was sliding in there, trying to get him out. But losing Levante here, off this position, if you're 3, you actually have quite the opportunity to kind of run up when you're the last team coming in from that side. Blue Zones comes out from Salik, tries to get last player for Saint to get out of there. Yeah, they're taking damage now. They're moving out. Double Blue Zone's good. Now you have to make something move, make a play, get the nades in. That's gotta go deeper, not inside the little castle of cars that are there. But yeah, Sadik finds one, but Sadik goes down to rocks here, James.
Yeah, as Foot is moving in, and it feels like they've tripped the trap of Hive, and really paying for it as well. God, the Groza absolutely obliterates 8C. Not easy to deal with. More util will be spent to try and dislodge them, but he's still alive, and it clipped him as his heal was going off, meaning that it really completely negated the damage.
Yeah, he survived that, and yeah, having that heal pop just after. Oh, I'm back to 75 HP. I'm re-peeking. I'm nading. Things are coming in here. Scav is on a lot of pressure. Spirit's still surviving here. Maybe Hive have a little bit forgotten about them, but Storm of Request. Good nade, though, from Dante. Hive is looking strong in this one. This could be the game that catch up a little bit more to Na'Vi off the look of things here. If they can eliminate Storm and Request below them and get Spiro out of the picture too. Now he's making them aware of him. They are gonna collapse on him eventually.
Yeah, 2 worlds I see. Either Hive continues this on and gets themselves 10 kills and catches up, or Slam walks into the end of the game with 3 kills and with chicken dinner.
Yeah.
They've been quiet.
That's the 2 ways things can go here on Miramar and for Hive and Slam. So yeah, that's a C4, isn't it?
That is a C4.
That's a C4. Oh, if that was timed a little bit better. Oh, it actually got him. Layers got Nitro and Hobbycock down to half. Winner I can make something happen here, but maybe they're just trying to. Oh, if that was timed just a little bit better, they would have gotten 2. That would have been crazy. Presenti got the confirm on him though. A little bit sad for Win or Die here, but they still have. They're inside the circle here. They're gonna make something work out for them here. Gonna get deeper into placement points. Twixie though finds lyrics from Slam G. Have to make a little bit of a rest situation happening here. Team Saint eventually is gonna have to come off this western side here, but the big fight, an important one, is this one here. Nosferatu finds one, gets tons of damage onto Schengen as well. That has to reload. He's laying down rocks and turns on him, and we're down to just 1 player from 2. It's 2-10 from Storm and Request. Oh my god, that's so unfortunate for them. They had this chance there of making things happen there.
I can't believe he got away with that lie down on top of that rock. That was like,
Hit the deck.
No, I must reload, Oh god. Oh dear me.
The EMEA there would have made the difference. That would have
maybe.
That would have make the dream come through for them. But Storm and Request, yeah. Unfortunate for them. Now Hive holding the high ground here. As you said, James, it's looking very likely to be a Hive double-digit kills win, or a Slam G few kills win.
Yeah, the other teams kind of languishing in what technically is closer towards the center positions here for like a Crayant, but and Win or Die could even kind of move forwards a little bit further as well. As Hoppycock will be able to see him, but I mean at the same time, only as 2. You are going to get blasted if you're not careful. I think Hive will be wanting to train their guns down towards Win or Die pretty soon if they do kind of peek over that way. But I think they're also very preoccupied about what's going to be going on with Slam G's direction. How are they going to move? As I think it's Rox looking at them with the arm, making sure he can try and put in some damage.
All right, Krint, how far can you take this one? Win or Die, full sending it. Oh, that's a blue zone, followed up by the nade here. Oh, that's a great nade. He has to get out of there. Only 20 HP. Shots coming in from the boom. Hello, my Bindspats Hobbycock now. Nice shot from the boom. Takes down Leash. And now Win or Die goes down because Presenti and Dante are involving themselves into this fight here. It's a 12-kill game for Hive so far.
Double steal on all of, well, on what is said and done here for this. And now Krayant has gone. Slam G, Hive, As4, and 1 member of Saint remains in the distance. Is it Mindset? Yes, it is. Of course it is. The man, the boy.
Classic.
Yeah, he's a good egg. A good egg, but I don't think good enough to be able to deal with the big Hive win or the small Slam G win.
If we what would favor 4, that's 6 more placement points available. 4 kills onto Slam G, 1 onto Saint. Yeah, that'll be 11. That would actually put them ahead of Navi if they can make this work here for Hive. That'd be massive. A lot of performance with them here on this map. They could set themselves up for this victory here. But yeah, Slam G, again, looking likely to get a second place. Another second place guaranteed. Another podium finish. 5 out of 5 for Miramar. How can you just do that so consistently? Oh, there's a guy. And I've got a link in hand. They now have the info of him. And actually, it's kind of to no one's advantage. He could probably see Hive before. And if he... Oh, there's no way he's going to shoot and hit that. I don't think he can bend the bullet. That would have to be an SKS on VSS to bend the bullet around that little ridge.
Yeah. And even now, the VSS's bullet drop's weird.
Yeah. It's actually so difficult to hit.
It's not like it used to be. It's very different. But I mean, regardless, yeah, I actually confused with the arm with the links at distance when we were flicking through some of the players earlier. So Rock's having that. I mean, for my money, that's even more deadly. As we still kind of trying to shut down that solo, but they've taken themselves a decent spot on the north and northeast side of this circle. He doesn't have to move yet, does he? That's so funny.
He's gonna have to now. Yoink. Yeah. Okay. So
There's
that's
no safety.
it makes it a little bit difficult though for Hive. They're trying to hold this high ground though, but still having both the arm and the links in play is making things a little bit worse. Surely Hive takes this home. Surely Hive just gets 18 kills from those, kills everyone, and puts themselves up with a 28-point game. But let's see what they're capable of. I would love to hear what they're saying right now. And also understand what they're saying, but this is gonna be somewhat difficult. Like Slam G actually has the advantage when they have to come off this high ground here. They have really good ridges to peek off. They have really good terrain. And Hive is forced off to play off this kind of one side of the ridge, and if you look at it right now, Mindset would be peeking straight into open players of Hive.
Same time, I did think maybe Slam G might want to get their mountain climbing gear on, see if they could have a little look over at what's going on over there. But it is difficult. It is deadly. Mindset is going to take a slow crawl until he is exposed. I understand why. I get it. Look, even Artix is aware of where he pretty much is. He took ticks. Yeah, he's going down.
He actually stood up.
What else are you supposed to do?
Yeah, he stood up in the end. All right, that's one less kill for Hive of Slam G. Now it's going to be a real 4 versus 4. Mercil is making the move. He's actually trying to get across here. Shots coming in. That's going to destroy the car in just 2 shots with that Lynx. One more, buddy. Get it on. Blow it up. Smokes off the ridge here. Works well. Slam G is still looking good. Trying to set up a cross here for Mercil. It's bold, but it will pay off.
He's opened the shot through the window, but just going to start spraying this down, realizing the potential for those link shots might be more valuable if you see some of those Slam G players moving around in the valley. We'll see. We'll see. Still only just 6 remaining, and they've even taken the trees as well as this shack now. So they're yielding a lot of the high ground, basically because mostly it's being pushed out. If Artix realized that actually and was able to just kind of use a little bit of the high ground for a moment, that could be deadly against them. But they're keeping an eye on it, you can see.
Yeah, they could. Now it comes down to a utility for late game here. Many nades. Schengen has 5. But is he going to get close enough to use them? Slam G now actually slowly getting pushed off here. And look at all the nades in the hands of it. Doritos coming in too. More smokes being deployed. Dante's off there to the side. That's actually a really good spot for him. He has a smoke and a tree to play as well. More nades coming in. Schengen has 5. If he can see, sniff out 1 or 2 more players here for Slam G, he could make it deadly for them.
Could do. I still think that Hive realizes there's still someone lurking up on this high ground though, so they're being very cautious about how they're going to peek things forward. Multiple nades now being charged up here by Hive. trying to dislodge them from those positions behind Doritos.
Good
Oh,
nades.
brilliant. It's a double from Rox. Good stuff to start it off. Artix is going to try and respond in kind. Mercil gets him Presenti with the nade.
Wow.
Slam G finishes it off. The off angle from Mogor at the end as well. Brilliant stuff from them.
Yeah, perfect setup for Slam G here, and they are just the Miramar masters. What a way to end things here. 5 games of Miramar, 3 wins, 2 second places. Slam G, yeah, what a way to end things here. And I said it, they had a little bit of an advantage of how kind of things are working out, because Hive had to be pushing out in the kind of flat open terrain, a little bit of util, and you're actually just going to be dead to right there.
Yeah, Mark joins us again to talk about this game, and we had 2 options. It was either the Hive big win or the standard Slam G small win, and they do get it. The favoring of placement points has been strong by them. They know what compounds to take. They know how to play out those end games.
I think it comes down to the compound. You're right. They seem to find the right compound. They're able to hold. Yes, they don't get big kill games, but it's enough of Miramar confirmed against Slam G. So, really good game from them. Unfortunately for Ascend, they dropped slightly early, especially losing the body. Brex obviously extending out, which I'm quite shocked that they extended so far in that early game. That was a bit of an impact for them. So Slam G potentially locking in now this spot, but really good play for them. But let's not take anything away from 2 things. 1, Hive, but 2, PWD hitting a pan shot as well.
That's great.
I like it. I would have hoped he would have carried on going for the punch, but he went for the pan, and it was a downfall of him.
Oh, well, yeah, that was fun to watch for sure. We've got 18 points going the way of Hive at number 1, despite not taking the 10 points for the win in the end. That will go to Slam G, who now, if you'd have told me, Martin, that Slam G had 4 wins across 3 days in a lobby like this, and they weren't in first place, I might call you a liar.
Yeah, and also 2 second places another Miramar. Like, their consistency has been insane, but yeah, the kills haven't followed, and that's why they're not going to be up there just yet. But then again, we have another Miramar. They could do it. If they get another top 2 and have 3 wins and 3 top 2s, like, that would just be the most crazy Miramar performance. And again, 4 out of the 5 games, guys, they had to move. They're looting truck stop. Like, it's far rotations, and they're just getting in there, and they're setting themselves up fantastically. And yeah, it's crazy. I've been severely impressed with how they have been approaching their Miramar.
Yeah, I'd love to actually ask them at some point what they feel is going right for them on Miramar, because as Martin is saying here, Mark, this might be, if they're able to do it again across our 6th Miramar throughout the 3 days, it might be the greatest Miramar performance of all time. Weirdly.
Well, with the way it falls as well, we've got 6 games. It's not a best of 4, so it's not just one opportunity to win a Miramar. They're back in potentially 2, if not, as Martin's saying, is huge. Look at that. 56 placement points. 56 placement points for Slam G. A majority of them have come from Miramar. And they also bag a 50 kill. So again, keeping the opportunity alive. Yes, they might not have got the kills the game, obviously, in that first game, but at least they're not letting it go when it comes down to placement.
Navi kind of dropping the ball a little bit there, Martin.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's difficult for them to come in off that western side. So many teams also had to do it, so they're getting engaged. And 40 of the 56 placement points are coming from the Miramar games alone. Out of the 13 we've played, they've been playing 5, and that's
funny.
That's crazy. It's great consistency for them, and they're also separating themselves a little bit from Geeky. Obviously, they're gonna have to step up just a little bit. The double EP back to back there, but that, again, we talked about it quite a few times. The late game EP after Circle 4, it makes it extremely difficult unless you have a knock or have another guy that's covering, or if they dropped on PUBG spot and they were kind of locking out from that, it's going to be difficult. You're always going to get engaged on immediately because the teams are trying to defend the location that they're playing in, right? So yeah, it's going to be cool to see what they're doing to the kind of next games here. I was hoping to see a 4-horse race, the KK or whatever brand horse that you were going for. I don't remember what you said it yesterday.
That was close enough.
I think I'm not doing it again.
No,
I actually went back on the map and I looked at their first emergency pickup, which does technically give them the option to go to that high ground that they went to for the second emergency pickup. And I think if they'd have gone straight away, there's only Cappy up there. So it does make you think, Mark, what could have occurred in an alternate universe where they just decided, well, let's just take this high ground for ourselves.
I actually thought they were going to go to the end of the flight path on that EP, that first run. There was a compound
Yeah.
at the end. They potentially could have maybe seen that compound in the southeast corner. Could have been free. They went a little bit earlier.
The concrete
and obviously
one, right?
the zone. Yeah, and then the zone shifted away back to the north. So they were only left with the option to take another EP back towards the north. So there's lots of variation. But I think the whole, before any of that, they got delayed by Ascend. Ascend took the recall station early. They were forced then to try and hold out the recall station. Yes, they had the sandstorm as well, but all of that took the timing away, the advantage away from the team to sort of rotate across back to the east. So lots of variations, lots of maybes, should be's, but yeah, GK not having the best game here, but they can't let another game slip in the hands of Slam G.
No, absolutely not. With Hive and Slam G being able to widen that gap against GK's position, it cannot happen again. As we take a little bit of look further on down, the late 8-8 being able to leapfrog ahead of Send here, not too bad. They're doing a little bit of catch-up things going on. Martin just trying to get some more prize pool on the board, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, it's our mid pack is actually extremely tight, right? From foot all the way down to Hands of Hope, we're talking only 17 points difference, right? So it's actually quite close, and you could jump up quite high into the prize pool if you're just having one decent game. If you're one of those teams that are currently from 5th down to 9th, I would say. But yeah, it's cool. But I actually understand why GK tried to get off to the southern side. They're getting shot a lot. And also that concrete, Mark, talking specifically about it, right? It's so hard to get off from that because it's like a 150, 200 meter open run. If you don't have cars, even getting to the high, like the ridges that Foot was playing on, you're just gonna get shot at so much. So there's not many options. I would have loved to see if they could have timed it a little bit more, where they would be coming in on the pop, so they would have both options because it's their angle. The angle on the EP was actually really good. They were straight from the western side through to the middle, and they could have gone both sides. And if they saw that pop go north, and they came in at that time, it would actually been fine. And they didn't do too much damage, though. If they were fully stimmed, fully healed, and everything was timed right, they would actually been able to drop 3 guys straight onto maybe, it could have been Kabi, and he could have been dead, and then PUBG could have followed if all the timing, if the stars aligned, you could say.
Yeah, of course. It's fun to kind of think about the what ifs, but of course, it's also very easy as us to play Captain Hindsight and say, you should have done this. Like, there's only so much that these teams and players can actually work with in the moment. But we are gearing up for our next Miramar. Slam G has already got themselves one on the board. A phenomenal record that they have been able to show on the Dusty Dunes so far here. Brilliant stuff by Slam G. And again, in the lobby of this caliber as well, it really gives rise to the idea that they can truly hang with some of these teams. I do hope we see them being able to qualify for PEC as well, so we can actually see them,
no doubt,
in what is effectively the main Europe circuit, Mr. Martin.
Yeah, there's no doubt. They're definitely going to be able to get in there.
Yeah.
There's been, through the scene, Mogul has always been a player that's been in there in the conversation, like, okay, this guy could do something. We could see great things from them, and I'm definitely hoping to see more from the guys. Again, it's a given. There's no way I feel like they're not making it through. It would have to be some kind of freak accident or something, because they're just too good at the moment, right? If you're able to get this on Miramar in a circuit where you're not usually playing, these guys are FPP players. They're playing this because there's an opportunity on there for them, and there's $20,000 on the line, obviously, here in Masters 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Thoughts or teams you want to focus on before we get into our next Miramar here, Mark?
Well, you can't drop your eye on Slam G. It is Miramar, right? But let's not drop the board also on the Saints. They climbed the leaderboard as well in that last game. I know Mindset had to drop himself out towards the zone, but they have gained some more placement points. That means they've gained themselves some more money. It's definitely interesting to see what they're going to do now with a Miramar coming up. So they like the extra space. Let's see if they can move in and get some more points.
Would like to see it. Would like to see it. And then after that, we've got our wild card maps coming, and then the grassy pastures at the very end. And the action doesn't even stop there. We've got Americas right after it, an hour or two after it, and things like that. So it's wall-to-wall PUBG for you guys at home. Let's get into our next Miramar here. It's going to be me and Martin once again, bringing you all of the sandy goodness from good old Miramar. And we've had quite a variation in our circles for Miramar throughout our 6 games here, Martin. So I've been excited for that. Hopefully we get more.
Yeah, we've been very fortunate, actually. We've had some crazy circles, some curveball circles, some difficult ones. We also had the ones that very predictable, the urban endings inside San Martin. We actually have everything that kind of comes in between. I think we're only missing something like an El Azahar, Cruz del Val, kind of northern side circle. But yeah, let's see see where it goes. Or East Los Leones would also be cool to see. So we've been on kind of all the corners up there. We had yesterday, I believe it was, we had the west of El Azahar kind of home circle for Slam G, where they also got a second place. But yeah, from this eastern side to the west, you know, if I was a certain someone else, I'd be saying, you know, oh, this is the kind of plane path that gets us those island circles. But, yeah, but yeah, it's not happening. I don't see it happening with this one here. Maybe we see an El Azahar circle and Slam G gets another top 3 or top 2.
There is a part of me that would love it if it did, because then you know 100% Mr. Toby would be very sad that he's not getting casted.
That is true.
But
I never get to cast the island endings. I can't believe it.
there is an SKS in play, so he's very excited right now, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Milcario, he picked up a gun, he chose whatever he dropped on instantly and started shooting. That's why he's got that.
It's an active selection. It's like, no, I specifically wanted this. We get a very easy power grid, straight smack bang in the middle here, and Conquest is laughing about this, but are they going to be able to defend this? We see a lot of teams that are taking these ridges on the southern side. Power grid is quite easily breached. You have these junkyard kind of scrappy shacks on the western side of as well, where Endless is looting. I'm really curious to see how they defend this. What are somewhat of a home turf circle, you could say.
Yeah, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. And also, when it comes to a circle like this, because the playing path intersects it perfectly through the middle, it's actually one of the more kinder circles for so many of these teams. And also, for teams not in the circle right now, their decision in their minds kind of already made for them, right? If you're south of the side of this playing path, you're going to be rotating in either just west or straight big wrap west to kind of avoid some of the teams that have been able to drop around there. Likewise, if you're in the north, big wraps north. There's not really too much decision making in your hands at this moment in time other than that.
Yeah, and when you've had a string of really difficult, serious, hard games, and you ask the game to please be kind on me here, this is the exact plane path and circle that you mean when you say please be kind on me, because this is the vast majority of the teams already inside here. But then again, it makes it difficult for the teams on the edge, because there's going to be 10 teams ahead of you that have already posted up inside some of the prior compounds that's already going to be looting ahead of you, and you don't know their timings because it's not a global, it's not something that you can really look into, because teams are not used to playing TVP, teams are not used to looting some specific spots here. Meanwhile, Vard has flipped his RB cube and he has an MP5 in hand, and our kind observer is shaking his head. What? How can you do it? One of the most revered players, one of the most experienced players, and also, if you think of it, he actually has one of the coolest shirt and jersey collection out of any player there. Remember, Ninjas in Pajamas played, TSM played, Face Clan played, Liquid played, like it's kind of Welcome to South George played. You know, like it's kind of
your favorite hoodie.
Yeah, my favorite hoodie. Oh, I still played, but still like one of the most weird players. And sure, he's getting older, but still he's mechanically one of the most gifted players in here. There's a reason that FaZe picked him up, obviously. And we already saw yesterday, even though I saw him in Beamy's chat after he was streaming, after the games, he was like, yeah, rough games today, rough games today. I have a hard time with TPP, even though he had crazy clutches where he's really taking advantage of it being TPP, where he's taking advantage of the TPP piece. He's kind of the movement. He's really into it and, knows how to play around it, but you can tell it's not his cup of tea. He's an FVP player by heart.
Not his cup of tea, you say?
He's a Brit.
That's giving me ideas. Where's Natalia? I need a cup of tea.
Darling,
I'm quite
a cuppa.
Darling, please. Why? Just like shots. Oh,
I get some Yorkshire tea.
I don't drink Yorkshire tea anymore. Actually,
that's a lie.
No, it's true. Yeah. The truth. Even though I used to drink, I've drank it for like 25 years prior.
Remember you having a 25 kilo bag of this tea?
Yes, you do. Yes, there is a picture of that. And I think it might be on the internet.
I think I saw it when I was at your place. It's actually kind of crazy. Yorkshire Terrier, Yorkshire tea, like coming from Yorkshire, like everything is lining up perfectly for you as a Brit.
It's got to be Yorkshire. Up north, not like Mark down south.
He's the Dons, he's the Southerner. He's a Southerner.
Oh. What was that?
He's a Southerner? I don't know. I can't do any fun British accent except for maybe a Newcastle upon Tyne. What celebrity does
Oh.
Avengers sound the most like?
Speaking of,
Speaking of accent, what a perfect timing. I don't know.
all right. So, which celebrity does Avenger sound like? Is it A, put the cookie down? Is it B, get to the chopper? Is it C, I'll be back? Or is it D, Arnold Schwarzenegger? What do you think of it?
I don't know. I think it's B. I'll be back.
You think so?
Yeah. I can't hear it myself, but then again, the voice that you hear in your own head is not the same. But when I hear you hear some recordings and stuff like that, sure, there might be moments where it might be the same. But yeah, the German and the Danish accents obviously are not that far apart. But yeah, it's great. There's a guy though on the social media that has the perfect. I think he's just living off doing Arnold Schwarzenegger imitations, and he's so good at it. You
could make a living.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's nothing compared to this guy. Like, he's literally identical to him.
I do like the idea of what I just did. Sally's like upstairs thinking, what is going on down
what's
there?
Going on? I thought he was working. Why is he?
Isn't he casting PUBG?
I thought he was working. Why is he talking about this? It's kind of crazy. Meanwhile, Skittles here and Foot are off to kind of close action on the southeastern side here. And they've got quite a few teams ahead of them. This is not really the area that I want to see Skittles fight, because I don't want to finish the day today, James, where I see Skittles with 0 placement points. That is not something I was. How can it happen where you have a set of 18 games where you don't get a single top 6? That's insane.
I gotta agree, especially since they look really good in the cups.
Yeah,
and we saw it in Masters 2. We saw it in those cups as well. This team's got some chops. We've seen it, but losing Sloy early is definitely gonna hurt. So let's see if they can get out of this bind that they find themselves in, because Foot's not really one to usually let up on this, but they'll play it slow. Well, Foot usually. But they will keep them hold at bay for now. As you can see, I mean, even if you're looking at the map feed as well, right? Scav and T-Bone are kind of looking in this direction, waiting for it. Hadouken's trying to get out of dodge here. If a spray comes in, he could be done.
Can he do it?
Holds? Ooh.
No, he's not shooting.
Okay.
He's waiting potentially for another player that's close, right? He wants to get in there and maybe get some action on. And also, you can see so much when you're driving around. You don't want to expose yourself too much, because the information would be flowing through to the rest of the team here. More shots coming in from T-Bone. These on to Copy. So far for Copy, what do you think? Foot, have they made the right decision, or what's going on here? Hadouken taking shots, connecting quite a few onto Copy. Just one bullet. It's gone down, flushed as well. Skittles taking this fight here to Foot. Far, just basically on the edge of the southeastern side of this circle here.
Not bad for him to get away with that. I mean, I was concerned that he was just going to get peeked over on a ridge and then die. So, okay stuff. As we have Hands of Hope on board, we are way down south as they're doing the big old rotates. I mean, technically speaking, if you do have full information, they don't actually need to go this wide,
right?
Because teams from a circle number 1 would try and congregate a little bit more tight towards the center, given that they've had the opportunity. If they're dropping, or say in the Chumasera, for example, they'd want to move north naturally. But yeah, it's still okay. Better safe than sorry, right?
Yeah, for sure. Back to the Foot discussion, though. I just checked here. Copy has the least amount of kills: 17 for 80, 16 for T-Bone, 13 for Scav, 9 for Copy. And for me, like, when I'm thinking of Copy, he would be one of the top fraggers of the team. So maybe it comes down to synergy and kind of merging into the team here. But yeah, this could definitely be brushing it off. And yeah, getting ready for PEC, yes. We are going to be starting that very, very soon for the open qualifier stage.
Or all that time playing with Marsalek. It's one or the other, right?
Yeah, could be too.
Yeah. He loves me. It's fine. I can do this thing. I wish those boys actually lived closer to me, down like in the south of Poland or whatever, but they're all further away, so.
There's no PUBG lads down south. They're all in the middle of the north.
Yeah.
Next circle, though, pops. It's going to be a donut, James, here. Power Grid smack bang in the middle. Conquest now have to consider, do we keep a greedy 2-2 split here, or do we kind of invest and stay together as a 4? You can see Faces moving extremely early. They want to get to that eastern side of Power Grid and the dips, maybe. Try to even get all the way up in there for Power Grid. But yeah, let's see how they kind of all. Slamgy also moving. You see all the teams with a lot of experience, a lot of points already, kind of trying to get themselves in there. Navi holding on to Picado. They want to move slowly. Hive also looking good. They have a lot of space ahead of them from San Martin.
Ooh. Slams from crashing into them maybe here. Very, very close to one another. But there's a lot of dips that you can exist in. But at the same time, it's kind of nade bait. Got to be careful about this. FaZe is going to peek up right around this. Instantaneously takes down Mogor. Lurks follows it up in kind. Marcel takes down Gustav. FaZe here. They might have taken this fight a little bit overzealously.
It's a good nade. But here's it though. He moves out of dodge. Goes into the smoke. Might get another one. He peeks out here. Good shots coming in. Connects on Artix. Artix down to just 11 HP. Mexi gets knocked from the side. That's a third party from Kryn. Vard finds Artix as well. Another one. FaZe goes down in 16th. Slam G though. This is the opportunity for the teams to third party. Kryn is moving in. Win or Die is sending it. But they get
big move.
Slam G down.
Huge move. Drive him over to finish up the rest of them. They're all in these smokes, clearly. Marcel's trying to run away from all of this, but he gets shot down, run over. He's gone. Slam G. All of these teams know that these dips on a circle like this have huge power, huge potential. And then also, if you see that many knocks, left, right, center between those teams, that's an easy cleanup.
Those are a perfect third-party opportunity, right? You see multiple knocked, you see the opening is there, and it's a team that's in the top. Currently third place. But this ends the run for Slam G and their games in the top 2. 5 out of 6 in the top 2, though. And here they're going to finish outside. Diffix finds Winkley. And Foot now are going to be moving in. They have seen this in the kill feed, so a lot of information is coming through here. They know that 2 strong teams are down, and they're obviously thinking, okay, this has got to be a fight. It's going to be going on in the center. So let's see if we can take some space. Let's see if we can get some real estate going. And yeah, here we are. Actually a pretty decent one on the eastern side. Surely there's off to them. There's some pillars, some rocks that is actually counted as a land ratio. So it's going to move off. But still, this is going to give them a chance to scout for information, see if they can move and get onto it. Spiro, though, is taking shots here on Skittles. Hakimer is moving. Send and EK is close yet again here on Miramar, James, though.
Yes, they are. 8C was parachuting on down as well to join the rest of Foot in the compound over toward the east. And that's an easy run over. Poor Spiro. Gone and gone. As Ascend still lurking around these rocks. But, you know, doing some of this rock climbing in the middle of a sandstorm is, you know, not advised. Maybe some gear required for all of that. But still, looks like Quizzy in the distance. Looking this way. Knows that something potential is on the way. But, I mean, you'd expect a team to be down in those kind of that warehouse compound, right? So it's understandable why you'd be looking this way, keeping an eye on it, making sure you can kind of stifle anybody's progression.
Yeah, Foot setting up for a eastern hold at this point here and trying to get some more loot here. HC brought back to life. Doesn't have too much util or mets available to him, so he's going to be looting just a little bit more. Next circle pops. It's going to be a power grid ish ending here. It can still go back. Fairy Tale is looking good. They're going to be holding on to that compound on the northern side, the Tornado Split compound, if you may. You love that boy. You love those boys. Love it. Back to the 2021, 2022 era.
You know, I always said BB team is going to win at least two internationals. And then when I said that at EWC, that was a bad time. I shouldn't have said that, should I?
You always said it about 1080 Ninja as well. And then they picked up Uber and became Navi and, eventually became Navi and then picked up Uber and then won PGC in Dubai.
Gamers.
Absolute gamers. We had some interviews where teams are talking as we see teams moving in here. The Mount Rushmore, Shrimpsy was in there saying Uber's gotta be there. But at this point here, with Twisted Minds winning Esports World Cup, you gotta put Example there. But is he above Uber? That's the question.
That's tough, isn't it? Probably yes. I mean, he's been alongside Uber in a lot of that success, right?
Yeah.
So, and he's still active. Uber is not. It's difficult. It's difficult.
And Uber,
is there more? Can we put more spots than 4? It's very difficult to just pick 4, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. But I feel like at this point here, with Esports World Cup locked in, Example obviously was with Uber on the PGC winning team, and Uber's success was very isolated to 2019. They were a very dominant phase, obviously, in that time, but they won a lot of stuff, got a lot of second places. Second place at PGC 2019, obviously, in Oakland. Shots coming in, though. Motic, as we go back to the game. Hakatori finds Motic. And Navi's involving himself here. Salik takes tons of damage in from Sosa, down to just 4 HP. Has to drop down and try to get a first aid off. Helmet's been damaged. I'm 5 now. trying to move in here, and this northern side here. Eventually, he's gonna probably come down south a little bit more. One touch coming in here. IM5 finds Ferris. That's great shots coming in here, James.
He sees him on the left-hand side as well. And this is one thing when you were watching Na'Vi make this kind of wild drop. IM5, man, he is a laser beam. He's got the eyes of a hawk. Let's do it.
Coming out of nowhere as well. Never seen this guy perform at this level before. What a great player. And this is that's what we're hoping for, right? The emerging players coming in, and he could just be a TPP demon. Nobody knows. Yeah. We'll have to see him at LAN one time to see how crazy he is. But yeah, what a great player. Looking good so far. Again, I think he's going to be top 4 in kills currently still.
Yeah, by the end of it. Considering that they're in 8th place as well, right? That's a big feat.
Huge.
That's a big claim to take here as we take a look at our shift. Where are we going?
Oh, okay.
Towards Storm on request.
Yeah, Krint looking good too. EK looking good too. This could be the game that they kind of pushed themselves into, back into being in the talk. They have to get into those triple digits, 89. They would have to have a big game to take over Slam. Basically a win with double-digit kills. See shots coming in still. This is a little bit of a stalemate here on the northern side. Eventually, both of these teams are going to get held by Fairytale. Fairytale knows the fight's going on up here. Down to find Scav for the confirmation on the kill. And yeah,
I think AA8 drove in here, but Na'Vi had dropped straight in on the high ground. So they don't have vehicles to try and negate that Fairytale position, that presence. So they'd be walking in on foot. It definitely would be difficult.
But then again, like at this point, if you're holding the other team hostage, you're assuring mutual destruction for both of you if you're not making a move to make a play. This is, it's not the winning play, but you're trying to lock them out. You're trying to get damage done here. And you're confident in your ability to maybe completely eliminate them and then still have time to kind of move. But now you see Blaze on IM5 taking cars. They're going to be moving. Selig is scouting ahead here to see if they can get into some of the dips ahead of him. And as he saw just now turning around with his scope, it's going to be quite open space. They're actually going to be able to do it. Question is, are they going to leave Salik here, you think?
It's a good question. I don't know. He's way high up, so he's going to have to do something about it eventually. The thing is, Ferris was doing some good scouting forwards as well, and actually found a route in that, quite honestly, Fairytale did not have eyes on alongside that kind of lower ground that exists west of that compound. So maybe they can just use that to their advantage. As Hive is still now making a late entrance to this circle. They do have AAA dead to rights if they want them. So IM5's going to have to back off. He did take some damage there.
Sadiq had a car down low. It's actually quite fine. He had to pop a first aid before getting in here. It's phase 4, doing 3 damage per second now at this point here. Gonna go up to 5 in the next one. Hadouken, though, takes shots. Winner die. Another time we've seen these teams fight here. Defex finds Hadouken. Winkley finds hello, my bad here. More shots coming in. Oh, the side. Nice swapperoo, though. Gets into the car seat, but he goes down to Leosh.
Gotta do a lot more than that. Hakamari tries to go for a spray. It's not going to work out, though. Win or die. Still kind of shutting the majority of this down. Gedrock so low, but not enough done to him to really shut him down. Wait, is Lloyd just in? Oh, he has no weapon. Okay.
He got pulled back in. He's just chilling. He's going to go out and try to loot. Yeah. Levante gets confirmed, though, from the carrier. Conquest is set up quite nicely for their hold on to the power grid. Blazo now, and now I'm 5. 0 kills for 888, but Fairytale now trying to make a move with the potential third party of Na'Vi as well. Shots coming in here, bright side with the links, doing tons of damage onto 888. That is them out. Now Fairytale is going to have to make a move here, but they're sandwiched in between Hive and Na'Vi. It's going to be a difficult one for them to make something happen here for them.
Yeah, I'm not enjoying their chances. I mean, Hakatori's already crossed the road. He's hoping for the rest of them to eventually be able to get over. But now with Hive positioned and poised up on this high ground, it makes it a little bit more difficult. Unless, of course, they're just waiting for Fairytale to make that first move, and then maybe they can go alongside it as well. Sloy's gone. He had to try and do something from where he was. Poor guy.
See a guy with that little loot on, you're never just gonna go and loot him. Like, it's not worth it to go out in the open. Like, I wonder, did this guy have 30 bullets and something? Just had nothing available to him now. Okay, this is good. This is great info. Now we're trying to hold on to this northwestern side here. can make a push onto Fairy Tale or can cross the road south. Hekatori is already out there, looking good. Now he's gonna have a fighting line in on this one here. I've got one knocked. It's Conquest. Fair is finds right side. This is great for them. Extends confirms it. Now they have the time.
The move.
Yeah. Window of opportunity open for them. Second power pie. Oh, this is great. Knocks onto Ascent for Krint.
Big stuff. Blue zone goes forwards as well. Here comes a big crash from Saint to try and do something while this is going on. They actually cleaned up a lot of that. Stolen away. Damn.
That's a crash on a crash. And Saint, the boys actually managed to just get one knock. Might be able to get the rest off and make something happen here. Hekatori finds one more Fairy Tale player. Defix finds Gedrox. Now Kapi and T-Bone, last two players here on foot. Trying to make a move onto Conquest here. With a knock there.
Thing is, Conquest is very divided.
Yes.
They're 2-2 across the whole
Greedy.
power grid, so this is potentially easy here for Foot to clean up.
Very greedy. Smoke's coming in. They're just trying to... This is also, I think, the better side. Like, it's going to be easier to come out from here.
Yeah.
We're going to die holding on to this a little bit. Mercurio is still alive. Two teams. I'm not sure they have the full info here of T-Bone. The boys. The blue zones are coming in. Oh, he's been crawling for quite a while. Emerald's trying to get out. I don't think he's going to get that. Mercurio gets a knock on Hello My Bad. Now this means that Foot has this information. They know that both Conquest and When I Die is in this spot here. They know that it could be multiple players. A double blue zone here. T-Bone taking tons of damage. How many blue zones have these guys looted the entire game?
It just never ends. I was surprised when it just kept going, but yeah, somehow, some way, Foot is still kind of bouncing around in those. Little underhand nade, maybe? No, overhand, goes forwards. Onto the little ledge.
Oh.
There's the Panzer on Gedrox, takes him down, but I mean, with Conquest also kind of caught in the middle of all of this. Oh no, and Gedrox had a nade in hand as well. He drops it. Win or die, a bit of a disaster for them on that cleanup. Conquest, somehow, the two up near Hive, still alive. I think they've been very quiet.
Yeah, they have.
Even though I think Hive knew something was going on up there.
Yeah, they're holding on to it. Mercurio, though, I don't think Foot knows exactly where Mercurio is, so they're going to be clearing out this compound on the southern side. Again, they do have time, and the compound is in. They want to clear him, though. Gets a good nade. T-Bone claps it straight onto Mercurio. And now they're going to have time to loot all these guys. They're going to have tons of utility. There's nades available on multiple sides of them, so that's good. And good things for them. Now Mounty and the rest of Conquest here with Cramsey. Cramsey. That's a blue zone. He's going to have to pop his last first. It's actually a double blue zone. That's going to take a lot. He's out. Great knock here for Dante and the Hive guys. And they also know that it's now Conquest. They're going to be down to just two players if they have full kill feed tracking available to them. And if they're super smart about it. More shots coming in from Mounty.
Oh no.
That's a molly. It's a blue zone. He stepped into his own mollies. It's burning.
It's all gone wrong.
It's not exactly how you want to finish off a home turf circle like this here. Great push, though, for Hive. As you see more teams fighting in here. Hands of Hope. Good shots coming in, though. Salmon Requesto takes down Hope.
A little attempt from Nabat to try and deal with the Storm on request position here. Hands of Hope needs to try and finish this up and finish it up fast because they are not on the right side of this circle at the moment. As still, Storm on request has more players closer towards it. Krint is down here. Na'Vi cleaning things up in the north. 5 kills for them. 6 for Hive, though. They're still catching up to Na'Vi here. But they are potentially in line of potentially kind of running into each other eventually. Na'Vi might want to focus on this northwest side. Get even more kills on the board.
That's for 2 here. 4 guys strong on this northwestern side here. They can hold out Hands of Hope. That'd be a great one. Na'Vi, though, again, looking strong, man. There are 4 guys alive. Hold on to the northern side currently. It's going to be a good game for them. Hive, though, if they see any chance of getting a third party onto Na'Vi, that's exactly what they're going to be gunning for here. Hibako finds Nosferatu. Spirit finds Twixie. Huge damage coming in from GK and also for Hope. We're down to just Cadle for Storm and Request.
I mean, while this has been going on, a lot of our focus has been on the north as well as in Power Grid, but GK moving into the middle of this circle here, 4 alive, has a chance to be able to kind of really disrupt the status quo at the top.
Yeah.
As Cadle is still going for this res, try and get them up. Look, they're lining up. Please, please, help. If only they knew.
Line up, line up.
Molly over.
It's a Molly 2. Ooh. That's CISO flush. Okay, shots extends, actually finds Hero. Now he's gonna come in for the points. Coming in for the cleanup. Ibako finds Nosferatu. Navi trying to get Cadle down. Sending it in. They know there's a knock there. They're gonna shoot him. Hakatori gets it. Could have gone for the knock as well, but 6 kills for Hakatori. Had 35 before this, by the way. That's gonna be 41 kills in 14 games.
Is he okay?
Oh my
Jeez,
god.
he's got another one. It's 7 for Hakatori.
Someone stop him.
Is he all right? Someone check his blood. What's going on?
Yeah, he's been such a standout player here for Masters 3. EK looking good though. 5 kills for them. On this south side, it's looking like they're going to be breaching the triple digits here to get into the 100. Foot just 2. They have to eliminate those guys. They're outside the circle. Chrissy holding that rich line angle. This is almost a perfect top 4 with currently how the leaderboard is looking.
Almost. And I mean, we could get a 4v4 quite easily here if Foot is weeded out down on that south side against some of the very best. Not only, I mean, of course, we're kind of discounting not having Twisted Minds, not having BB here, but CIS across the board just constantly has shown absolute class in EMEA. It's fantastic to watch.
Yeah, I love when we see consistency from teams that we expect great things from. It's always good, but when they're all performing, it's even greater, right? You can't help to have a smile. Can't help to be happy on the hand of these guys here. Hive setting up quite nicely though, but PewDiePie getting Sozed is massive. It's massive for their campaign through. Hakatori also taking damage. That's his vest broken. And you immediately go from 55% damage reduction to 20. And that's exactly what it's going to do. Diffix finding Hakatori here with that nade is setting up GK for a perfect late game versus Hive.
Even lying down wasn't going to be enough for that nade. Perfect stuff coming in from them. Just be able to triangulate that position and get that locked in. As Foot here is now still scrambling a little bit, but they do realize maybe there's an opportunity, but no opportunity enough. Rocks with an air burst off the bounce off the crate. Brilliant nade from him. PWD connects with Fairest instantaneously as well. And he knows where Extents is. He could get a full cleanup here.
That's a good nade. That's a great nade. PewDiePie with the granate onto Navi. That's exactly how you want to take down the current lobby leaders. A great effort here for GK. Have to get Resses off. Hive actually has an opportunity here, but they have to do it fast. They have to make something happen. This Rich is great, though, for GK. They still have a lot of TPP angles to push and peek from. Hive is looking a little bit more difficult to get into things that they're backing off. You know the Resses are going to come off. You don't want to peek into a team Rich advantage in TPP. He's just going to pop a stim here. No nades left. There's 1 nade left on Diffix, but not a lot of smokes, not a lot of utility across the other guys.
I'm looking forward to the moment where they peek over that towards the crate and say, wait a minute, we didn't leave a foldable shield there, did we? Just kind of spot that out, but you know, we will see. We will continue. T-Bone's done well to get himself at least a 3rd place here at the moment.
Yep, great effort.
Despite Cappy falling in the crates.
T-Bone's just trying to maximize here, see if he can get a little bit of a rest, get an angle in on them. EK wants this ridge though. They're gonna have to try to get in ahead of this. And T-Bone, obviously the TPP advantage you have from being behind a crate and a vulnerable shield is huge, but 4 players staring down on you. But if EK gets 1 player knocked, that's the time for Hive to move in. Hive still have good utility. I've seen 2 nades on Presenti.
How does Hive win this? I mean, there's going to have to be a significant amount of smokes. They're trying to drop one with deployable cover as well.
That's the strike.
Gets taken down by T-Bone, though. This could be the perfect opportunity for Hive.
Yeah, and he maximizes T-Bone 4 kills. Super effort here for T-Bone.
Yeah.
The current kill leader on foot. I believe he's going to get into his 20 now. Spiro gets Dante. Dante finds PewDiePie. It's a 3 versus 2 versus 1. Imagine T-Bone winning this one here. Wouldn't it be insane? But now he's burning. Diffix going to get him. 5 kills for Diffix. All for Dante. And
I mean,
Dante got the rest too.
You saying imagine T-Bone winning this and then us cutting straight to him burning behind that shield with the blue on his back. Yes. It's unfortunate for him. Not much he could have done from there.
That's a live cast curse for you. Oh, great damage coming in from the nade, and then the bike exploding after it. We're down to just one player. You got the rest off, though. It's Spiro and PDD off to the riches here, but Hive has all the advantage. They didn't win the last one, but a first and a second place on our first 2 Miramars of today is a great effort. Do they just deny here, or do they think they can get maybe one more knock and a flush? What's the play here for GK?
I mean, coming over this ridge, they're done, right? So I think Spiro realizes it.
It's a deny.
PWD should too.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, almost got it.
Almost.
But what a great effort here for Hive. 9 kills. GK 10 kills total though, but Hive, man. Miramar gamers as well. Just so consistent across their time here, and that's going to put them in the #1 spot after them locking this one down here. That is crazy effort. We're talking about it. Can someone stop Navi and Hive so far? Yeah, looking like the team to do it.
Taking the Slam G, bless him, Mark, coming back in to talk about this one, and we have got ourselves Hive yet again. You're watching as they're entering the circles, Mark, and seeing them come in from that northeast side, knowing exactly the kind of potential threats that lay ahead of them as well. They're so calculated in their moves.
I even like that one. I agree, they're so calculated, but even the dial of aggression, they will go from really, really aggressive. They can dial it back. They can then wait, and it's like they're calculating what fight they want to take at what time to maximize points. And that's what I like seeing from this team. It always feels like they are in control, and no wonder why. Obviously, they're going to back themselves 19 points here. They're closing down every single game. Hive want to form together and try and maximize the points they can gain.
Martin?
Yeah, 10 kills though from Navi. It's going to be a little bit of the 6 points extra from Hive, but still it's a great effort for them. Hive as well, 2 first places, 2 second places on Miramar. Not as much as Slam G, but still very impressed with how that they are approaching their game here on Miramar. Like it's very concise, man. It's just exactly how you want to see teams play Miramar. Their approach is just great, and their TPP knowledge is just through the roof here, it feels like. So it's good to see them taking over, but also GK having a great game. Like, that's going to put them into the triple digits. It's going to put them into, striking distance within close to Slam G as well. So it's going to be almost a 4-horse race again.
Yeah, GK not having as many trials to kind of overcome, I feel like, from that south side. Yeah. But then Na'Vi on the north side, and they go for that emergency pickup, and they have to be footing it all the way down south. There were definitely some teams ahead of them there, Mark, to try and deal with, and yet 10 kills. Hakatori, man. Hakatori, he's all over the place.
He's just next level. He is just next level. There's a drive in him just to go get as many kills as he can, and we're seeing that. I also think you guys mentioned it yesterday. There's, let's say, a level of respect. People want to avoid Na'Vi to a degree, especially where you sort of know they are, and they kind of like the sea parts ways and teams part ways, and Na'Vi find themselves in a good spot. And we saw that kind of in the north when they had full control, and they just provided pressure onto that sort of western side, and no one challenging them, and not even Hive. Hive had the opportunity to sort of swing around behind them as well, but they opted not to do it either. So I think Harvey have deserved the right to go, do you know what? This is our lobby at the moment. Chase us down.
1 point behind now is Na'Vi against Hive, despite all of that going on. And now the difference, even to Slam G, like the 25 points that exist between Slam G, Martin, and Hive, I think it's going to be very difficult to catch up with these top two.
What you're saying is it's going to be a 2-horse race at the top and a 2-pony race for third place for Slam G and TK. It's looking difficult with just 4 games to go, and with the consistency we've seen from Na'Vi and from Hive, it's I don't see them stopping anytime soon. Like, we're just still going to see tons of kills coming in from both sides. We're still going to see great consistency. We're still going to see them continuously in that top 6 to get those placement points too. But 92 kills on Na'Vi, that's just incredible. And how many was off? It's 42 of Hakatori, by the way. He's gotten 42 of the 92 kills on Na'Vi.
Who's second?
It's just insane. Let me check. I'll get you live answers right here. Second place is going to be 19 for both Ferris and Soset, and 12 for Extents. Great effort for all of them to be on double digits. That's cool to see. But yeah, 42 of Hakatori. More than Soset and Ferris combined. insane.
Yeah, bonkers stuff.
Yeah.
Bonkers stuff coming in here at the same time. As we were mentioning, with SlamG trying to do that catch-up things, the fact that Navi's got 92 kills is just obscene compared to even SlamG next to them with the 54 at the moment. That said, Geek is slowly on the rise, right? Who knows where they could have been, I suppose, Mark, if they'd have not missed that first game, also had a better first day.
Yeah.
I feel like they could technically, in theory, be kind of kept up with Na'Vi, just really not relying on, I guess, the one star that is Hakatori. I'm not saying that Na'Vi is, it's just that he is just putting up insane numbers.
Yeah, look, you can't take away the numbers, and if you look at take a Hive and SlamG together, they're more of a sort of complete picture when it comes down to getting points. They're both getting ends, they're both getting the placement points and also the kills. Yes, Na'Vi not getting as many placement points, and yes, Hakatori is explosive. He's getting all the points where he can, but it's definitely Na'Vi are definitely leaning on that side of, well, we need to get as many kills as we can, whereas Hive and SlamG approach is more control. Make sure we maximize the points, make sure we maximize the placements, and that's the result as they're here. Can SlamG catch up? They can't drop early. They can't drop early. And I still think there's something in Geek at the moment, guys. I generally feel like they are not going to let their foot off the gas. They're going to try and get as many kills as they can. They're going to rely now more heavily on kills and maybe try and juke their way to take over SlamG.
Hakatori, though, by the way, has more kills and points by himself than the entirety of Fairy Tail combined, Kryn combined, Skilled combined, Conquest combined. Isn't that mind-blowing? Like, oh yeah, we're just casually like solo outfragging the entire team, including placement points, by the way, that we didn't count on his side. But yeah, that's gonna be it for Miramar, though. But what a set of games for Miramar, both for SlamG and Hive. Like that's been crazy to watch. I'm gonna have to go back and see how many of the first and second places they got combined. I think it's only 3 first and second places for other teams than those 2 out of our 6 games. Like, that's crazy.
Oh, it gives rise to exactly what I was thinking about as well, is when you think about the winners, it's just specifically the winners alone from our few days, Mark, some of these teams have just not let anybody else have a look in. It has been very dominant towards the top when it comes to our winners overall throughout these 3 days.
And it has been on 2 sides, right? We look at SlamG not getting mass amounts of kills, control, getting themselves into the compound, try and play out from there. And then compared to a Hive and Na'Vi, Geek, explosive action, chasing the zone, chasing the kills. But yeah, it's completely locking out some of the other teams. We go further down that leaderboard, and Ascend desperate for a win. FaZe Clan desperate to get back into the picture. Win or die, doing everything they can to try and chase. A win for them would be huge, but these teams are not just getting the opening.
They are not. And now with Tago on the cards here, Martin, what are you looking forward to before we send you off?
Quickly looked into the numbers, and out of the 12 places, that is the first and second place on the 12 of the 6 Miramars we have, there's only 3 of them that's gone to anyone but Hive and SlamG. Like, that is insane to have 2 teams occupy 9 of the top 2 places. But yeah, going into Tago, obviously, it's going to be good to have a little bit of a change now for all the other teams because it's been dominant from them. But yeah, I'm really kind of hoping to see Geek continue this, because I want to see some of the teams kind of come in, and off the effort we've seen from them so far today here, it feels like that could be one of the teams to have a big banger game to make it a 3-horse or 4-horse race again.
All right, well, let's get to it. It's going to be me and Mark bringing you Tago, as it is time to Tago. So, Martin, you leave for the moment. We'll bring you back in later on. And yeah, I mean, Mark, when we're taking a look at how things are going here, pretty decent playing path for all of this. And for my money, either we get the SlamG fight back with those slim chicken dinners, you know, those Nando's kind of anorexic looking chicken dinners, or, because I don't like Nando's, or Geek just absolutely fragging out. What do you think?
Love Nando's, mate. Full chicken,
so
full
British.
sides, 2 drinks, cheeky Nando's. Love it. No, back to your point. Good flying path here. Surprising we're still getting this kind of hot drop this time. Skittles opting to go and spread a little bit further down as they do go towards that market area. A lot of eyes will be on this area. SlamG do go a bit late. They've got to be careful. Akamari don't pops up. He doesn't get the connection with the AK.
It was close. It was close. So not too bad an opportunity here. He even goes for another spray here. It's all iron sights as well. He does not care. He does what he likes. But at the same time, circle has popped. We are going far southeast for this one.
Yeah, this is a lot of unplayable as well on that east side. So a bit of water in the south. So maybe it retracts completely down towards a hospital. We'll have to wait and see. A couple of random zones. These sort of ones worry slightly because, again, a win or die chasing points. So I said this before, I said this yesterday, and we see it a lot, especially in scrims. Win or die will like to push into Buxang and try and hold them more of a northwest. We'll have to wait and see. There's no reason for them to leave at the moment, and arguably there's no one really contesting their area, so everybody else has to rotate their way in. That's going to cause a couple of choke points and bottlenecks as these teams approach their way to zone.
Or even some cheeky E pickups from some of those teams up on that northwest island. I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. But the thing is, actually, now that I think about it, I can't even recall Hive, who is in Up and Go Dock, so very far away. I can't recall too many E pickups from them. I think they really don't mind coming very late with cars, knowing that they have that tool available to them. And then just being able to find an entry point. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they got all the way south to get in the southwest near Songham.
It's a good rotation path, though. Just careful whoever goes there first, right? Songham, we see that sort of choke point right on the south side, actually. There's that little hill just on the southeast corner where teams can position up, and obviously we're on the CPP, so they can position up and even not expose themselves into the very, very last minute. So I wouldn't be too surprised for a team to maybe take opportunity because a lot of teams have to rotate in.
Yeah, you're right. We'll see if anybody does take the chance. Being an opportunistic player in this game is very, very fruitful if you can get away with it. As for FaZe, once again, we do look at them as one of the teams that should get some decent points off a circle like this. Having Buxansar to themselves, it's a pretty decent spot to start things off, and they're already able to start moving very rapidly from a spot like that. But I'm slowly giving up on good old FaZe, Mark. I'm having a hard time.
I was going to say, what do you think about them at the moment? Why do you think they're just not performing? Because even like end of last year, beginning of this year, yes, they might not have been getting the placements, but they were getting kills. It just doesn't. Vardy is such a great addition to the team, right?
Sure.
And I don't take anything away from like, oh, it's on him. It's clearly not, because they've brought someone new in to try and change things up. But something's not right.
I don't know what it is. The thing is that, right, okay, yes, Vard's a great player, but they lost Kirexi, right? And then you see him, how he's doing on VP. VP was moments away from potentially taking a podium finish, and when it came to EWC as well. So they were slotting him in as having a brilliant component to it. But even when Kirexi was on the FaZe roster as well, they were also having problems when that came along. So it might be more of a systemic thing than just, your individual components, or just the approach. Maybe need to go back to the drawing board and how they do things. I mean, obviously, it's very difficult for us to make these calls, and we're basically assuming at this point. But yeah, I mean, this is a roster that should be getting podiums in Europe, but isn't. So where's it going wrong?
Yeah, difficult. It's difficult. We are outside looking in, or in this case, looking down on the rotation. As Geek keeping a firm eye on Fairy Tail. Same for Fairy Tail. If it does take the compound, Spyro just continues to sort of ensure that maybe Fairy Tail not turning their cars his way. You get that great visibility driving in TPP that you can see over that ridge line. But Fairy Tail continues to move on, and Geek take the compound just on the south side.
I do miss the whole studio thing down there. I'd like the little.
Do you?
Yeah.
Would you prefer the studio over the hospital?
Yeah, kinda. I think it had more flavour to it a little bit, don't you?
I'm two minds.
Two minds.
I might favour more towards hospital. I think hospital naturally fits in better there.
Sure.
Studio definitely more interesting. And a bit more dynamic, should we say? So it depends on how we're going to play. But it's an area which I like to drop. So lots of variation with the hospital to be able to get the loot on the ridge, though. Conquest taking a couple of shots at Footy Sports as they are rotating from the north. Scav getting caught out. He's had to turn around, and Cappy continues his path in, so be very careful.
So I will admit, as much as I did enjoy Studio being there, I did not drop there. So that was
okay. Okay, nice to look at. Don't want to go there.
Exactly. Yeah, Whereas you're dropping hospital. If you're getting the loot that you need, that's fine by me.
It's working. I must admit, again, I didn't really drop Studio either. It just seemed too open. But I don't mind hospital. You can get normally two teams in there, especially on a hot drop, which is always good to see. Talk about hot drops in action, though. This is a hold. Good connection, though. SlamG do get in the opening. Arctic does get the confirmation. So DK will be down. Again, that's pathing. That's down by that song you was talking about before, or just on the outside of it. So, again, a bit of a bottleneck area. And so teams setting up, and here's another one. Hands of Hope setting up on a bridge very, very far on that northwest, hoping and praying that the storm comes breezing by.
Yeah, I was theorizing what Hive was going to do. It looks like they went all the way north to look for things. I talk about this spray if it did get full connections, but it got a little bit, you know, so actually not too bad, but nothing to be able to really follow up on. We have a Panzerfaust in play here, and 2-0 is trying to get away from the entirety of Hands of Hope still. God, they had a lot of angles on them, didn't they?
Now, does Hands of Hope get in the cars and rotate towards the east? Because they've got no other option on the west now.
Yeah.
The rest of the team are working in. They have picked up the first car as well, so if they can get eyesight on and they can see the cars rotating, there's a race to be had. For now, they will hold out. The action, T-Bone has pulled up M249 in his hands, taking inspiration from Pixel, who's retired from Foot Esports, so maybe he can wield a couple of kills from that one. The standoff is coming from Conquest.
Fairy Tailed having Slam G drive past them. Does see them in the distance, and actually this reverse could leave him very vulnerable here. Lyrics, he's got to be very careful about this. The milk float driving on by, giving it a little beep as well as we're going on. As Lyrics does manage to get out dodge. That was sketchy though. I'm not about those reverses and turning around.
Nah, you lose all momentum in your car, don't you? And you haven't got the ridgeline to sort of stay in cover from. Courier taking some shots. Once he looks back the other way. Very much on the north side. Foot Esports opting to sort of path around that now, but they do path their way in towards descent. So both these teams very much on the east side, trying to hug the unplayable, taking the compounds where they can. Obviously just waiting for that zone just to sort of shift down potentially. I do worry if we see a more of a northwest shift, because a lot of teams have kind of committed to more of a centre to southeast. Then we'll be looking to try and maybe take out the towns if that shift does come back down. But for now, we have to wait and see. Everyone is setting up stall.
Slowly chilling. I mean, FaZe was already able to at least get one kill on board when they had Krint moving north of them. So they were kind of flexing the muscles, considering that they had the pick of where they could go early. And anybody rotating in past them would be unawares if they were being a bit silent about their position. Still, Hands of Hope coming in alongside Storm on request.
It's a race to the bridge.
Is this advisable?
It's a good play from Hands of Hope. It's whether if it works out. They've seen the rotation. There's no other options now for Storm on request to go across on that sort of west side. So it became a bit of a race to the next bridge along. Well, that happened to be the Palace Bridge, and they have beat them to it. Does Hands of Hope get over the bridge and turn left and then try and catch the next bridge? Does this race continue? Does Storm get breezed aside? We'll have to wait and see. There's a few more options for them. They also have the option to stop and go back. Go for a double bluff, maybe.
It'd be a difficult... Yeah, they could actually. They could do the double bluff. It'd be a difficult one, though, to go all the way and try and kind of defend the next bridge, right? Because you just actually don't know what's really in front of you. You kind of got very limited information about coming over onto the mainland, but... They should be okay with all of this. Meanwhile, we're on board with Ascend, who is deep in the southeast side of this circle. We did have a shift, which kind of centered up for what was the original circle. So this is quite happy for a lot of these teams, as Na'Vi is heading far west to, I guess, potentially hold any teams that may come along from some of that high ground.
It's just the aura. It's like everyone knows where they are. They just get completely free space. GK is coming this way. Maybe looking to try and get into the little dips that will present them on that west. FaZe do lock down that compound. I do want to go back to FaZe though, because a win here, a good amount of kills. Yes, I know they're a little bit mid to low table, but that section of the table, James, is really tight. So a good amount of kills here from FaZe might be the confidence boost they need just to close out this final day. I know that we haven't got many maps left, but a good couple of kills, that does mean they're potentially pushing mid to high table, and that means more money.
I mean, as you look at their position here, though, I think any team that was in Buksansar, like other teams, even, I would say, what you would consider lower ranked teams than FaZe, would have tried to maybe take a bit more room in a circle like this, try and hold a 2-2 and see what they could actually do with it. But this time around, look, I mean, they're very close together. They're very, I would say, concerned about losing people early on. So they're wanting to just hunker down together and really hold it. But in the process, that does limit your options a little later on, right? So yeah, it's a double-edged sword.
It's difficult. Roll of the dice. A lot of the teams also be looking at Buck Zone Sarah's phases drop zone, so again, no wonder why we see teams avoiding some of that section. Slam G, I've got eyes on Fairy Tale, hoping for that shift back towards the towns. This be more of a south shift here, as we have given up that unplayable. James says it is more of a donut approach. So most of these teams still remain in. We've still got a couple of teams, Hands of Hope, rotating their way in. Hive out in that north to northeast corner, and we also do have Storm on request that is storing the outside of blue, but it's phase 2, so they can get away with it for quite some time. I worry now with Hive and presenting the glider. If he looks out towards the right at any given time, he's going to see a team coming off the blue, and he'll know they would have partially taken damage.
Yeah. Maybe seeing that in just a few moments here, but at the same time, I think one thing that was important from what Hive had seen was there was a team shooting at them, which was foot, on that potential rotation in on the far northeast side of this circle, on that road that would have been a perfect little entry point for them if there was nobody there. But now they're going to use this northern road, which does have its caveats. I mean, the water that's east of this, yes, technically is driver crossable, if that's a
That's the thing. That's the thing. I'll take that.
That's the thing. Yeah, we'll take it. We'll take it. But at the same time, it is very open, right? So if there's teams looking down into that, you could be kind of very vulnerable as well. So you gotta be wary.
Be wary of that section as well, because we do see some of these zones sort of pull back that way as well. So
yeah.
Yes, they might be late. Yes, they might be coming in the north, and more teams are in that centre spot here. But I do fear for a north shift at the moment. So the Hive, seeing Storm on request, have sort of followed the same path in. They have taken to that sort of drier riverbeds, and they are safe for the moment. Unlike Na'Vi, with Hands of Hope, trying to waste like extends here. He's in the buggy. The buggy's pretty much gone. He spins out. He tries to get his way to cover, and that aura about him, he keeps alive for the moment. Hero clicks dry at the wrong time.
Yeah, the fact that he'd actually just stood still to take out Hero as well. Oh my days. And he is gone. He was actually shooting at the person driving past him and then turned around for Hero. I can't believe Extens has been able to survive this, to be honest.
Well, we've seen the zone shift, and it has gone towards that north. That riverbed does hold the magnet to the zone that we speak about. So it's going to be difficult. A lot of teams now in the south, so a lot of teams now need to rotate in. Speak about bottlenecks, it's going to get a lot worse. But Skittles taking a compound. He is here. I think he's done enough now to divert the likes of Storm on request. They've had to go back towards Hive. Oh my god, it's not just one, it's two. They've taken it away, and he hits the brakes before he runs over his own team. 2-1-0 is bagging a punch.
That's a special cleanup here for them. Taking out Hive quite like this. Very well done. It feels like Hive's late entry to a circle like this was just way too late. They've been able to do it in the past couple of games. Not this one, though. Now, it looks like they should be able to get Presenti up unless some of these shots hit through the smoke, but take him in the car, get him away. Let's live another day.
That is really underpinning their game, right? They've sort of moved into a position. They've come in quite late, arguably on the quieter side of the zone. The zone's pushed all the attention back their way. Lucky enough, they have scouted these compounds, so Presenti has an idea that no one was in and around, so putting back in the car and getting back here is a good play. Na'Vi take the EP. They take to the skies. Means they push over towards that west now. For T-Sports, though, not looking up at the moment. And they might find the Na'Vi team parachuting straight on the top. They do. There's one.
Oh, no.
He goes down. Hakatori packs the punch for him. He's get confirmed out. Scav keeping in cover as Footy Sports trying to figure out exactly where this Na'Vi team is.
It's the perfect exploitation of them being split the way they were, right? Like, this was just absolute textbook. And now, Scav and Cappy, the two newcomers, are separated away from T-Bone. But I think Cappy's taking damage. Oh, no. Hakatori's going to get rid of him. Absolutely wipe him out instantly. Scav's waiting for T-Bone to try and come and help out. It's looking dicey, though.
It's looking very dicey. See from the red zone coming in, but yeah, Footy Sports getting completely exploited from their split. And unfortunately for Na'Vi, they're having a dance. The red zone, T-Bone. It's a connection shot from the Dragunov, but doesn't get as much I think he'd like. Needs to be cautious now because that time will go. Scav, store underneath, store waiting. Suppose trap has been set. Na'Vi not to clear out those sections just yet. T-Bone going to find it very difficult to rotate past because we do see likes of Conquest using that high ridge to work their way.
Yeah, the ridge that Conquest has is fantastic, right? I mean, they were able to knock Presenti once again. Looks like they're making a very aggressive push on that position too here. So taking out Hive will be brilliant for the rest of the lobby, or at least Na'Vi, who's now getting the full cleanup here on foot. They do push Scav, take him out quickly. They know T1's still waiting out in the blue somewhere, but where is he for them? Dante is going to have to do a lot of work here against Conquest. Now throwing some nades over the ridge, try and deal with him, and he is gone. That's Hive out in 16th place.
I gave him Skittles as well on the other side, so that was dangerous for them. They now work their way in. Kato gets one, swings for the second, but gets caught. Sloyd puts him down. They charge across the riverbed as well. Storm on request in arguably a good position. They get exposed. Skittles trying to take full advantage. They're also split here. Lots of teams playing 2-2 or 3-1s. And other opportunities coming in the way of these teams as they rotate their way in. To what other teams rotate in? 8-8-8 now find the Saints as they roll into the compound as they continue moving south.
Yeah, get these fights done fast because this circle is going to get congested very, very fast if you're not careful. Storm on request, still healing up, knowing that Skittles trying to get some reinforcements coming as well. Hadouken is just going to crash into that car. He's just going to drive by, going for a little bit of a spray with the full slide in motion for Hadouken. He's charging up a nade. Oh my, no. No. Okay, well, he goes down. He's got to evade that nade for a little bit.
Navi fall as well. Oh my god, Navi full. Slam G, that is huge. So Slam G know Hive are out, and now they've just deleted Navi. This is an opportunity not just for Slam G, but also DK. DK, if they can go dig out some points as well, that could be huge. So big crash from Slam G. They're in zone, they get the reward. The thing is now, though, James, they need to go try and get more kills. Is anyone else going to encroach on their position? Ascend now looking around as they come pretty close. Slam G needs to hold them at bay.
I mean, you can tell by how Na'Vi have died there. We didn't see it on camera, but obviously it was just a mad dash towards this location, and they got absolutely decimated upon arrival. That's a smoke to cover the box because it was an instantaneous flush. Sad times there for poor old Squeaky. Slam G still looking for more. 5 kills. If they do walk away with a win on this one, it will not be a half Nando's chicken dinner. It will be a fully fledged, full-bodied chicken dinner because they've already got some on the board.
Squeaky trying to get a C4 kill. Gotta love it. Big respect. But he just fell short.
He's trying.
He's trying. I gave him one yesterday. It was part and parcel of one, though. I think that's get great connection. Just has to back away from this one as well, but he's in a good spot here. GK fall as well. So all eyes are going to be on Slam G. This is the map. It is their time to Tego if they can get the conversion. Fairy Tail looking to try and get their first point on the board here, but Hands of Hope. Let's have a Panzer. Is the car rolling in? Doesn't have to overextend just yet. Pops a smoke. Trying to bide his time.
Tough stuff with the circle like this. That road pretty flat along the whole entirety of it. So these teams hoping for a shift their way. Does continue to have the road smack dab in the middle for this as well. So now as win or die spread out across the south here. The one actual benefit I would say that they would have, even though kind of very much on the edge, is that they do have 2 sides of this road controlled. So a little bit of a move out on that south side to try and shut down Hands of Hope. But where is Ascend going to go?
Ascend rotating their way in. Hello Bad has put out the mortar, and Salik completely destroys Skittles. So looks like Ascend, well, they double pull up. One nade goes out, though. Pot swings his way around. Kiddikai able to get through this seat swap, but he goes down. A charge goes down for Arctic as he's going to fall. Mogul, well, gets Aniko, and he now needs to reposition with Marcel's as well as they get in the cars and maybe give up, collapse their position as they need the reinforcements.
Now, Arctic's greeted them so well with the underhand nade to actually shut down their push on them. And they will actually take them fully out there. Well done to clean up the Ascend push. Not too bad at all. Win or die also dealing with what was going on down in the south side, but they still do have Fairy Tail lurking around them. I'm still curious. I think Slam G is going to get everybody up and good to go, right? From what just happened?
Yeah, Conquest.
Oh no, one's done.
I'm about to say Conquest needs to work their way in, but
yeah,
Marcel's just got one, so that might stop the approach. I don't see another way Conquest coming to the zone. It's got to be their path in. He's just saw a C4 get prepped as well. So difficult in the context that they've got an uphill drive. They're going to have to build up momentum. Smokes can do that. We are starting to see them to deploy the smokes. But I think the downside for them is that SlamG can just spread 9 kills. Here comes the fully fledged Nando's that you're talking about. Nate goes out. They try and divot their way around. He gets in. The car's going to come rolling in. No, but he does get the explosion. Oh my God. SlamG slams out by a C4.
I did wonder how they were going to execute it. I wondered exactly where they were going to go. But yep, they really milked that one. That's brilliant stuff here for this Conquest still. Oh, he needs to get rid of Mogo.
Run!
The car!
Run,
No,
Mogo!
what?
No!
No!
Levitate his way, doing more damage from the C4. It just keeps on giving.
That was ridiculous. He was one with the car for just a moment.
Oh, SlamG out. Conquest, though, with the C4 dispatched the team. It's not going to be enough, though. 10 kills is good, but they had an opportunity to close out more.
Salak here, meanwhile, 4 on the board after those brilliant nades. He's got himself a car 98 on the go. Okay, right. Well, we're shooting at Cramsey. If we can take down Antlers as well, that would be lovely here. As 888 just pushing up completely against this. They've done really well with that compound in the north. Then to be able to wrap here on this east side, this could be a great entry point for them to continue on for a potential big win here. And maybe even take over foot from this.
Yeah, this mid-pack, like, look how close it is. A win and a good amount of kills is going to be impressive. Zone shifts away.
Yeah.
888, last team really flooding this east side. Just need to find the final player from Conquest, and they should be then good to look in. The only downside is that as they come over the hill, it's pretty open. So do they commit to the compound? Do they try and take advantage? Fairytale does get the final player for Conquest, though. Kill feed track will be done from 888. They will know. No, they are pretty much left to their own devices.
Scary stuff for all these teams on this west side, man. It's so congested. How are you supposed to transition between building to building? I don't know. Like a million smokes?
It's just going to be short destruction, right? I'm worried I'm going to see these C4s here. Plays in a goodish spot, but if they commit one way or the other, they're going to get punished. Saints.
Yeah.
Print don't need to move, really. They just need to kind of decide which way a Faye's going to go, and then add all of that up. Then you've got Fairytale will come in on the third party in the south, so kills to be had.
Pop some tires, do anything you can. Really kind of stifle any team's growth for this. Salek has taken kind of point or front man for the position of 888. Reverse on back, realizing, well, okay, we're pretty much the only ones up in this northeast side. Let's take a moment here, kind of get our bearings and wait for some of the fights to go on that west side. Did I say east, west? I can't remember what I said. Never mind.
It's one side. It's the open side.
One of the sides.
I'm interested that Static actually moved from that position. Like that for me is the area to play. Park the cars there. Try and keep them alive and ready to go, especially if the zone shift. We do expect to go to the west, expect to go towards the compound. If not a donut up, that will give them still arguably little to no zone to play from. But everywhere else, you can see now, I'm 5 sort of playing peekaboo over the top. He's not in zone at the moment here. The closer he goes towards win or die, the more they're going to be exposed. They've got to go play in the north now. And arguably, if the zone does come across towards the west, they'll be in a position to kind of backfill and apply pressure into Saints.
But still looking at 888. Sorry, Fairy Tale still looking at 888.
Oh, no. No.
What are we aiming for here?
He doesn't miss.
Right, towards... Yeah, he doesn't. Towards 888. How much info is being fed that way?
Not sure.
Deciding against it. I think waiting until the circle closes and he's already triangulated it to where the circle would be on the very edge, and then maybe shoot.
Catch him in the cars. Catch him when they start deploying the smokes to rotate. This is the area that I'm talking about. Cars should be pretty safe here. They're going to be able to sort of
on top of each other.
Work around where it's going to go. Here comes the zone shift. He's now waiting. I definitely feel like Deadrock's is
almost
spotting.
200 meters.
What is he?
He's got 239. I think that's too far.
Deadrock's is looking for it now, though. Watch, here we go. Deadrock's is now peeking over the top. There goes one. It's definitely a rangefinder.
He's looking for Salek.
Yeah, he is.
Okay, that might not be too far then. That might be perfect.
Salek's not even looking up. The one person pinpoint accurate though. Now comes the additional fire. He wants to try and get that confirmation. Salik knows he's got to try and scrabble himself to safety. He gets away just in time at the moment, but the zone is coming down, and that is a huge amount of damage. 48 additional points done towards Salik. 888 have to be quick.
Can we get him?
But I don't know. Do you keep looking up to the skies? You might be able to pick him up, but You don't know how many mortars of fire potentially Win or Die have.
Trying for I am 5 knocks as well from
Oh
Conf.
my god, more. Hello, my bad. Please have more.
I don't think he has more. I think he's abandoned it. I did think he was aiming for the 3, and then as soon as I realized he was aiming for Salak, it was the perfect distance. Jeez Louise. That was
insane.
How is he so good with the mortar?
Every scrim I see, every event, every day of an event, he seems to bag one mortar kill. It just has to be practice. He just zeroed in. And also I factor in, it's also very much a part of the team. You'll see Win or Die move out and they'll be looking for those pins. They're looking to try and zero in for him. So team effort. Might be hella my bad that pulls the trigger though.
Yeah. Does make you wonder how much it could have worked if you'd have just like shot the 1, got the knock. But you can't know it's just 1 there opposed to the 1-3 split. Because if it is 2-2, then you want to try and go for it straight away, right? So you can deny it, but here come nades. Pre-nades to try and stop this rotation from AA. They knew they had to make a move, considering the circle actually moved over the road. More nades go forwards. I am 5 down already.
I'm 5 is down. One set just going to try and stop any sort of entry points, and they'd still come rolling in. This is a barrage of util. Shields are flying everywhere. One set playing the mind game damage just to dodge the blue. I think they were set up, but they were ready for this one. There goes another smoke. That's going to deny information just at the right time. But now comes the third party action. Win or Die looking to get involved here, but Vex gets the knock on Dead Rocks.
He already stole the previous one as well here, so Vex has really got a good line of sight on all of this. Blaze, though, does take 2. Mindset down. Looking for the finish off, and Selec will do that. But Twixie here, just spraying mindlessly through these smokes. I understand it, but he's gone.
He's down and out. Win or Die, unfortunately, received a knock, so they're going to go back and get that res here. Fairy Tail trying to do the same. The outside edge team's looking to engage. This is going to be explosive. It's phase number 8, so we haven't got a lot of time, but we are 5 teams remaining. P90 in the hands of Levante. Now swaps over towards the Panthers. He launches it towards Fairy Tail, nearly catching the car. Swaps back to that P90 and gets the connection.
They've got plenty of ammo on this P90 as well, so absolutely potentially devastating for this. Leosh on this left-hand side, still looking towards Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail feels very locked in. Panzerfaust from Vard, the full clean and sweep coming in here from FaZe. They know they have to get some big points off of the back of this game, and they're not doing too bad just yet.
They are timing it to perfection at the moment. They have left the safety of their compound, pushed by the blue zone into the arms of everybody else. Seems to be the FaZe is moving their way up. The lobby is moving its way down. Jedrox, though, dancing the dance in the middle of the road as he will pop a smoke, just giving the opportunity to play peak. But then he goes down. Fairy Tail out in 5th.
It was a play. I get it, though. I mean, you had to escape all the danger that was going on the south side, so why not try and make some absolute Hail Mary that was going on? It's FaZe here, still 4 alive. Win or Die on the other side, but they have a lot of control of this circle here. FaZe feels very pinned in right now against teams that are lurking around them. And look at this kind of arc that Win or Die is setting up here.
Yeah, I feel like Win or Die are in the control, right? I know we're top 4, 4 versus 4 versus 3 versus 1. They've got everyone's on the outside edge, but the elevation that Win or Die have, the information they can just look in, is critical. Yes, they've taken some knocks. Yes, they are very aware that they can take damage quite quickly. It's going to be down to how many smokes they've got. How much can they expel just trying to stay alive in open terrain?
And they'll be looking down on Nitro very soon as well, I think, as he's trying his very best to continue to throw smoke, continue to put some pressure on FaZe, even just big sprays through some of these smokes once again. A little back off, knowing that they don't really have to overextend here to Win or Die, realizing that all of these other players are just stuck in this bowl, stuck in these buildings, and they will be pushed down.
Will be pushed down at the moment. So you haven't looked around the outside. Levante driving forward. Mixie does find Krintzer. He's dared to fall in 4. So that's another point they go towards FaZe. 7 on the board for them. Gustav, no vest remaining. Vard also taking towards cover as Vex charging around the outside edge. Head on my back, gets a knock on Salik. There's still 3 teams remain. 4 versus 4 versus 3.
Oh, no.
And FaZe are charging in.
They walk straight into the P90, and I don't know how they're going to be able to do much with that. But a kind of big move through the blue here to try and finish it all off.
4.
Oh my.
That was close.
That was massacre.
Close. That was a close. Talk about the one way to go. They fall on that P90 and it nearly steps over FaZe here. But Win or Die, full control. 8 kills, looking for another 2 more. There goes the helmet of Jedrox, but lucky enough for him, he has a smoke to take cover.
Love what Win or Die has done here. Another P90 just flick around on the smoke. Goes for the spray. Actually, Mutin did pretty well against Levante there, but it is all done. Win or Die with the victory. Can't help but feel That 2-2 split across the road, giving them options, giving them a chance to be able to flex whichever way they want it to go. Very impactful here for this game. Not to mention having a good old P90 on the board, Mark. That was lovely too.
P90, and talk about full team sending it your way. Yeah, good holdout though from Win or Die, full control, and it was unlucky for FaZe because they were unable to escape the safety of the compound they had for so long.
Mr. Avangar, what do you make of this match?
Yeah, what a difficult one for a lot of the teams. But then again, I was like, okay, FaZe, this is looking good for them. What a crazy game for Win or Die. They managed to completely lock that down. As you said, and as you mentioned throughout the game, like, it was greedy a little bit to a degree, but still, it kept them having so many opportunities. And this actually puts them quite far up the leaderboard. It was a great game. They had double-digit kills. They are going to get the win for the 10 points there as well. So, yeah, this puts them straight into the conversation again.
Very well done. It will have them trying to challenge that position that obviously 888 should have leapfrogged foot now once we see the overall standings as well, Mark, considering they were putting up almost 16 points go the way of 888.
Jeez, that was a good game from them. And they came at the right time. Remember before that we saw lots of third-party action, SlamG, we saw Ascend trying to work their way in, we saw the C4 coming in from Conquest. 888 timed it well. They came in very, very last, 4th, 5th, 6th party, but they cleared out of that complete east side. And as a result, they get themselves a huge amount of kills and good opportunity for placements.
Yeah, the circle's shifting away from 888, so they had to kind of join what was the scrap of those compounds. It was very problematic, Avenger. But again, I mean, even them being pushed away by the mortars alone from Win or Die felt like such a stab in the dark against them. They're just like, well, what are we supposed to do? We can't stay here. We can't do anything.
Right, forcing them to go over where the majority of the teams are, right? Like, you went into Crin, went into FaZe, and that put pressure on multiple of the teams, obviously. This makes it difficult for FaZe. And also, it delayed FaZe to such a degree. It's like, you can only get out and get, a few smokes deployed before you just get absolutely, rained hell upon you from the P90, obviously, from that angle. He got 3 of the 4. That was quite, it's got rough to see when you're a 4-man, like, you're expecting to have more of an impact, but you gotta have smokes ahead of you. You gotta have an opportunity there, but yeah, they just got shut down completely.
Honestly, Matt, I wish every team had a hello, my bad. Kind of like working on the mortar constantly. You know what I mean? Because if you've got that in your arsenal, because everyone's driving around, everyone's keeping things in boots anyway, trying to make damage happen. If you've got that on your team, that's going to be so valuable, like PEC or even internationals.
No second chances now for Win or Die. There's no option for teams to get away from it because they have zeroed in that opportunity and they are always picking up that mortar fire. So no half measures. Good to see. Always get some of the kills. And as Mike says, even though they didn't maybe get the conversion on Sulik, it still delayed it, right? And having that mortar knock, that forcing them into one side, and that just gave control back. So yes, maybe not getting the kills he wanted, hell of my bad, but kept the control in the side of Win or Die, and they're able to win out.
Well, not too much of a difference with what we see from Na'Vi and Hive for this game, but SlamG getting themselves an extra cheeky 10 points to try and make that catch-up happen, Martin, with what was not the easiest position to really hold from them, but they got 10 kills from it.
Yeah, and for me, like, SlamG, that's the exact thing we want to see from them, right? They've been so consistent on the placement points. We want to see them go out and get the kills, and especially when you see teams like Na'Vi and Hive go out somewhat early here and without that many kills. So it's the opportunity that you have to take. And with only 15 points up to Hive, and we have another wildcard map on the go, right? That's another chance for them to put themselves in there. And I would love to see, I was talking about before the game, like GK or even SlamG, go in and make this a 3-horse race. That would be awesome to see without Na'Vi and Hive running away. We love these close matches more so than ever, right? So.
He loves more horses in the race. That's what he loves. And of course, we've got plenty of horses in the race for Masters West as well, because there is an opportunity for 8 teams, basically from EMEA, to be able to get themselves there to play against 8 teams from the Americas. And so far, so good for Na'Vi and Hive getting into that last chance qualifier here, Mark. They're looking lovely.
Yeah, I can't see this changing now. The other teams need the bigger games, and despite that loss, if you look at the top of that leaderboard before, like Na'Vi not really moving, Hive not really moving either, SlamG, Geeko are the same. I think Slam was the only ones that really put some additional points on. It's making no changes to this, making no changes to the points for Masters West. We need big games from Ascend, but they're just not there. There's only 3 left, and I can't see it.
very important that Virtus Pro got such a good win in Masters 1. I recall back to that fondly, considering how close it was in that final game at Masters 1. But 9th through 16th, again, it's looking grim for anybody to make a move, even though 888 is really trying here, Martin, gotta admit.
Yeah, but they would have to get a win, and there's no way they catch Na'Vi. So at this point here, it's just about, maybe even Slam G not dropping too far out, and Ascent making a late dash. Slam G 120. I don't really see that happening either, to be honest.
No, it's looking pretty done for our top 8 here. I mean, done and dusted, lad. Unless we see some really big, crazy stuff go out. But speaking of crazy, hey, wait, somebody's giving me a weapon.
I love that.
Don't do that. It's dangerous.
It does look like I may be interested in stabbing myself, so we'll kind of gloss over that for a moment. And we've got hashtag Masters Mike EMEA. You guys get your questions submitted, because you could potentially win 10,000 G-Coin. And at the end of the show, we will be answering 3 of those questions. So if your question gets chosen, you'll be winning that G-Coin. But make sure to have your DMs open over on Twitter as well, so you can even get that G-Coin on the board. Well, gentlemen, I'm getting word we are ready for a break. I'm going to go and practice my fencing skills, even though that's not a foil or anything like that. And when we return, we've got 3 more games to get things rolling here for Masters 3 EMEA.
Esports will be out. There is a world now. If VP can hold the line, they might claim themselves a huge leapfrog ahead of these teams. Last team should now leave
Point
in
delivery? Point
Maybe.
delivery? Is this a point delivery? Oh,
They
no.
need it.
They're going to be playing the riches. Okay. So this is fine, actually. Oh, they're going around.
No, they're not. They're going to keep going.
Yeah, they're going all the way, Mark, here. They're trying to put shots into Virtus Pro. They need to deploy more smokes, need to defend. They're going around for the rich. This is going to be a burger onto VP. Look at this.
Oh, my God. They've been sandwiched. Here comes Na'Vi next. They get a huge lane EB for 2, though. But Na'Vi's getting involved. Nixie's going to fall, though. They're going to confirm 2 go down. They have to push forward. 10 kills as VP drive forward. Na'Vi want to try and clutch it out. It's all down to VP. There's only 2 remain. 5 teams are left here in what I can only call an open terrain battleground. And another point will go in. That's huge. 5 kills for Ibby. 5 kills there for Mimi.
We were fools to think the blue chip would save us. It was all a lie. Today, the lies end.
Apex, what's your status?
We're here. The crypt is armed. This place, they call it the crypt, and we're here to destroy it once and for all.
Apex, you just don't get it, do you? The blue chip protects us.
Protects us? You mean controls us?
Oh, don't be such a cynic. Come on, let's talk this out. You and me. No one has to die today.
Talk's over. We're coming in.
This is your final warning. Stand down.
Team, on my mark. 3, 2, 1.
Need backup. Drill cam up. Enemy spotted. Blue zone out.
Firing gas.
Sticky up. Sticky bomb deployed.
welcome back for Masters number 3. Avenger was like, what's going on? What's happening?
I was doing, you know, when the intro to the Anchorman was like, you're turning into the camera as you go on, you know?
Okay, right. Okay, so I'll
Smell
turn
like my
this
hot
way
And
next
you
time,
guys
and
couldn't
then-
help yourself laughing. It was like a Moses moment all over again. You couldn't help yourself.
I don't think it was anything like a Moses, but anyway, whatever. All right, we're talking Rondo. That's the next map coming up, and then Grassy Pastures after. And we are kind of boiling this down to just a few teams at the top mark. They've continued to look awesome. They're going to continue to do it, apparently, but at least SlamG fought back with some big guns and 10 kills in the previous.
But they're the only team really to put points on. Hive went out early. We saw FaZe go down. Geekade not really performing either. So it's down to kind of that SlamG. Now, they didn't change up the order, but ensured destruction. They had the opportunity, though. If they could stay alive, if they could get rid of that, the Ascend and Clear Conquest and Clear 888, they might have been sort of fighting for that top spot. But one game down, 3 more to go. See if they can do it again. But they need the all the dominoes to fall in their favor again, because if Na'Vi stay up, if Hive stay up, there's going to be consequences.
I guess, Martin, you're hoping for a big GK comeback. What are you thinking for?
No,
for this
I
one?
mean, looking for Rondo, we have to look at what's happened so far, right? Sure, it's not always set in stone, but SlamG got a first, Hive got a second. Like, these guys can do it. It's likely we're going to see them again. Sure, Foot had a great win where they got 20 points total. That'd be cool to see as well, but they've been consistent through and through, right? Both those teams. So that's what you got to do. You got to avoid those early fights where you don't have a clear advantage, where like you can go in and maybe get 2-3, even a full team wipe without losing anyone, or maybe just losing one that you can quickly get back in. But that's really what I'm looking for. I don't want to see them losing players early. I don't want to see them going to scrappy fights where they don't have a clear advantage. Like, it's just not worth it when you're on the chase for a potential win and $7,000, which is our first prize pool, of course.
Lots of moolah for those teams in the mid pack here. They're trying to get onto at least that left side of the board, because that's when the money starts to rack up a little bit more for these teams. 9 through 60, things are very similar money wise. So Hands of Hope, your FaZe clans, these guys hoping for a few back-to-backs. And I mean, for FaZe clan in that previous game, Mark, they were able to put up some numbers. You know, they got something on the board.
Yeah, obviously they take position again. A good game, a good conversion for them will be meaning the case that they'll be chasing down Ascend. They're not that far ahead, right? So a little bit too late maybe for FaZe. We'll have to wait and see. We know obviously with Rondo it can be explosive. We know teams can go out and get some kills. If we especially get a lot of open train endings, and when you've got the depth of knowledge and experience that you see with Team FaZe, you'd expect them to convert out. But we'll have to wait and see. As we said, that doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel like the synergy's there for some reason. Just not get the numbers they need to perform.
Yeah, it was an interesting question that you posed, and I wonder what Martin's take on what it was regarding FaZe and kind of like why they've not really been able to gain much momentum in the past, I would say, year even now, to be honest.
It's been almost the entire season, and you know, at this point here, like I obviously talked tons to Gustav here throughout, and also at Nations Cup and stuff. It's like you've got to get in there, and you gotta put in the hours to get the synergy back and build the team again, even though you're just losing one player. Correxia was a great player, and also, again, we talked about it before, but like that pickup from VP, that shattered 2 teams to their core, both Foot and FaZe as well, by losing the player. And it's, even though, you know, it's great players, you gotta build the synergy, you gotta get back things going, and you gotta get the lust and the kind of energy back to, you got to put in 5 to 8 hours a day every day to build back that synergy that you spend years building, because like you knowing exactly who's on your right, who's on your left, who's going to be making these moves here, the clear communication, the short communication that we have as a team is just huge. Although I'll say this, they had 2 third places yesterday to end things with. They just had a 3rd place here. They can step things up a little bit, but like it's far-fetched from them being able to get a win. But they're a team we're expecting in the top 3, right? They're a team that, with the amount of experience on the roster, they should be out there, right? And a little bit of a downfall, which is sad to see a little bit to me, honestly.
I think it's difficult to keep that lust going as well when we're 8 years deep in this game, Martin. Like, that's not a small feat. Some of these guys have been playing for that entire time. They've been trying to push that entire time. So to be able to say flip the switch and get back on it again to try and rebuild again, 8 years deep is not easy.
No, I agree. I mean, you're at one point you're gonna have a burnout, right? And we've a few times lost great players. Remember Dickory played for FaZe, burnout, retired a few years ago, right? So there's always gonna be teams and players that are at the top, and even if you're a GPT team, even though you're gonna have invites, like you are gonna need to be in a situation where you keep at it, otherwise you're gonna be left behind because there are other teams that either haven't been to a LAN yet or need to prove themselves or grinding for the money that are putting in not just 5 to 8 hours, they're putting in 10 hours every day, grinding. And if you do that together as a team, eventually you're going to catch up and you're going to be up close to what the big dogs are at. And that's really what I'm loving to see from some of our teams that are, when you play ranked here and there in the mornings and the evenings, as the times that I play, it's like you just run into these teams and they're sitting there, full squad, 3-man squad, 2-man squad, where it's like these guys just grinding, they're at it, and that's how you stay up there for sure.
Damn it. Okay, Sam fixed the timer. I was really hoping I could just say, all right, guys, just wait 284 minutes until the next game. But no, it's just 20 seconds. But also, another thing off the back of what Martin just said, I've just realized in my head how many great Finnish players we've lost through the years. They're not dead, they've just moved on. So anyway, thank you very much, Martin, for joining us for this one. I'm all off of the rails at this point. We have got Rondo, the last Rondo, here for Masters number 3 EMEA, as we do have ourselves this game to go down. So Mark, let's do it.
Mark, let's do it. We're going to go from a north down towards a southeast, more the east side of the map. I do like Rondo. I do like it. It's I think it's an addition, isn't it, Martin? Really, to be honest. But these teams still trying to figure out, still trying to learn. The biggest key for me, as you said, work out yesterday, is those gliders. Everyone trying to jump out and trying to get those gliders as quick as they can.
As I did wonder if Skittles was going to be doing some weird little kind of check on what was going on over by Test Track and Neox Test Factory, but they are just going to be gliding further away for now. Just probably going down toward Yulin, getting some vehicles on the go. Conf is still kind of lurking around their position, but be fine.
Yeah. Wait and see. We'll wait and see. There goes our late teams as well. Those teams are jumping up to Tin Gardens last time, trying to get those cars. SlamG obviously going late as well. FaZe different approach. They've gone out towards that east. Now going to be neighbouring GK. As Dipix encroaching on towards Mixie, they'll be looking for the same vehicle potentially. And ascend on that top side, as we can see, they have kind of a hot drop with Krint. A little bit more on the outside and difficult to run over. Sloy's going to give it a go. Gave him a little tap, and now the reinforcements are coming. It's a 2 versus 1. Unfortunately, I feel like for Fairy Tail, there's nowhere to hide. Oh, Hadouken!
He pushed the car in.
Take it.
That was amazing. Stop it, Martin. Go away. Well. And with that run over, as he pushed the car into him with the bike, which is kind of wild, we have quite the rough circle to get things going on our Rondo. And I mean, actually, our Rondos throughout our 3 have been quite varied, quite interesting, and with that south side circles that we did have prior. So now GK, hey, maybe we're asking for a big convert for something like this from Mayran.
Big convert from the centre. That's going to be interesting. PWD's going for a glider straight away. It's going really, really wide here. Interested in sort of where they set up shop. Do they maybe take the town? Do they take the high ground in the middle? Or maybe try and close out these teams sort of approaching in on the west? Because you've got those choke points on the bridge. And obviously one in that sort of mountain range as well. So intrigued to see. A lot of the other teams, they're going to have to get moving quite quickly. And I worry with teams like SlamG, they're still rotating away from zone here, James, before working their way back. And not looted. So time is a ticking.
Yeah, it is. Especially for teams like Ascend. It's so far away from a circle like this. It is tough. Likewise, what we saw from Hive in the previous game, right, was them coming late to the circle, which they don't mind doing, but it really did feel too late. This time around, I suspect they should be able to get there in a pretty timely manner. Compared to some of the teams like lacking behind them a little bit. Also, when you're looting Stadium, you're kind of in and out of there pretty fast, right? There's not really much ground for you to be covering, and then just getting on to the next spot.
Yeah, it definitely is about getting on to the next spot. And I'll be doing that already. Gike moving back towards Mayran. I give him a good area to, I suppose, get looted. I do worry though. Geeky, you say need a big game. They need to get points and to equal prizes. But if you've got your head down in the town, your teams really crash in. Maybe it's these teams that are coming in quite late. Maybe, but with Rondo, we see more teams going for gliders and sort of driving in with that scout ahead of the time compared to those emergency pickups. That hurt.
Hi, Cramsey, looking at the map whilst driving, no doubt. Crashing into a tree. As those EMP zones now do become active in a few moments here. And Krant up in Nauschwamp is kind of caught in the midst of what would be going on up there. So, but I don't think they're in any rush. They're not in any trouble about their cars being shut down. Likewise, I mean, Na'Vi slowly was moving towards where Geek was, and I think they thought twice about maybe moving into the actual landmark itself. So I said, picked up a sawn off. Love that.
Might be needed. It might be needed. He's in a really good compound as well, because you've got that road and a sort of bunker sectional where the road sort of splits the little hill.
Oh, no.
That'd be interesting. PWD, who went out really wide, now getting chased down by FaZe, a team which needs some points we spoke about. Can they isolate one? PWD drops an anchor, swings towards the north, and lucky enough for him, out of the way of FaZe, so it'll be a full send into the compound of FaZe. We'll take the opportunity to try and figure out maybe where the remainder of this team was.
Bit sad for PWD, because obviously you were mentioning it before, you know, that effort to try and find himself a glider seems like it's gone unsuccessfully. Meanwhile, up in the air, Storm on request in the glider, 210, doing a little bit of a scooter boot. He may have seen that Hands of Hope were kind of angling around him, but they're also shooting at him in the sky as well, so he definitely knows that there's people lurking around his team, so we'll be feeding that information down to the ground.
He's quite far away as well. He's more north than the rest of the team, so just trying to figure out where maybe the other shots are. But Esports on the other side, they're coming in now from the south side. That's where we just saw PWD. Cappy hasn't cut the engine, so information is going to be gained here from FaZe, and they're split. For Esports find themselves in the middle of that. As Gustav is off towards the north, you can see him now appearing on that mini map in the bottom right hand corner. And for gain the information, but they keep on driving.
Keep moving, keep moving. I'm surprised at the direction in which Hive has taken, actually, from all of this. I thought they were just going to go straight circle and see what they could do with it. But the fact that they've gone kind of more south, more southernly, to start maybe working their way in eventually is interesting. Makes me wonder even if they were on the hunt for somebody or something, because this is not where I would have envisaged them moving.
And they're in line now with the bottom of the circle. So they're still rotating south. My logic is they've seen Skittles. And they might be looking for some kills, because obviously where they were, Stadium Ways, if they follow the road, they're going to sort of go north or south of Test Track. We know Navi's there, so they trying to avoid Navi. Could be ensured destruction. Or maybe is it just opportunity? They've seen a team in front, maybe they've seen a solo car and just gone, do you know what? There might be a point to be had, but that's a long old way to keep on chasing.
It really is. This is very unusual for me. Like, I was trying to think to myself, I'm like, okay, are they angling for a really odd emergency pickup angle compared to where it would be if they were trying for it at Stadium or something like that? But even then, when I'm thinking about the terrain and where it could shift, I don't even think that that's amazing either. So they're all the way down by what is effectively that South River now. I am bemused. Very interesting.
I mean, they've got to visit Jaden City. Have to wait and see. It's definitely worth.
I love the walkways.
Yeah, well, it's easy. It's dancing their way into the zone. I think you make a really good point, though. A lot of teams have started doing this with the emergency pickups. They have started moving to other locations to get the better flight path in, and I definitely feel like it has become more of a meta now. Where these teams are like, do you know what? Yes, we used to just pop them down and get ourselves in the zone. It's not just about getting the zone anymore. It's about getting the right path in, not just for this zone, but maybe if they pop at the right time and they come in with phase 2, phase 3, they actually have the better flight path to try and jump.
And to that point, I guess in theory, if they move all the way to the south of the circle and do pop an E-pickup, it actually gives you more options as opposed to maybe flying in from where they were prior. So maybe they are looking for that. We will see. We will see as time goes on. As Conquest and Hands of Hope kind of stuck in the midst of a fight here, as Storm on Request was actually one of the other teams that was up here, and they've made their way completely past, so they're out of dodge. As Nabat now takes down Ikramzi, previous person to crash into a tree. Oh, and he's taking it from the glider.
What?
Lovely.
Top Gun, Nabat, not changing his name now.
No.
And he get some additional shots though, but he's getting so much information here. Conquest down on the lower ground now. Still continues to work his way around. Backo does get initial connection. There's another one as well. Then he gets the final as well. Another one will fall. Conquest, they've got to cut loose. They're down 50% now. They've got to work their way into a mid-game leading numbers.
Slam G is also shooting at Hive down there, by the way. Like, they've ran into each other down in the blue, southwest side of this circle. Hobbits has run over Antlers. I can't believe that those two teams, of all teams, have ran into each other all the way outside the circle.
Maybe
what a wild little start to this Rondo.
Maybe they're chasing Slam G. Because that's where they land.
That would be insane, but yeah, maybe.
yeah, that's clutching at straws, I think. But it could be. There could be a variation. Another variation. Well, Nabak refuses to let go of his prey. He is joysticking the rest of the team, now going on the outside of Jabri, but it's phase number 1. The jammer pack should be okay. With the Pico bus, you can close that gap pretty quickly. It feels like this team is eager to get the points converted.
Yes. Still flying about. Sees exactly where he is. Even sees the spray coming in against him. So he's just going to look for the run over. The Pico goes for the shots. Perfect stuff from Hero. Lovely.
Now Nabak can crash down and get a lift back the way he came. Actually, he has to try and find a way out. Conquest, do find one. That zone shift is huge as well. So we do go back towards the northeast. We give up a lot of the water. The town will be a focal point here. Geek now positioning Na'Vi on the move as well. Slam G have got a long old rotation in as well. So lots of teams in the south, lots of open space in the north.
Yeah, very interesting circle, right? Because the unnamed landmark that Ascend is in is a really interesting little place. Not only the hills around it, but also kind of that plateau that exists southeast of it, to the point where it looks like maybe Storm and Request is kind of musing about where they want to go here. I don't mind the hillsides that exist north and southwest of this location, but it's very low, this landmark. If you've not been there before, kind of little kind of tent structures, low buildings in general. You can't get a lot of elevated angles on teams around you.
No, and then you've got the hillside, so when you try and leave, it's quite dangerous as well. That's why I see Storm and Request move to that Petrico, took further down the road, but towards the action. 888 definitely have had their Weetabix this morning. They're on one. There goes one down. Lloyd gets Blazer. He's confirmed. He's looking for the second one. He peeks through the window. Dances the dance, though. But it's going to be Iron 5 again.
Even find some time to take shots at Motic at the top in this glider. Not bad at all here from Skittles. Trying to shut this down completely. I think they realise that for Motic, he's just got to get out of dodge. He is running. Tuck tail and gone.
Third party action's also coming in now for Esports. You can hear them in the distance taking the shots. It's T-Bone. See Sonic rotate past. He's on the ridgeline. He's going to expose himself just after, but it's going to be a long distance for Esports trying to capitalise on what they can. FaZe also encroaching on teams, so that zone shifting is now forcing the agenda quite quickly. As you say, there's only a few towns. There's a lot of open terrain, these hills and plateaus that these teams are going to have to play from.
Oh, definitely. It's where emergency cover, actually, the throwable becomes very useful in some of those plateaus that exist here in a circle like this.
He's mid in the car, isn't he? Talk about luck that he's pulled down the car. He was unable to see. If he stopped at a different angle, Presenti would have had a full-fledged headshot on his hands. But now they're getting the information. But they're going to take Moak out, and one might have dodged, but not the other.
No, definitely not. Hive have obviously kind of revealed their plan now as to why they were going so far around. They wanted to come in far southeast side of this circle, which has its challenges with all the teams positioning themselves the way they have done so far. But at least they get themselves a little point on the board. I'll tell you what it does do for Hive, though. If anybody was actually looking for them, it makes them very unpredictable as to where they're going to be coming in. Because who would have thought a stadium team was choosing this angle? It's very wide out.
Yeah, it's polar opposite. Complete polar opposite. Northwest down to the southeast. Couldn't get any further afield. Conquest have got the recall system as well, so they've got numbers back after their early engagement. As Quint will try and put up now on the east side of this. Bridge dive will be exposed. The boom gets the shots for one. Doesn't quite get the conversion that he wanted onto the boom, but they are going to send other bodies. Nitro now chasing his way down, but that vehicle hasn't got the speed that's required. The BRDM might be able to dislodge a car, but it definitely can't climb mountains.
No, look at him gathering some momentum there as he circles around. Where are we going? Circle, shifts. we go
Again.
towards Storm on request position, but also this crossroads as well is quite difficult to play.
Oh.
There's still a lot of hills that exist around it.
That's why just in time. Sort of pans up, peekaboo over the top. Nitro. Near miss. Storm on request. Great call from them, taking that compound. Expecting that zone sort of play back their way. Again, we've lost a lot of the water. Remaining water, most of it is playable. There are little bits that we are not, and that so we'll see it sort of shift away. Arctic's to go exchange back and put that Panzer in the boot of the car because he knows there's a BRDM out on the loose and he might need another shot.
Sad we don't get the pink BRDM on this server.
That's
wanna-
what I got.
It's pretty amazing.
Tick.
That's a skin you do have.
I do,
Ah,
yes,
okay.
Yes, I have one. What is this? We're going to go through the production, just work out what skins I've not got and take the mic. That's what it's about. I'm getting the plan now. I'm getting the plan. Bloody guys.
Well, we will see if Na'Vi can convert for even more prize money so they can have all the Bugattis on side, as we still have more shots going their way. Ferris does get knocked, but Sauce has already taken down 80 completely, so that's 1 point on the board for them at least. As Mexi takes a big spray here. Geeke's looking his way. Got to be very careful. Gustav's already been eliminated. And now the rest of FaZe. Oh no, Fex down 2.
And Spyro, he's really far out from this as well, so he's providing so much cover and fire, sort of limiting how sort of FaZe can play. It can't be as mobile as their light speed. Nate goes over the top here. Brightside does get T-Bone here. April plays T-Clear as Cappy has to retreat. He gets caught as well, and Footy Sports denied. First team goes out. Our team still remain 15 store up here. FaZe number 3. Difficult zone still as FaZe in to try and get control and stop Geeke's pressure.
Yeah, Foot's chances to launch up the leaderboard are looking grim now with only 2 Erangels remaining. As Mexi, Fex, and the boys still kind of on lockdown by Geeke in the distance.
Oh,
great shots from Diffex again here. Just shooting at all those windows. I thought he was going to pre-fire that left window as well, just in case the peak was to come out.
Just a control. It's just the control they have as well. Like, the fours like to see where they're potentially going to pop out, and those pixels he's seeing, he's just providing so much pressure. And they've got fully locked in on FaZe. They do not want to let them get out. The zone is eventually going to push them. But also, Diffix continuing looking back towards that hill. He's expecting the team to sort of roll over, maybe try and take a third party. So he's ready for lots of variables.
It does make you wonder what some of these teams' plan is, as all those teams in the central spots. I mean, technically, even Fairy Tail actually had a decent spot for quite a while there, alongside what is the road and then into that hill. And they do get rewarded for it, and we are going straight to that plateau that I was kind of talking about before. And when it comes to this non-named kind of point of interest that Ascend is still sat in now, if people can control that plateau somehow, some way, have enough extra cover, be it cars or deployables, it can become quite a strong spot. But it's still very open. You've got to be cautious about the angles that are in from the hillsides once they get eliminated.
From the initial angles, Winkley does get Spyro down. FaZe gets the opportunity now to rotate around. Sonic, 2 HP, gets a confirmation on Slam G, but he does go down. April gets the confirmation there. Very scrappy. The top team still remain in. And the Sen now getting the opportunity, as they do now have neighbours. They've been joined in by Krint.
I do think, with When I Die taking the spot that I was mentioning earlier, maybe it's too early. We will see. We will see. But Rinkley takes down DFX, so the fight continues on. Spiro tries to hit some of those shots, but not to be the case, as he's going to have to get back towards the rest of his teammates here, understanding that there's still just too many angles on him. He's going to make a mad dash here towards PWD.
Yeah, they wanted the control, didn't they? They wanted the control. Skills refusing them the opportunity to go to some high grounds. I do agree with you. I think Win or Die might have moved into that position a little bit too early. The RDM's rolling downtown as if martial law has been implied. Ascend staying in their cubby hole, and I wouldn't be too surprised if this hits. It's going to be a Win or Die, but from the belly of the beast, it doesn't quite hit. Slam G finds some cover in the Doritos.
Yeah, you can see just how much some of these open areas require you to have some deployable cover alongside for the road. Is that 2 BRDMs?
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay. Nice molly.
He's going to try and make his way through, but it's going to be difficult. It's going to be exposed now. And yeah.
Yeah. Had to get up on the table, right? That leaves you very exposed.
Unfortunately, nowhere to hide. Ourselves goes down. SlamG, again, kind of being targeted to a degree here. They're down to 2 bodies. The Saints on the south side looking to also work their way in now. Zone shifts further afield. Na'Vi, again, so much more freedom. Skittles, they were chasing down the EKs, but FaZe came back in. They've caused them problems. They've fallen in numbers as well. So lots of ensured destructions. Everyone's fighting for open terrain.
Yeah, good shots here for Storm on arrival. As now this team crashes, Hands of Hope crashes entirely into Ascend's position. Now Ascend's location doesn't actually have decent lines of sights onto Storm on request, so that's why they've been able to really coexist in that kind of big split across those locations and not really shoot at each other at all. You can see all these buildings here, as I was mentioning, very kind of low, not really having a lot of angles on things. So you're just kind of on defense, really not on offense from there.
And compared to the open terrain that Geeko is having to play, they can't work their way up. Saints causing them problems as well. Echo does get one. Second power goes down. Echo does close the door. The Boom getting the cross pre-fire, gets the connection on one. The Boom has to second guess whether he makes the full dart to safety. The BRDM store patrolling. A squeaky gets Jed Rocks as he tries to work his way into town.
Everybody trying to make their way forwards here. Surprised Winner Die. Well, okay, so I think with Fairy Tail moving into the position that they did, Winner Die felt like they had to leave that plateau area with those angles being open. Between those 2 big rocks that exist on that plateau, it can be easy to get line of sight. So Winner Die felt like they had to make a move. A little unfortunate for them, considering that they gambled on that plateau pretty heavily.
Yeah, the gamble wasn't going to pay out. Zone shift comes back their way. It goes heavy back into this town. Squeaky in a good position here, trying to hold out Levante. Take to the belly. There's a martial law store there. Nitro hasn't got the nitrous oxide to get past the garden furniture, but he has parked up. Send to try and get some kills, but with multiple teams coming in, their angles are being shut down. Goes up towards the top now. He looks back over towards the Boom. He makes the cross. This time he gets punished.
Nice. Very well done. I mean, good to even get in the buildings, but at the same time, the straight shots from Senka Pow Pow replying in kind. Not too bad at all. Squeaky deals with one more of the Winner Die members down in the south side of this unnamed location. And Squeaky's still lurking. Still lurking. He's got his kill for the day. Hooray.
Here's some C4. It's a really good position. If he can lay it down in the middle of the town, he might catch multiple teams. Maybe it's the final stand from Team Ascend and going out with a bang in the town. But they still have to hold other sides, so we do have Hands of Hope working on the res though. FaZe, Saints applying pressure towards DK. They're going down some numbers as well. You can see on the mini side, and that's going to begin. DK will confirm that PWD is going to fall 12th place for them. The best game that DK wanted to have. That means it's going to be a very, very explosive final 2 games.
Moving with the Picos. The haunting presence of the Pico on Rondo. Very, very scary vehicle. Laying down some smoke. Lucario on the other side of this extents is looking for an opportunity to strike at him like a viper. But not going to be the case. Not really any opportunity at all. But do see in the distance, Hive is moving. And Hive is stuck to the edges of these circles for such a long time. They're still on the edge. But they're trying to get rid of Storm on arrival. And if they can, they will have an okay entry point.
So I'm going to try and hold here. The BRDM, that's not what you're going to see come over the top. He's going to push the car, get in the car, jumps out, though, as he gets catapulted. There goes one. Jump shot for the Panzer. Doesn't quite get the connection I think he wanted to. Kato has to take into cover, but he's been punished as well.
Okay, this is all over the place. 2-0. He's running away. At least he has a jammer pack for the moment here. Still sees that BRDM lurking around as well. Oh, dear.
Get in the car. Cut loose.
Run away.
Get out of there. Quick, go. Quick now, take on the BRDM. You got the cover. Quick now, get back in the car. It's all over the place. What do you do? Take some cover.
Shuts the door. That'll protect you.
Just keep shooting it, yeah. Why not?
At this point, yeah.
This is craziness. Is there a world that he can get out the door and into the BRDM to safety? Nade will go out. Hive work their way in. They have a Panzer as well. Counteract. He's been shot. Quick, out the front door. Get the BRDM. Go, go, go.
He could. Oh, nice. Nice. But he does knock himself, does Presenti. Funny thing is that nade did more damage to the BRDM than any player. So I guess that was his objective. Do as much damage as possible.
Objective achieved. Zone shift away from the town now, so we are in that train that win or die was lurking in before. Quint lift the enforcement. So they now look to try and leave. Hands of Hope, 5 kills. You've got to hold out in the town. The central store here and win or die. They dispatch phase crash in, and now we're going to get rolling by. And there's one. Yeah, that was a free kill. Now he's going to reverse it in April, so it might be flagged.
He's against the wall. He tried to go for a little seat swap, not to be the case. So Grint will wrestle this spot away.
Yeah, that's a thing. It happened.
It's been a game, right?
Yeah. So back down to 1 BRDM. Good play from the guys from Quint taking that position away. Fairy Tale got caught out slightly. Hive looking to try and leapfrog their way in. Now causing the damage on that BRDM. They've got the ridge line they can play. Navi's not too far away, so it has to be a full Senti. Senti arrives though, and he arrives in the hands of the Boom. Gets a knock. Gives a convertment. Hive now on 8. They are driving up 1 point away from Team Navi.
Yeah, shame that it couldn't be 2 BRDMs in the hand of them. That would be interesting. But Mornay's going down, realizing that the potential push on coming in. But Senka Pow Pow will fall. That is now them with what looks like the biggest fort I may have ever seen on this plateau.
One's gone. One more to remain. They just don't have the line of sight though for the winner that comes out this town. Hand of Hope. Launch the molly, doesn't quite get the full connection wanted. Squeaky store here. This is the time, Squeaky, for your C4 play. But maybe he just doesn't have it. Maybe he's already expelled it. Hello, my bad. Gets 1, gets 2. Mindset's going to fall here. Launches an A4 as he has to continue working his way through. Good connection. Doesn't get the damage I think he wanted.
If the time was now, Squeaky would have it in his hands for sure, 100%. But nope, he's in the blue. He is caught. And the rest of these players are just going to leapfrog ahead of him. Really cause him any problems being able to get out. Jeez Louise, these nades coming in from Hello My Bad. Not only great with the mortar, great with the nades, connecting with some good damage. And as you can see here, Hive do have a perfect position to shut down here what they're trying to do.
Squeaky, phase number 7. I wonder how many meds he's got. He's working his way slowly towards zone. It's going to take just a moment before he gets spotted. 3 more. Oh, he's got a big guy ahead of him now, and he's got players like Hello My Bad there, and they're already getting on the way. But Dante stops that one. That might give Squeaky the opportunity, but he has to make a dart. I don't think he can. Oh, he got a kill. GG's.
Nice, well done. I'd be very interested to know, 10 minutes prior, what forced Win or Die exactly to move away from what could be now a potentially winning spot, because retreating back from that rock, it must have been some of the angles that Fairy Tale and some of these other teams had, maybe on the high ground from the east, where Na'Vi is kind of sitting if there were teams kind of up there, because it's ended up being the spot.
They might not have had the spot. Hive got 13 kills. Senti 6 underneath his belt. This is confirmed. As Hive looking to try and take the higher ground. Still 4 alive, but it's 4 versus 3 versus 2 versus 1. As we work our way into the top 4. It is phase number 7. So we had a lot of teams surviving for a long period of the early game. And then it was just chaos. Chaos, chaos, chaos. Maybe a little bit of a calm before the storm.
Yes, it was. Still extends, trying to do what he can alongside the Pico. As he is gone. Not bad here by Hive. I mean, 13 kills for Hive here. 13. They've made this spiral rotation out of this game, from stadium all the way down south, coming in at the southeast, eventually being able to come in the east as a whole, and now north side of this circle. What a rotation they've been on. They've been on a trip.
They've been on a trip. They've been buzzing. The sting has been deadly so far, but they haven't stopped just yet. Potentially another 4 more kills as they work their way towards Win or Die. Themselves up. Good nade comes out. Spray will come through. Oh, put Schengen down to 3 HP. The Saints roll on in, and the Win or Die team roll on out, but that's just before a nade. Schengen just getting underneath it. Does what he needs to do. Hive have the numbers. So they're going to share out the util from the Saints, but they've had a good game as well. 10 kills. That's nothing to shy away from.
Yeah, definitely trying to push themselves up against some of these teams just above them for extra prize pool on the board. But now these rocks have a huge advantage. If you can get on top of these, there's almost no way Saint with a circle like this is going to be able to do a damn thing.
suppose from Saints' side, though, right? Yes, earlier game you might check yourself out towards blue, but they have nothing to lose here. They know Hive's top of the leaderboard. Yes, they might give them a couple of extra points, but if they can get one more knock, potentially one more flush out there, that's closing the gap. Oh my God! Actually, scrap that. That sting that had a bite towards it. Tap yourself out quick because Hive are not stopping.
Yeah, that's even a great nade and a little bounce off of that rock as well. Just to kind of finish this up, just send all the util forward. He mollies himself, because why on earth not? And that's a GG. Hive again. Moving with purpose, moving with intention, and striking with intention here. Another win for Hive on the board as we welcome back Martin once again to talk about this. This was a masterclass of them rotating and a masterclass of them taking spots to take the fights.
Yeah, exactly that. And on top of that, you know, to do it in a lobby where it's like you're facing Na'Vi, you're facing these teams against each other, and to do it this dominant with this many kills, I mean, I'm looking at Hive and thinking, okay, with 2 more games to go, can you guys close it out ahead of Na'Vi that has been looking so strong?
Might be the case, Mark, here. I mean, they were able to take this spot brilliantly and really control it very well, as now it's 2 on the day. It was 2 on the day yesterday as well here for Hive. As you mentioned at the beginning of the day, they're really not letting off the pedal.
Yeah, they're not. And talk about the pedal, talk about the rotation you called out. Stadium or northwest, down to a southeast, and then to a victory. Hive were flying. They put the air miles on, but they really are not stopping the pressure. It's good to see. They get a good amount of control. And I said before, they like to dial up the pressure and dial down. And as a result, you got 25 points out of that game.
Yeah, at least for Na'Vi, they almost got double digits, right, to try and keep up with this. But 25 is pretty brutal to deal with. This is one of those games, Martin, where normally, you know, we've had in the past discussions of like, yeah, do you want to see distance traveled? No, absolutely not. This game, I would actually like to see how much Hive had done, because they were all over the place.
This would be a crazy game. You know, there's only a few teams that don't have that much, obviously. But Hive, honestly, with 25 here. And also, it's their 4th win. It's their 2nd Rondo. They take 2 out of 3 Rondos. Foot got it yesterday, but yeah, what a great effort for them. It's, again, like it's a difficult map to do it as well, but here, just northeast of Meiran, that compound, that area that Ascend was locking down, they're like, oh guys, the circle is coming towards us, there's some water on the eastern side, like we're laughing, but there's just so many teams in there, just like bonking on Ascend, and they're like, yeah, it's difficult to hold. It's like almost a small town the size of that compound.
Yeah, it's a weird compound as a whole, actually, just compared to some of the other landmarks on the map, Mark, because it's just we saw as teams were trying to crash into it, get towards it, stuff like that. You can't really exert yourself as Ascend. You only just have to basically greet teams in and just be able to spray them down as they get up to walls and things like that. It's not the easiest place to have on true lockdown,
especially for a team that's looking to try and get some more points as well. They locked down that town quite early on, and no one really comes that way. Yes, we get the zone shifts, and eventually that mid to late game we see teams crashing in because of that water that remained on the east. The other bits around them, they're sort of playable, right? So we was always expecting a zone shift back, and I think it's at that point we're like, hey, we're in a good spot. We're going to be able to get points. People are going to sort of feed our way, but they were unable to get the connection. And because the town, the way it's designed, people were able to sneak in. We saw Krint coming with martial law, the BRDM just rolling around the town, not being able to draw out any shots. Then they dropped locked with their eyes and tunnel vision towards that. When Odai came in, FaZe tried to work their way in as well. And that's before we saw Hands of Hope enter on that east side.
These overalls are going to look difficult, not only for the rest of the teams, but also maybe even for Na'Vi, right? Like with their position that they do sit in now, Hive 160 points after 16 games, a perfect 10-point average coming in from them, Martin.
Yeah, this is exactly the performance you want to see from a winning team, right? And putting 21 more placement points up and almost, you know, as many kills as Na'Vi is just crazy. Them having, you know, more kills than 888 has total points is also kind of insane that they're just fracking that hard. It's amazing to see. Hive stepping up, man. I love it. I'm loving what I'm seeing. Also 4 wins from Hive, 4 wins from SlamG. It's been an extremely dominant performance here for our top teams.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. Na'Vi, as you say, with the 102 kills as well. For now, these two look really head and shoulders above the rest. Even though SlamG and Geek were trying to keep up. For Geek, it seems almost insurmountable now with 2 games remaining. For SlamG, you'd have to have some huge moves, some huge sways in these next 2 games, and also for Hives to not really move that goalpost in the next 2, Mark, considering how well they're doing. And we've seen them do pretty well on Erangel anyway.
It's going to be chaos. It's going to be chaos. We had the one opportunity really for SlamG to take advantage with the other teams going down. No one else really moved. I think this is a lockout now, really. Maybe we're going to see the sort of first and second fight it out, or the last stint towards the end, I think, is going to be key. But from a Masters West point of view, they're going working our way towards that last chance. SlamG have done enough. They've kept their consistency up as well. Great placement points, great kills. That's going to hold teams like Ascend at bay.
Of course, you guys at home, we will, after our last game has finished, we will have our little post-show podcast with us 3, and we'll be answering some of your questions that you can submit over on Twitter or X with the hashtag MastersMikeEMEA. So not only do that, but also, hey, I've got some chicken. Wait a minute, this is brilliant.
That's
You
not a
slayed
chicken.
a chicken.
That's
You
not
slayed
a-
a chicken.
That's not a chicken. That's a turkey. Look at the size of that.
That is a turkey. Or, because it's me, it could be a chicken nugget.
That's true.
But anyway, so... but yes, do actually participate, because you can potentially win yourself 10,000 G coins. So open those DMs, because if your question gets selected, you'll be winning yourself 10,000 G coin, and hang around to hear our thoughts, especially about chicken nuggets, because I'm actually quite hungry right now.
More cookies?
More quiz. What did you say?
Cookies?
More cookies.
Cookies. Oh, we actually gave quite a few away today, because we'd gone. They sell lots of sweets outside like churches and things like that on the
nice.
weekend. So, wait, you've got a cookie. What the?
Got delivered, thanks.
He got
Did
inspired.
you steal my cookies?
He
Yeah,
got
you,
inspired. He got cookies delivered in a pot, a jar. It may have been made of clay. I don't know, but yeah.
A clay pot, of cookies. Crazy stuff. Crazy. Well, we're already 30 seconds out, apparently, from getting into our grassy pastures, our Erangels. So I guess I'll give you my thoughts before we get in, because I'm not casting them. How about that, Martin? What do you think about that?
I want to hear your thoughts. Come with them.
Yeah,
It's just silence.
Yeah, for science. Well, I do hope SlamG can make something insane happen, but I don't think it is going to occur, right? Like, they need to go big with wins as well as kills to try and make some insane catch-up occur. But at least for them, they're kind of in that top 8 for that last chance qualifier. So it's great, because I love seeing some of these smaller smaller kind of rosters kind of get themselves in a decent position. But without further ado, let's head over to the grassy pastures with Eminem.
Yes, it's the Mark and it's the Martin. We're taking this one away. 2 more games to go here, Mark, on Championship Sunday. And yeah, we said it in the beginning. It's looking like a 2-horse race at the top, though, Mark. 27 points lead, 40 points for Hive down to SlamG. It's looking like a rough one for them, but it's for the rest of the teams, though. 3rd place is very much still in play for 3.
Yeah, it's difficult. It is difficult. God, the SlamG find the way in. I just think it's too much now. They would need a massive game, but I think they would also need Na'Vi and Hive to drop out quite early, right? Or maybe if it's just, let's say Na'Vi's dropped out, there may be an opportunity for them to close the gap on them. But yeah, I can't see it. There are going to be chaos games. This flight path, though, is a northeast down towards a west. We do favour that north side of the map. It's not too bad for some of these teams. Phase go out quite early to go towards Severny. But again, back to normal splits, though, between Win or Die and Foot Esports.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind some crazy circles like we had yesterday, like that 60-70% water off the eastern side. Let's get a Kameski Stalber-ish ending here. That'll be huge. But there, I don't really see these plane paths. It's usually, we've seen quite a good amount of northern circles, but yeah, let's see where we end up going. We do get it, both Kameski and Stalbers in, but we're gonna need some northern shift. Ascent, though, they're looking like this is a home turf circle for them. They're going to have to lock down the high prior compounds, maybe even get a 2-2 split, get loot on early in Lipovka, and then get going here. Brexco's compound is looking really juicy. The J compound close to Killikai is looking really juicy. Get those 2 locked down, and they could make a big jump as well into deeper price pool. But yeah, as we talked about in the beginning here, Mark, before, I think it's done for them. Like, they're not making the top 8 for the direct invite for the last chance qualifier of Masters West.
Yeah, they need a huge game, and they need other things to fall, right? But I did think obviously coming into this one, I thought maybe FaZe and or maybe Ascend, but then obviously it's not worked out. Twisted Minds we've seen drop tags and not part of this event because they're too busy celebrating, and rightfully so. But it's a shame from Ascend. The zone doesn't go back their way. They're a team which I think they like to work from the outside in. When they find these centralized zones, when they find themselves in positions where they kind of go hunker down, don't seem to get the momentum needed to gain the points. Plus, as well, they've had the roster changes, the super subs coming in. That's also going to decimate a team at any point.
Yeah, it is for sure. Yeah, I mean, at this point here, if you're a team in the mid pack, there's still a deep run you can make. A decent few set of games here for these two. Honestly, like, you can get a pretty decent chunk of change more going towards your way. A couple $100 more, maybe even 1,000 if you make a big run for it. And as we see, it's only, you know, 4 teams, 5 teams already inside this circle here. That's going to be a big shift, big kind of like a transport almost of all the teams coming in from the western side. And there could be a lot of gatekeeping being set up. There could be a lot of traps being set up here, Mark. That's what I'm really looking out for here. And one of them is right now Team Saint. DK 101 is looking at Fairy Tale and yeah, trying to get in close. He doesn't have a helmet and only a level 1 vest. It's a little bit scary for him. No lethals either, no first aids.
Let's be cautious. Has to be cautious. He's just keeping an eye. He's getting the information. Like Mario though. Teasing as he rotates in and by with the car. So he's going to sort of take a shot towards him. Does a back away. Mario might just sort of stop on that ridge line and scout towards heaven as well, where those initial shots coming from. But actually, no, I'm driving straight towards him. He has to take the opportunity now to draw a shot. He gets the spray with the AK. It doesn't get the conversion, but luckily enough, reinforcements have arrived and Mindset doesn't miss.
Mindset getting hammered down there. It's obviously huge, but then again, it's a Scav though gets iCramsey too off to the western side of things. Really far away from the circle, but that's points. And points is what you gotta get here. Let's see what DK101 can get done here. Can he get onto April and get an open knock here? He's on the ridge. If he can shadow step towards this, he could get an easy point here onto April Mark. Let's see how this kind of evolves, but without a helmet, it's rough.
And that door click, if he goes in that door, it is going to be painful. He has to wait, he has to move. But saying that, the car's now coming. April might sort of retract back that way now. Actually, that shotgun could be huge. Yes, he gets himself a helmet. His position surely given up.
I don't think he was close enough to hear the door. I don't think so. But they obviously heard the cars. But they hear the cars from Bright Side and now also Conf coming in. I don't think so. Outmanned here. DK 101. Can he maybe get a point? Can he get a squeeze in? And then will the other guys start coming in here? Or are they gonna prioritize getting into a better spot? I mean, they've already locked down a pretty decent spot off to the east of DK 101.
Wait and see. Strong request very much on that sort of northeast corner. Hands of Hope taking the high ground by Stauber. Fairy Tale say they are split. We're also seeing 888 rotate their way in. Navi also rotating in on that south side from Miltus. Everyone setting up shop. Comp jumps out. Sonic drives by. Takes a huge amount of a shot. One more. It doesn't get the connection. He clicks dry and he doesn't get the swap over towards the mini. Lucky enough, Bright Side though is in heaven. He does get that conversion at distance.
Big.
And a big confirmation done for them.
Yeah, I'll take those. That's a great one for him. Good to see here, obviously, to lock this one out here. It's a somewhat decent high prior compound here. Heaven is the case here, but GK fighting Slam G here off to a really far western side here is not what you want to hope to see. Face driving under Hands of Hope. Face trying to get some deeper into this circle here. They want to be in the eastern side. They don't want to be in the west. There's too many teams. There's going to be congestion on that side here, but I don't think they're going to expect to have, you know, a four-way split on Storm and the Crest, but obviously them rotating like they are, it's going to be easy. That's huge though. Diffic's gone down. Top fragger for GK. Mogul finds him. And an easy flush as well. Don't think he's taking his chip though, so we could see a backfill from GK and an easy revive coming back for them too.
That is huge. That is huge. That is potentially stopping the opportunity to kind of catch up, right? And, you know, as a team kind of chasing you down and one above, one below, you sort of focus on. So intrigued if he hasn't picked up that chip and gone moving with it. Navi arrive. So they have worked all the way around for that south side, up by Motor Power. They now on look towards Ascend 2-2 split. Hive also taking that same path in that same rotation. They're going to be coming in on that south side as well. We do have a few more teams left out. Obviously, we saw GK and Slam G Conquest doing the same, and for Esports though, still in South George. So not everyone quite in this easterly zone just yet.
And setting up the split we were talking about here, definitely worth it. FaZe, yeah, trying to get inside here. You don't want to get blown to pieces at this point here. 2 minutes more, Mark, until we see the circle close, and we still have teams that are off to the west trying to get into it. We're going to die here. Big northern rotation. I don't think they're going to expect Hands of Hope here, but I don't see Hands of Hope springing this trap, taking shots unless they get too close for comfort for them. So let's see what Winner Die decides to do. I really like the caravan that they got going here. Like extremely close. Like the backup is near. So that's completely fine for them. And they could get deeper into this circle here as we see this circle closing.
Good position as well. Good pathing. Keeping pretty close. Head on my bad. I think he's eked his way down. He's cut the engine. He's now cruising his way down. As the rest of the guys look on. For Esports though, now leaving South George. They've moved around towards the north side. So they're going to be coming in the same sort of way we see from Win or Die as well. Scav, I would definitely be swapping out the buggy to the vehicle. And then back towards that high ground. Stalbart. Hero is there. We've seen the cars. I think there's now just trying to figure out exactly where they pulled up.
Yeah, 1 more minute until we see the circle pop here. Teams are passive. Again, as we've been talking about a lot here, it's very figured out map. All the priorities kind of, okay, we're coming in as a late team. We're going to have to make this move. We're going to have to make this rotation here. These compounds here off to the side, off to the north, off to the east is going to be open. But yeah, let's see. Hands of Hope really trying to get some damage done onto Win or Die. 3, 2, 1. Nope, didn't happen. All right. Not an opportunity for them, but they can maybe strike later. Or even if Leos gets too close here, he could spring the trap. Too close for comfort. This is an easy one.
Whoa.
Has to jump out, gets the shots
Surprise.
Oh, Hero.
Close.
Down to 23.
That was close. Ooh. That was close. The fact is a jump up like, surprise, I'm here. He couldn't even get the shot clean over. Unfortunately, we lose one. Civics is back as well from GK, so they had got the recall back in, so we'll have to wait and see. And Hands of Hope still hold the high ground. Will Die down bodies. There goes the shift heavy south towards the south side. But we still have some water in play, so expect a west potentially, but we've got 2 more before we have to commit to a question on that.
Yeah, this circle is exactly what all the teams are hoping for. All the teams are already basically set up for this, yeah. We're going to be seeing teams converge onto their splits, onto their priors. Slam, driving quite close to FaZe here. This dip is already taken. We already have 1 player there. Mogul is going there. And the backup is coming for both teams here. It's going to be Fex and FaZe. Fex is close here, close to Mogul. That's a good nade. Done tons of damage to Mercel here. Fex opens on Mogul.
Open up, he gets the confirmation as well. Those nades doing the damage. They've still got U2 in the back pocket. They need to send a barrage of nades. Here comes the flashes. Great confirmation though with that nade from Fex. He sends another one over. Notice down. This is going to be Slam G in the bin potentially. Fex charging on forward, and that's them out 16th place. Not good if they want to try and close out Na'Vi, but great for Gike, who have put the numbers back on the board.
Yeah, if they make it into this circle, currently still trying to get their player back, looting in school outside in blue. But yeah, that'll be a great opportunity for them to kind of jump into that. We're talking about a 2-horse race now, though, for sure at the top with Hive and Na'Vi. Squeaky finds good stuff. It's going to be a helmet off. Reaver's still active, and Mixie's going to be able to get that. On the edge of this red zone here, has to get out, but they've got tons of loot. And this is actually quite the decent spot, unless we see like a crazy southern back-to-back shift. They're set up for some great games here, phases, but still 11th place is not what we expect of an organization and a roster of that caliber, Mark.
No. We'll wait and see. Scav. He's going to keep waiting to see if he gets a knock. The car's pretty much spent. So we'll drive away into the distance. Levante levitates his way. Footy Sports now arriving just on the outside edge of zone. They put 2 kills on the board, so Will Die also losing numbers. Have to work their way in towards zone. We are about 1 minute 15 away from that next zone shift as well. And south shift again. Oh, and that would be deadly. It would be very deadly if we can keep prisoning.
Oh yeah, I mean, I could see it, but
surely not.
I'm hoping for this mansion forest area. Like it's been a long time since we had these endings here. It's always cool to see, and it's looking pretty poised to get that now. Foot getting really close, too close to comfort here for comfort for CISO and Storm and Request. Are they aware of his location here? I don't really expect that. Scav's trying to bait out. Have they seen a car? Do they have some info here? I'm not sure. It looks like they're trying to bait out some shots or some info, but yeah, Scav about to leave.
T-Bone's gone as well. He's further afield. Maybe he's up by the recall centre on Stauber, and that's the way that we saw Will or Die move. For Esports, if not the info, definitely a sixth sense that was working out for them. They're just driving their way around open field, trying to decide which way they want to go. A bit more of a destruction derby. And I think they're trying to make sure they're on the rotation as that zone hits. Here comes the emergency pickup, though. Quizzy be ahead. We go north. We still hold on to water as well. So Esports, though, will drop the anchor, turn back around. They will be happy. Rest of these teams, though, especially on the west, they've got to move in. And lucky enough, though, for Geekay, they've got an emergency pickup, but they've also got transition on the cars.
I don't like this 2-2 split staying for Sent. Like, I want to see the top guys go down to Squeaky and J compound.
Collapse,
it's gotta collapse here. That's the better compound. That's the points from that compound here. I'm 5 from 88 though. Driving, Geekay sending it here. And now going straight to Team Saint. He's gotten lost. Spiro pulls in up to this compound here in Mansion. See some points coming in for Geekay. Running straight out. Look at that. That's aggressive, Spiro. Look at the confidence coming in for them. And there, I mean, it's smart because you're expecting a pretty greedy split of the teams that are holding on to Mansion, right? You're not expecting a full format at phase 2, phase 3 pop. So I kind of like what I'm seeing here for Geekay. That's a smart move, and that's gonna. I think it's gonna set them up for success here. They're gonna be in the it's not the 2-horse race, it's the 3-horse race, 3-pony race for 3rd place.
Now I'll be getting the information as well. They got the knock onto Geekay. They're going now for the kills, so they have pulled up into a good position. Skittles doing the same. Now they work their way around. Extends though, gets 1. He gets 2 though, as he's able to swap his way over. Goes for the reload. Picks up the ghost cars. Sees the buggy pull up though in time, but he has backup here. So Sadido gets a knock, and Skittles, well, there's only one colour left in the rainbow, and that's Winkley as he runs away.
Confirmations coming in. CISO got Sloy. Yeah, Winkley. Standout performance on day 1, Mark, but it's fallen off.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's a little bit rough to see. Like, I was hoping for more for Skittles. A lot of teams had kind of high expectations on them after what they saw in our cups. But yeah, it's been a little bit on the low side. And yeah, with just this game to go and the next one after it, it would be 18 games without placement points, which is a record at a high level here in our regional.
Especially with the new point change, right? If it was still on the original Super, they would have had 3 placement points. But obviously with the updated Skittles, they wouldn't have any on this format, unfortunately. Yeah, they got 3 7th places so far.
Oh, Devante. 9 first aids. Managing currently. Trying to get things rolling here. But this car is a little bit bruised. Look at that though, Conquest. Trying to get this emergency pickoff off, where we see shots coming in from the side northwest of it. Even
surely.
Well, yeah, just pop 1 smoke and you're looking a lot safer. I like this though because it's coming in, and they'll have time to kind of discuss where they're going to be going. Obviously, circle goes away from water, and this one here, we're going to have a pretty decent mansion ending here. Unless it goes east next time, we could see that first spicy circle here. That'd be cool to see.
Where did the players from Will or Die go, though? That's the biggest question. Jedrox and Laosh are back.
Gliding flail,
they haven't got, like... They've got nowhere really to land. Compounds have been taken. Maybe Levante has been in the back of the car, but he's got to work his way in as well. So, difficult to play. Ainty, on the other hand, though, Esports have a compound, so he can get there, right?
Yeah, surely. I would land in the top of a tree and sit there until the end. Valkyria goes down though. Monty, Auntie 2. And that last player also taking tons of damage. It's Anvil's down. DK farming. Easy points here. Twixie found Diffix though. But yeah, imagine if you can quite easily just Just land on top of a tree and sit on the eastern side of this forest, Mark. Surely you're getting placement points then.
They've been spotted now. The Conquest coming in, eyes to the skies. Stuff looking to try and get a connection onto Leish as he is cruising. Jedrock's other plans, maybe land on top of Mansion and lay low.
That's not bad. Not the roof, okay, no.
No. There's a player there. Run. 3, 2, 1. Punch him out. Get a pan. Run. No.
Easy points.
D-gate. Free kill.
Yeah. Easy points. Jedrock's out. Foot now going to be fighting Storm and Request. Scav trying to push this there. Oh, setting up for a drive. I don't think Storm and Request knows that Foot is this close. Otherwise, it wouldn't be that easy. Anybody's finds Levante. Easy points for them.
Got in.
Yeah, unfortunate. And now we're going to be seeing Fairy Tail eventually going to be either pushing FaZe or trying to get in somewhere else in the circle. Hive, though, on the edge here. Our current leaders looking like a difficult game for them, Mark, here to get into this forest, to get in somewhere close to Mansion. They're playing on the edge here. Just have to deploy smokes in their vehicles just to keep them alive. Rox finds Brightside, though.
It's all been about FaZe so far. FaZe have been troublesome in this forest. I have pulled up FaZe, drawing attention now towards our Fairy Tail team. They're trying to get their position. The smoke wall is encroaching their way. Fix now gets another knock. That means we'll be able to get their confirmation. That's mentioned to Mansion fighting. And the send have collapsed that 2-2 split. That's the right call for them. I think a little bit later than expected, but they've made it in, and now they're waiting for this next zone. 20 seconds away before phase number 5. It's going to be dangerous for a lot of these teams now sit on the outside edge.
Yeah, exactly. Look at this. Storm Request here. It's just going to be rough for them. This next circle pop here is going to be crucial for what we're going to be seeing. If it doesn't go away from Na'Vi, they might be having a great game here. They could be quite easily playing into the forest. It does set up quite the opportunity for Hive. But Na'Vi is going to have to make a move here. But Hive is also, they have a fight ahead of them here. FaZe potentially with a good game too. Could be pushing up the leaderboard quite easily. 5 points, 6 points up to 8th place would be the difference maker. Mindset finds Schengen here. Hive under tons of pressure. Foot though.
Oh my god, mortar.
Oh my god. Oh. Foot pulling up. CISO finds 2. HC finds another one. IT finds a 2. It's the flush
3.
as well. What a gamer.
Insane play for them. And also Na'Vi launching in the mortar fire as well. If they've got any more, Stab goes down. He was to hold the anchor. He gets shots in the ankles and he goes down. Here comes the mortar fire, comes in. So Steve does find a confirmed. Esports will fall in 12. It's going to be difficult for them. His skills get themselves another point.
Whoa, Hive. This is the only building that was actually available for them. But they're in the circle now. I don't think... Oh, there was a bike in there. Had to take down the door, Mark. I like that. But then they're going to be expecting a player, a team to be in there. They're going to have to spend time to clear it. They're going to have to spend utility. Meanwhile, Team Send here, they can sit behind safety and get all the information on... Obviously, they know it's Hive that's there, but what they're going to be doing afterwards. Smoke for their advantage? Not sure about that one. Yeah.
C4, getting prepped for that.
Nah, absolutely not.
They are. Here they come. Here it
Sure?
comes. Yeah, C4's on that car. Here it comes.
Is it? Oh, it is. It is.
They've gone the wrong way. He's gone the wrong way, though. He's gone towards his own team. Now we'll wait and see what happens there. Here he goes. He works his way around. Oh, he gets himself. He went the wrong way around Mansion, but...
A diffix, you don't think?
Yeah, free kill, thanks.
I mean, that's just fortunate for the boys on Hive. The shots are coming in here from FaZe. Look at that. Mexi Gustav popping
8
off.
kills.
Getting tons of kills here on Hands of Hope. 8 for FaZe here, as we're talking about. And that's going to push them up, Mark. That could put them within striking distance of the 7th place in this game.
It's been their sort of swamp area north of Mansion. This forest has provided the gift for FaZe. It continues to provide boxes to ensure they can get some util back. 8 kills though. It's good to see. See if they can get any more. Now they're trying to hold out Fairy Tail. Ascend at some point might start looking their way. We are phase number 5. 9 teams remain, so we're still not in the placement point. We are looking for a top 6 for placement points, but we've got a bit of room now for these teams to play.
All right, next circle pop. Let's see what you got for us. So we're going to stay in the forest, or we're going to go down to mansion here. Two options. Either side is Hive or Na'Vi. Na'Vi is going to have the most difficult game of this one. Hive is laughing still inside this next circle here. Na'Vi, the team on the chase, are going to have to push through, ascend, and then eventually into the forest, or take 888 straight on. Going to be one hell of a fight no matter what they do for them. They have a C4. Can they clap it on the car and put it towards 888? That would be huge. They have smokes, though, trying to set up some sort of a line here to try to get in. Ascent also has to make their way in, but later than Na'Vi, and they can put tons of pressure on them from the house here, from the J compound, and then move into safety quite easily into the forest, Mark.
Need to get the timing correct, though. 888. Trying to hold up Na'Vi. You guys also getting eyes on. Shots do come through from the team as well, so Ascent looking for the kills. I can see the top, and there's another C4 straight in towards Geek. It's a bit of a desperate attempt. It does allow potentially teams like the Saints to backfill if they want to go for kills. Maybe Hive activate on this one. It's a long arse though. It's a big distance to run. Diffic still holding. He's the final player. Couldn't have crashed in. He's jumped his way back into the danger, into the fiery belly of the beast. Can he get the last connection? Not quite yet.
That's huge. Massive for them. Great play for Na'Vi, but down to just Hackatory.
Oh, Hive.
Gotta do it. Hive's gotta
Hive.
they gotta get the third party here, Mark. They gotta open it up.
Have to. I know it's a gap, right? That is a big gap, and you expect the Saints to stop it, but you've just seen Na'Vi go down. You can't let them reset. You've got to continue the pressure here. Here comes the other fight on the other side, though. 888 going to be there. Senka, well, he launches a pow. As Society extends get confirmed. Rex goes down as well. 888 looking for the first kill. They get all the knocks. Hackatory, bam, and they fall here. Surely, Hive, you need to be able to stop this push.
This is exactly the timing you want to see Hive make a push, but yeah, they're hoping for someone else to come in and finish the job. Laser gets points here for 888. Gustav finds Fairy Tale. Finds more from Fairy Tale, actually entirety of them. Faces on a complete rip here. 5 kills for Gustav. The interim IGL as James is gone. Mixi is playing, obviously. But yeah, now Na'Vi. Ferris is back up. Hackatory is in there. Hive is trying to get deeper here, Mark. But yeah, this was their opportunity to make the win, close it out.
This is a good play for them. They've played out Fairy Tale. Now they're trying to get on the back of this fight here on the east. 888 back away slightly. They got the confirmations. Blaze a little bit of a spray in towards the smoke. Gets the connection on the Squeaky. He will fall. Send will be out. 6 players to get the placement point at least from that. But FaZe straight on the tails of this fight.
They heard it. Motic is waiting. Full 3 gear. No lethals though. Waiting on the tree here. This is exactly why TPP has this huge advantage when you're standing behind safety and you do not need to expose yourself for information, but you get all the information, all the sound cue from anyone else putting themselves out there. Now with another move here, smokes deployed. They're just trying to out-heal this. Laser finds Vex, opens up onto FaZe Clan.
Do not know about the player though. Mobic on the outside edge of blue. Gonna grab and go. The res is just off and Vard will now try and hold. Na'Vi taking the opportunity now to use the smoke wall. They're going to get their way in. I think Ferris must be going back to get whatever U2 had in the back of that car. A complete smoke wall. Now they get on the back of 888. That's going to cause them problems. They have to turn around. IM5, well, he's left to his own devices to try and hold behind the Dorito. That's going to allow FaZe not just the res, but also the opportunity to provide pressure. Nade comes over the top. IM5 misses the shots there to Ferris. He's down to 1 shot.
Ferris down. 5 found him. Gustav C4 himself tried to get 888 down. Hackatory now last player with 40 or so HP on that tree, trying to make a peek, trying to make something happen here. Na'Vi, meanwhile, Hive passively looking. Hackatory is down. Team Saint found him. And Blazer and 888 is just demolished FaZe Clan here. They're trying to make a play on the C4 here, Mark.
Why? Why, FaZe? I wanted the win. Why? I'm sure it's for fun. Yeah. 888 survive. We're in a top 3 scenario. Hive with 3, 888 with 3, and the Saints are still rolling in. 3 remain for them as well. Hive only got 3 kills. Na'Vi actually ended up on 8 there, but unfortunately they fall short, 5th place.
Yeah, and now with Hive obviously holding this one in here, they gotta use utility. Team Saints trying to hold this down. They could be the saviors of potentially Na'Vi. With this one here, Hive, yeah, they have to make a move. They have to make a play. Have to set something up here. I don't think they have too much utility left to spare. There's 3 guns staring at them from a TPP angle, ready to just shoot them whenever they make a run for it. What a shooting gallery they're setting up here, Team Saints are.
It'll be a shooting gallery. Don't think it'll be the calm before the storm, but it's not going to be that far away. We're off phase number 8. When it comes in, we are going to end, as you so wanted, north of Mansion, into the foresty area.
Lovely.
It's going to be close quarters. Bayonets must be fixed for this one. The Saints will be trying to hold out Hive. Hive looking to try and get the conversion and get the win. Does feel controlled. I think Saints might have their number here.
You say bayonet, but I'm talking quick draw pants. The slam bam. Thank you, ma'am. Straighten helmet. Get people wanked out, but let's see here. Smokes are now being deployed. I like that they're doing multiple angles here. Look at that. They're fully aware of a player on the northern side too. So smokes are being deployed as much as possible, but he's got the high ground here. Mindset sees exactly this. Hive exposed himself, and now shots are coming. Gets 1, gets Dante. More damage coming in. Gets 2, gets Rux as well. Could be completely shutting down the entirety of Hive, and now he hears him. More shots coming in. Mindset just completely demolished Hive.
Mind games, and he set them up for failure. Hive will fall. But the additional placement point is there. They didn't get the kill, so it's going to come close down towards the edge. Still 3 versus 3. 888. Also trying to drive the leaderboard. Will die just ahead. It is a 3 versus 3. I'd say it's an even draw. Maybe 888 have the advantage of the sneaky forest.
Eight. What can you do? With this win here, push themselves ahead of win or die, and actually quite close to GK. They could jump up and get into that 4th place quite easily with this one here. Nades available, tons of smokes. Look at that, 8, 7, 5. Plenty of that for them. Only 3 and 4 on the side of Team Saint. No other lethals. No stuns.
These are 8 to 8. I've got quite a bit of util though.
Yeah.
6 smokes here.
Stuns.
I think they've got the better position as well, right?
They do, yeah. They have the advantage here, Mark.
Just don't let them out of the of Mansion, but they already have. Mindset's already on the ridge. DK's a bit of flank line. I think AA have dropped the ball slightly. He really needs to get a knock here. DK's been isolated here. Mindset jumps up over. Blazer slaps him back down. That's what they needed to do. They needed the opening knock. Now they have the numbers advantage. Now they know they've got 1 left in the beast that is Mansion. And Blazer looking to get their confirmation.
Trying to get that around the corner. Oh, Widow's not cooked enough here. More stun grenades. You don't want to let them leave. That's the heal now. DK101 on Twixie. Blazer aggressive plays here. He's gonna see him. Shots coming in. Blazer turned him in. Insta headshot. Twixie gets him down here. 800 damage done in this game. Gonna be at least 4 kills for Blazer.
Good play. Good play. I actually like the play from DK as well. He could have stayed very much on the outside, but he tried to keep his player up. Moved into a position to try and catch Blaze on the rotation. Now he's got him lined up. He has to take 1 versus 1. So you can see Blaze now rotating his way around. And 5 just going to try and lay on the dots, knowing that DK has to play his way. Now Blaze is looking to try and get the kill. There's the lineup, and there's the confirmation. 888 will take this one, though. It's 9 kills, 19-point game. And at least they launched their way up that leaderboard.
Yeah, great game here for them. Massive amount of kills, obviously, for 888. And honestly, I didn't really expect them to hold that eastern side like that. They had FaZe pushing on them. They had Na'Vi trying to backfill them. That wasn't their game to win. That was either FaZe's or even Team Saints holding on to the Mansion for that long. What do you think, James?
Yeah, there was a moment for FaZe, wasn't there?
What, the C4
beyond that. Beyond that, though, I was excited to just kind of see the Forest and Mansion ending, quite honestly. Like, I don't get to see it too much, Martin, but we had it come to fruition here, and it shows why we added that forest now so long ago. Because before that, when those trees weren't there, it was kind of rubbish. But now this was kind of cool.
I mean, I think this area here is like one of the cooler places when you have these kind of endings here, because there's you can accommodate so many teams, so many players, and we saw that through. Even though FaZe, sure, they did control the northern side there and held on to those dips there on the western side over the bunker, but yeah, as you can see, like, it wasn't a given for them. And even the team coming out of J compound, like Ascent, obviously didn't make most of it. We got one game to go though, and 888 managed to clutch this penultimate game, as you like to say.
That's right, 19 points go their way, 14 for FaZe. Now, they were kind of on the warpath overall here, Mark, with 11 kills going their way. It's just a little bit of a shame that when they finally make a move, when it comes to the points, it's all the teams right above them that also make the move.
They had such a good opportunity to get the conversion. It was like they had a default switch. Oh, quick, throw the C4 out. We can't go any further. I just saw FaZe could have got the win. They were sweeping through on 888. We saw, obviously, Na'Vi coming the other way, and then Gustav pulled the trigger to say no more. But you're right. Other teams around them also making the move up. Unfortunately for them, that means it's going to be a shift up on that side of the table board. So it doesn't mean they're going to be gaining any more money, but we'll have to wait and see for the full standings.
Yeah, the interesting thing about 888 getting 19 points from this one, Martin, is that actually, I think they could potentially pass Geeky in the standings overall if they're able to do well in the next one too. So being able to almost get towards podium might actually be huge here for this roster.
Yeah, that'd be close. And I mean, even with the one more good game here, then if SlamG goes out as well, that's actually third place open. But yeah, let's see once we jump here. Look at that, it's close. They actually jump, win or die. 1 point different here, as you say, James.
Yeah, very close indeed. I must say, again, they're in good company with a lot of these top teams at the moment, and they are really rocketing up the leaderboards. That said, though, into our last game, it's Hive and Na'Vi. All eyes are on them here, Mark, now, considering the position that they've put themselves in. Hive lived for so long in this game. Na'Vi was trying their best to try and breach some of these areas, but it was going to be hard when Mansion was occupied, the Forest was occupied from that east side.
And look, there's two different games. Obviously, Na'Vi had to work their way and they lost the zone. That crash into Geeky, timing was really, really well done by them. And then Hive, just showing the level of discipline they've got. It would have been so easy just to try and get that third party and have the Saints had that sort of side angle onto you. They opted not to. They wanted to go into Mansion and then push our Saints out as best they could. They got a couple of kills from that one, but it was all about the win. And I think that's a big difference there, what we're going to see. So it is going to go into the last game. Can Hive, can Na'Vi stay out of the chaos that does sort of come with a match number 18? We'll have to wait and see, because SlamG and Geeky might not be able to take the top spot, but they're going to give it a good old try.
Yeah, definitely. All right, well, that's the overall standings here for Masters 3. Let's check in with the Masters West standings, because we can check in, but we're not expecting too much movement here, Martin, considering what we've seen so far.
Yeah, it's done, so I feel so. That's going to be it. We're not going to see any moves. We're going to see these teams go through. I don't see Ascent, FaZe, or any of the teams make a move here. I mean, Hive or Na'Vi is going to win this one for sure. So, again, they're already first and second place in this one here, but there's still $7,000 for first place here. Na'Vi is definitely going to try to make a push for this. It'd be massive for them to close this one out here. They haven't won a Masters yet, and Hive could go back-to-back here for Masters 2 and 3. That would be insane.
Yeah, Na'Vi's been close. They've been on the upward trajectory every single time. We're 85 points, 120 points. Now they're second place again, continuing things on to try and get even more on the board. But yeah, for these teams here, Mark, they're pretty done. So they'll have to go through the cups to get the last chance.
Yeah, it doesn't mean they're going to have the opportunity. It just means they go through the qualification. They get 2 opportunities. But they've got to work their way back in for the opportunity to come back to Masters West. So it had opportunities to get through. They still need the bigger games. But I think Martin's right. I can't see it changing now.
It's going to be interesting, Masters West, and seeing how it kind of lines up, because we just haven't thrown 8 top European teams with 8 American teams for quite a while here, Martin, ever since you might have done it, actually.
Yeah, the good old Atlantic Showdown. I'd love to do it again, but yeah, it's when you do these kind of charity ones where you're just putting it in there and the community is putting in money. It's always awesome to see it kind of revive through Krafton and here with Blast obviously doing it as well. that we're going to see an even bigger format here. So it's awesome to see. And then, of course, also being at TPP, and it's going to be $50,000. That's massive. Like, it's awesome to see that we're going to be putting so much effort. Maybe next year we can get a LAN, you know? Back in the good old times, we had a LAN for $50,000. There's like, oh, yeah, a LAN. But let's put a LAN there. Let's put a LAN here. We go there. You know, good old times.
Just for 50,000, he says. Back in the day, the original MLGs like had like $5,000 for like prize pools, like, and everyone would turn up to those lands. Oh, all right, yeah, okay, fair. Speaking of looking old, there he is in his green little vest, doing all right. Hashtag Masters Mike, EMEA. You guys can submit your questions and potentially win some G-Coin, 10,000 G-Coin, in fact, if we pick your question. Make sure to have your DMs open to claim those G-Coins, and we'll answer those 3 questions that we pick at the end of the show. So, yes, we've got one more game to go, but don't go anywhere right after that. You can have a good old chinwag with us, listen to us be quite candid about our opinions. We're pretty unfiltered when it comes to those moments, but with one more game remaining, Mark, the 2 teams at the top got it all to play for. I don't know if Na'Vi's going to wrestle it away from Hive, but what are you thinking?
You know, it'd be nice to have Hive go back to back, right? Champions, that'd be a good shout. I'm intrigued to see if those 2 can keep out of the chaos, though. That is going to kick off when we come down to this map, so I'd be intrigued to see how that sort of plays out. I'd love to see a big player from a team like GK. Let's see if they can get some numbers on the board. Obviously, just seen 888 launch the leaderboard as well, so can they do it again? All to play for, though, in our final game.
I want to see 888 overcome GK. I think that would be the cherry on top for this roster, as they've looked really good throughout these last couple of days. Martin, you're giving a cheeky smile. Yeah. Do you disagree or agree?
I mean, that'd be crazy. They've had some, you know, they've had some good games. There's no denying that, but still, like, GK had some crazy games. And sure, the performance, 888 Salik, 26 kills, I am 5, 25 kills, quite impressive. But Hackatory, 49 kills, guys, on this after 17 games. Can you believe it? Like, that's just insane. I don't really see it that often that we have such a dominant. Just to compare, Diffix 32, Mindset 30. So, like, he's quite far ahead of current second place.
Good to see Mindset getting 30, though. Again, he's really impressed me throughout these last 3 days. But at the same time, if Hackatory does break that 50 mark, I am going to be excited. But anyway, let's get to it. One more game, one more determines if Hive or Na'Vi walks away with it here for Masters number 3. Eminem, take it away.
Yep, thank you so much, James. We're back to the last day of the Championship Sunday here, Mark, and we're going to be starting off to the west all over the good old Georgia Bowl. The teams are jumping out, and as you just saw the picture there with James trying to get some more questions in for Masters Mike EMEA, you think that he might have been holding nothing, but actually he was holding the cloak of invisibility of Harry Potter. Did you see that?
Did you see what they hid in the picture?
No, I did not.
James is now asking for the photo just to try and figure out what was in there. That'll be more fun. But it is the final game, though. The final playing part is done as it heads back to the airport. Everyone is out. The good old fight commenced. No one hot drops just yet. Kike going to extend down. Everyone's going pretty much their normal drop spot. This phase would extend all the way down towards Milton.
Yep. Easy pickings here for this one. But then again, we need to see some crazy things going on in the last game here. Like, we've had curveballs over and over again. For this last game here, I don't want to see something easy for any of the teams. I don't want to see it given. I want to see a fight for it. It's a somewhat easy circle here for Na'Vi. They have like top 2, top 3 prio to get into a good spot here, making it a little bit more difficult for Hive, but they do have the advantage. So I guess it's fair after all.
Obviously, they can't just go to a center compound and hold down, can they? They need the points, right? Hive gonna have to work their way in now, coming from the west. They've got teams in front of them. GK, I think it's gonna be a variation because they have the opportunity to kind of close that west approach. They can lock out that section.
Who is currently leading the road to the Masters West? Is it Hive, A, B, Virtus Pro, C, BB Team, or D, Na'Vi? You can put your answers in there, or you can just, go back 3 minutes because we just showed the hypothetical amount of points there, and you will see. But if you've been following just a little bit close here, you're going to know quite easily because we've seen some dominant performances here, Mark, so far in the Masters.
Yeah, has been good. We are walking away. Masters 3, though, locking its way out. But yeah, A, B, C, or D into chat. And more importantly, make sure you have your your DMs open, so when they whisper you, if you are successful and pick the right answer, you get a chance to win some G-Coin.
Yep, 10,000 of those. We're gonna have some answers, 2, 3, 4 answers gonna be answered today. And yeah, this is another chance for FaZe, Mark. Another somewhat home turf circle here for them, but it was a difficult one, the other one. And then, again, with a decent game, they could actually pop into third place if Winner Die goes out early and they have, 20 points, 21 points. But I don't see it happening at this point here, sadly. I was hoping for the boys to step it up. Yeah, I mean, that's okay. They're going to get
24. Gustav, no stays, no C4.
They're getting 25 points total. They're taking over 6th and straight back into saying, okay, this was
Hashtag Face Sunday. Face Sunday.
This is a decent day so far.
Look, it had all the opportunities. They kicked off strong even earlier on in the day. They could have climbed. This middle pack of the leaderboard, it is tight still. And look, there is an argument to say, yes, they win and a good amount of kills will sort of skyrocket them up slightly. But again, there's lots of variation. You need the lights of Foot going out, Win or Die, 888. And that's all without a team like a Sen popping off or maybe getting kills. So lots of variation. And that's all before we introduce the first BRDM here in match number 18.
Yep, for sure. And Hive now, early rotation. As we talk about here, this big rotation for them. They're going to go into the melee, south straight into that western bridge, and then straight in north from the eastern bridge. Imagine Na'Vi catching that, or them sitting anywhere close to farm and then catching them off for them to sit and start a game where they're going to get 11 points or more than Hive has gotten this game so far. That'd be crazy. We got 18 games so far deep, and it's been quite dominant at the top mark here. It's not as close as we've seen it before, and it's been exciting. I still love that we have two teams quite close already.
What I also like is that it was essentially 3, then it went to 4, then it went to 3. Now we're back at 2. Like, it's not just one team or two teams running away with it. It has been a real mix-up of points, placements. I do like we're back to 10 points for a win as well, and we see that different changes. That last game alone, Hive not pushing for the kills. If he was back on half-price chicken dinner, would they have maybe crashed into Na'Vi just to try and get the kills and not worry about the win? I feel like we've gone back to that kind of win is critical. So yeah, good to see. It has been good to see. Geekgate trying to catch Conquest as they rotate past, but I think they're going to let them continue to move through. PWD and the team looking to try and close things down. Quizzy, let's catch one of those final players in Conquest. First body to fall.
That's one. For a big run for DK here, you're talking about it. One of these teams here in our upper mid pack could make a move here. That'd be crazy cool to see. It's going to be a difficult one for them. But then again, there's also a big chunk of change on the line here, Mark. We could see changes still here in the last game. Thousands of dollars different still on the line for the teams at the top.
Shall wait and see for now. EK need points. They're not as scared to go get it. Now I know who they're fighting. Shots doesn't quite get the connection on towards the tire. Diffix and PWD chasing things down. PWD jumps out and he gets run over by Diffix to take the fight, but T-Bone also doing the same. Senka Power will go down. Cappy over the top though, gets another one as well. Good spray from him. That's 2. Now they can drive on forward. Long distance shot though. Further down will come from the boom. You can see he's wrapping his way around this north side.
Yeah, this is going to be huge. We're going to see, the boom got the flush on Senka Power. 8C with a big opening here. Gets the boom. With an underhand nade onto Nitro. That's going to be an easy point for them. And close this one out. He sees him. Nice nade from 8C. Foot closes out on Current. And they are establishing a little bit of a lead over Team Saint on that 7th place. Trying to hunt down Win or Die on 6th place.
The hunt, that will continue. And we have opted to maybe close off this east bridge. Extends with the ace in hands. I do really like that at the moment. I'm going to try and watch Hive coming over. You have one body already over, and typically these two will clash early. It's pretty much ensured destruction. We might lock out a winner early on.
Wouldn't that be something? First 2 or 3 teams to go out. Oh, yeah, guys, we have a winner. Be a classic. And also, if Na'Vi sees that it's Hive, they're going to be going full in on them. They're hoping this is exactly the team that they could be closing out. PWD goes down. Quizzy finds Cramsey. Gets the flush as well. Mulcahy and Mounty, last 2 players from Conquest. Sadly, looks like it's going to be the last place done so for them. Nate dropped as well. Boom. Going to be a confirmation onto Conquest. Just 1 player left here running in with the barrel. It's going to be a sad 40 points for them if Mounty goes out here without anything. If X finds him, that's going to be Conquest out. Geeky completely annihilated them.
80 points, though. 80 points.
Snowball.
That's what they want. Closing down Slam G.
Just 50 more kills to take second place, Mark.
Just keep on going. Just need a Hackatori on your team. You know, looking forward, at this point, I feel like Na'Vi haven't exposed anything yet. So just don't know that one more step in that direction is going to unleash that beast, which is Na'Vi at the moment, which are in second place, but they are 10 points behind. So taking 4 early kills might be the case. And if you're watching the map feed, some of the guys, they are split back. Dante goes back south. He's gone back towards Military Island.
Yep. Is this them being scared or smart, Mark? I don't know. Considering what to do here.
They picked up loot from the vehicle.
Yeah, there's some utility in there. M16 and MK. It's not really the optimal setup. No AUK, no SCAR, no M4. Gotta go with the burst. Unless you know the exact timing of that M16. You know exactly how to pull down the burst. It's going to be difficult. Oh, it's Hadouken! Mark. Skittled so far, though. It's not been impressive, although I'm excited every time I see Hadouken shoot.
He's always in the perfect spot as well. He's going to wait and see. Lurking his way in. Paco parking the car and in style jumps out. Oh, if he got that, that would have been insane. Selic puts him down. He's going to be here. 888 looking for the kills as well. That's 2-2 split. And 5 on the top side. Blazer will take cover. Now, it's a barrage of nades and utility. We'll go backwards and forwards.
Circle pop, Mark.
His zone. Surely it's not going to go back to the southeast again. Surely not. Got to see it lose the water early. Look, it does. It goes back to the northwest.
This is an easy circle. This is exactly what most of the teams were hoping for, right? It's kind of what you expect. Levante gets scaffed, though, and 888 trying to close this fight out. Cappy finds Winkley with a flush. And Selex is swinging out here. He spotted him. Great spot with the TPP advantage here. He looks confident in these peaks here. Pushes, gets it.
Nice.
Gets Hopes down, but got M5 as well.
No, he clicks dry.
Oh,
gets the re-knock. Gets a couple of extra shots.
Great knock. Almost cut the last player as well, Mark.
Yeah, he was down, what, 2 HP? 3 HP?
Yeah, he was
insane.
That's just one more bullet.
Doesn't quite get the last bullet. Here comes an 8. Rick moves back in. I'm going to try and take maybe the high ground. Use that to his advantage. Obviously, see over the ridge. Confirmation is done. Neighbor is out. Go on, throw that over there. Throw over the ridge. Go on, you know you want it. Get an idea. Give me the sound cues. You can notice he's going further away. T-Bone trying to take on Geekate. Cappy gets one. Sparrow gets T-Bone down. It's a full crash in here. Cappy gets a good spray. Just can't get the knock that is needed.
A lot of damage done here. Blue zone inside here is massive. Cappy goes in to try to deny that push from the other side. 80 finds Diffix. This could be GK down early on. 8C down low himself. Has to make a move. Has to move out here. Cappy has to make a play. Has to see if he can get a push. Nice swap for Blue. Spiral turns on him. Ready for it. 8C last player on foot. But 4 kills for him so far. Medkit popped. He could get something going here. Skittles. So are they going to make a third party onto this? Or they're just going to try to get deeper into the circle? They are. Na'Vi. Look at that split, Mark. Is that too greedy? I don't know.
Just something. And lucky enough for them, they've played further north that's allowed Hive in. So not been able to kind of get the clash between first and second, but both still don't have any kills just yet. Inti going to try and get T-Bone back up as you will take the time. So both exchange the meds and reses.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Hive here. Trying to scout. I actually like the glider play. That's smart. Get some info in. Try to get a sliver of this next circle here. Pops. T-Bone gets up. He gets re-knocked. With that many smokes, that's exactly what you're expecting. Get the triple nades in there. Good ones. 80 down to 62 HP. Now has to heal, has to smoke. Skittles is holding on the other side, though. Are they going to be starting to shooting at him? Yeah, he spots one, though. Finds PUBG. Can he get the flush? He didn't. PUBG gets off, gets back into the smoke. Hadouken finds some damage in the side, and he finds the kill as well. And it's Hadouken. One more kill for Skittles. Could they make a run for it?
Oh, no. So Levante's pulled up at the same time. For those that don't know, that recall has going to be locked out for a bit of time. Now, he's going to know exactly where he is because, one, the noise and the giant shining beam of light in the air. But he's got a decision to make. Does he stay here? It's phase 2. You can maybe med your way through. But then he's got a period of time where he still can't use that recall system.
Shots.
Maybe to try and catch him as he's leaving. Let's get some shots, but he isn't in the kill feed just yet.
Yeah, we're also too far away to see that kill feed in this distance. And yeah, Blazer finds Brexco. Squeaky getting shots. Ooh. Ascent, though. What a great first day, but it's fallen apart. Yeah, it's fallen apart for them, actually. Nico finds Salik, though. And he gets some more damage done. Smoke coming out, trying to save Kilyakai here. Don't want to spend time trying to get the rest of off. Squeaky getting shots in. Good connections there. Nico trying to defend. More shots coming in here from the ace. Dragonov out. 7.62 in hand. Nice shots coming in.
Oh my god, Nico!
Huge.
What pre-fire! That is huge from him. 888 just providing level of aggression. Needs some reinforcement. Squeaky's just too far away. Nade goes up and over the top. That's a bit of a Hail Mary. Doesn't quite get the arc that it needed. Pops the molly on one side, Forceman on the other side. Goes for the shotgun. Does get a one. But as I said, Squeaky's just too far away. He is coming, working his in, but to be able to get the connection.
Oh!
Does! Oh my god, the car was airborne. Squeaky finishes it off, and he should be able to get both the reses in if he gets a killie guy in time.
Oh my god. What a clutch for Squeaky. It wasn't a C4 play, but that's the kind of clutch we want to see from the MVP of Ains in 2019. PEL Phase 1 champions, Squeaky. Saku Sayakoski.
Can't park there, mate.
That's a pretty great stint from Hive with this next circle just popped here, Mark. I actually really love that. Scouted it with the glider, got in deep, and set up defense with the cars here. This pretty much guarantees them, you know, a way into phase 4 and phase 5. And potentially could be holding out Na'Vi. Na'Vi looking a little bit roughed up in the dirt road. Currently fighting maybe Skittles soon. FaZe will be holding them later on. And then Win or Die also looking down their sights to see if they can catch out Na'Vi.
Remember, Hive just don't have to do anything though, right? They just need to out-survive Na'Vi at the moment. Put themselves in a good position, try and wait for the zone to come in. I know it's not the most explosive action, right? But you're ahead. And you're ahead by 10 points.
That's what you got to do. So it's a strategic play, right?
Yeah, just let Na'Vi try and play out. Try and keep an eye on them. Try and see if they go down. You can obviously track them, but if they don't go down, mid to late game, start activating, start controlling. If you've got a good enough position, you should find a couple of points here and there, and then it's about the win. So two very different game styles here for the final game.
Yeah, for sure. Spyro and PewDiePie and the boys trying to get back into it. Trying to get back into this fight here, and currently on 4th place with the 6 kills. If they could somehow catch a third party onto Slam, if they can find their way all the way that deep and take over 3rd place, that'll be a huge effort for them done. Considering they missed the first one here. That's an extra little look at that. I like that. You had to steal that you had to steal that wheel from somewhere else. And also use one of the 3 uses you have on your whole repair kits. Yeah, it's great. Good to see, but I'd rather repair my 3 helmets or 3 vests than put a tire on a car. To be honest. This next circle look at Hive.
I'm saying actually they've got a lot of cars as well, so yeah, it's interesting they've opted to use it.
Yeah.
It's not like it's the only car.
They also have 3 gear on them, right? So eventually you want to repair helmets or vests.
Oh, pretty close here. Extends has got a nade out. Shots do come through. Actually find themselves right in front. They haven't checked off behind them. Not just yet anyway. Extends could be a huge factor in this fight. We'll have to wait and see. So Steed and Ferris obviously work their way out. And it's going to come down to the other side. FaZe also trying to get involved in this as well. This is going to be a bit chaotic. Na'Vi need to keep their noses clean.
Shots coming in. Face actually getting damage done here onto Ferris. Have to lay low a little bit. It's going to be a messy fight. Shots coming in for Hackatory. This could be the 50th kill for this player. 3 vest active. He's sending it out. Do they know about Sloy though? That off angle. Extends guys gets Hackamary. Hex though gets some shots done. Extends finds 2. Gets the kill confirmed onto Wingley. That's the 50th kill mark. What an impressive feat for these guys. That's 4. Now just 6 points away from Hive.
I feel like at the moment, James said bam, Hackatory, his whole world changed.
For Hackatory or for James?
Both. They were connected for life at that point.
Their souls bonded.
This has been
this great
force.
meme.
He's been a force, though, to be reckoned with. FaZe now looking on towards Na'Vi. Christoph, they'll have to figure out where he can play from as well, as he's further down the road. It's Vex and Vard, though, on this sort of south side. Mixie really far in the field as he's on the other side of the road, and makes Vex for just showing us where he is. They are making a decision where they want to play this next game from.
I like that. That's huge for GK. And then they have a way in. The next kind of way to get things going here for them. Fairytale, are they just denying? Yeah, they're not going to take that. That's an easy push from them, from the junkyard to get further here. Na'Vi now. This move decides whether Hive wins or Na'Vi still has a chance to close this one out, Mark. Let's see how far they take this one.
FaZe are 3. Christoph launches a throwaway nade. Are they going to stop there? They have.
Oh
He's
my
right
God.
on top of it, though. But he hasn't cooked. He gets away just in time now. The additional shots will come through. Seaswap goes over. Gustav, though, launches not just 1, but 2 nades. Gets the knock on Sosadid. And this could be the deciding factor. Na'Vi getting back in the cars. Do they work their way from this one? Or do they continue applying their pressure? Looks like they are going to send on by or crash in. Vard's ready to take the fight.
They're just taking new angles here as well. This is going to be difficult. Extends, finds
Oh my God.
Mexi goes down to Hackatory. Mexi blows off himself. That's another point gone the way of Na'Vi. One more. FaZe just falling apart to Na'Vi. The exact team that Hive needed not to get easy kills here. And now they got 7, Mark.
7 kills. 7 kills for Na'Vi. He might find themselves drawing up here with Hive. That's going to change how they're going to start playing and where they want to hunker down towards the zone. They can't stay there. They're going to have to try and get as many kills as they can. Hackatory looking to try and find the final angle. Vex trying to get rid of the danger that's come from Extends. The spray comes through, but the ace is just better. FaZe, no more. They've been dispatched. 10th place for them. They have worked up the leaderboard slightly, but it's not going to be enough.
Unfortunate for FaZe here. Nice
Dude!
send. That's
Oh my God!
Big C4. Huge for Winner Die. Trying to make this mad dash to take over 888 on the leaderboard. Massive for them. Team Saint is falling apart. This could open the door for Na'Vi to send this into the southern side of Shelter. Winner Die here now, taking this new angle. Fairytale trying to backfill this though. That could be a play for them.
Aniko thought he was safe out the side, but now being crashed in by Storm Request. Squeaky has to get the nade. Good spray. He's got to get the full knock, though. He does have a Famis. That should go over the wall, but they've moved in to cover. Schengen gets a knock. Now, this is where Hive maybe want to send the body back round, follow that same path, and if they can get away from it. But for now, they will sit and hold. Schengen launch another nade, does. They are getting crashed in. Slam G now arriving here. PWD does get Brex, though. Clear and confirmed for done. So chaos ensues.
Oh, Hive falling apart here. It's Slam G. The 3rd place contenders trying to get points here. Schengen down low has to heal. Presenti. They're down to a 2-man. They're going to try to survive inside the shelter. Now a 2-man here. Winner Die with a 3rd party. Look at that. I love that 3rd party action for Winner Die. Trying to make a mad dash for things here in the last game. Getting tons of damage done here. Hello, my bad. The impact player for Winner Die.
Insane. Insane. This is round robin at the moment. Hive not needing that crash. They needed to stay as clean as they could. Ascend back in their way. Into Hall of Fame. Hackatory gets another one now.
Oh my God.
Not just 1, not just 2. He fully sends him to the belly of the beast. They put in towards that south side. On towards Shelter. Back to Hall of Fame.
Enough.
Squeaky is down. They got to try and hold, and here comes Geekay. They're applying pressure on the other side.
It's a molly. What a molly. Squeaky goes down. It's going to be burning out here. Geekay trying to get this in here. Fairchild trying to third party this with the BRDM, putting pressure on C4. Yeah, it is. Didn't do any damage though. Diffix did get found by April. Geekay under a lot of pressure here, trying to catch and hunt down Slam G on that third place. Just 5 points currently away from it. Can still be done. There's the points they need are just ahead of them. They just need to take down Ascent and Storm and Request, but they do not have any sort of advantage here. Information's trying to come in here for Diffix. That's a good nade. Could confirm him. Yeah, Killiakai finds him. Great nade for Ascent, as you say.
EK just unable to sort of get that momentum. He's seen outstanding
Tied,
pockets.
Tied
Maybe
on the top.
Maybe. He's tied at the top at the moment, but for how much longer is the question. Na'Vi completely free on one side. Hive in the belly of the beast. That is Shelter. And then, if they find their way out, they've got Slam G on one side, Win or Die on the other, or Na'Vi. They've got the pick of pretty much anyone else, but it had to be them.
Sin trying to do as much as they can to hold them out. PWD finds one. Killiakai trades. And now Chris is the last player. He's going to be taken down here by Killiakai. What a great effort for Ascend this last game here. But it's a big game for him to kind of continue this one here. Storm Request has this last little bit of castle set around them. It's not going to happen. He's just going to deny. For 8 first aids, could out heal a little bit and then maybe come out and spring a trap onto Storm and Request. They're leaving now. Could he maybe get something done? Could he get maybe a kill or 2 more? I see a Panzer in the hand of one of the Mogul. Finds Nosferatu. Fly in. Oh, no. I was hoping for the fly in. Slam G. Slam is just farming Storm and Request. Easy points here for Slam G, Mark. And this was not what Geekay was hoping for. This is going to solidify them on 3rd place.
And the Hive is just onlooking. They're in the belly of the beast. They can hear the thunder above them. And it is Na'Vi. They've tied up. They're now going ahead, right? Potentially. So they've got the opportunity just to sort of swing around if the fight starts to happen between sort of Fairy Tale and Win or Die. They're on either side. The BRDM will struggle to get up there, but it can work its way around towards Slam G. This is going to be a bit chaotic. We're now on the placement point, so
South
6
circle
teams
here, please.
remains. North circle for chaos.
Nah, South circle.
15 players.
South circle would be crazy. We're good to see what Na'Vi or Hive does. Are they going to engage in each other? Lyrics 4 in this one here. Okay. Crazy circle though. Levante finds Conf and Conf ones. Hello, my bad. Fairytale trying to close this one out early, but got a knock on one of their players that had the rich advantage. Hive trying to sneak up onto Na'Vi here.
What way? Can they get away with it? The footsteps are short giveaway. Na'Vi, have they even checked off down below? Maybe not, but you wouldn't drop the ball though, would you? You'd expect someone potentially to be in there.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you always set a player up. They're going to set up.
Oh my god.
They're going to set up for. They're leaving. That could
How
be
close
Hive.
has it been both times? How close has these 2 teams crossed over?
It's crazy. And they're actually just leaving. They're going super far west. Trying to just play slow. That's smart.
The compound,
they're inside.
maybe?
No, I don't. I think they're just playing the. They can play on the road quite easily here. Oh my God! Slam G. Lyrics finds bright side in BRDM. Fairytale down to just 2 here, Mark.
Fairytale had the full control of the zone. Slam G looking to scabble any points they can. And they will get a few more, but that is done and dusted. First does get one knock. Not the confirmation just yet. Looking for it. Not too far away.
Good call in.
Let's
get into safety. Is that a blue zone? No blue zones. No nades available, Mark.
They got Molly. They got Molly.
That's a Molly. That could hit.
Molly's
that
good,
could hit.
The second one goes through. The second one's a lot better as well. Does it get past? The second one's good, right?
Oh,
just
my
short.
God. That's crazy. Hive with 0 kills. Na'Vi with 10. Both on 170 points. Whoever wins this one here for Hive could set them up for success and then put on pressure onto Na'Vi. But Na'Vi was shooting everything they see here. They just got a knock on Win or Die. Now they're trying to hold them in.
It's not just about winning this fight, though, for Hive.
No more
Like, they've got to
utility,
win
man.
the fight and out-survive Na'Vi. Here comes
more
Will or
utility.
Die. 3 versus 2.
Hakatori.
Hakatori gets 1.
That's it.
He now knows this could be it, though. He needs to get transition. Gets for 1. Presenti
Molly,
gets 1, but he's
oh
going to be
my
burned. He has to run
goodness.
back away, and it's going to be Na'Vi full sweep. It
Oh.
is Na'Vi. They cause the damage. Will or Die. Yes, they're a disruptor for this
Got one kill.
But Hive will be rolling down. Presenti does get 1. Surely Na'Vi's not going to get
Hakatori.
away with this one. Down to 2. 5 kills apiece here. Hakatori and extends. Going to try and get the res. Levante gets any bodies, so they kill stolen away. He's down to a 3 versus 2 versus 2. Na'Vi driving seat though with 3. But the additional placement point is surely going to be enough for them. But what a close final game.
They got 1 kill, and Hakatori didn't get the confirmation on him. So right now it's still tied. 1 more kill or 1 more placement would be it. And that's it. That is it. Na'Vi gets the 1 more placement. Could still take the win though. But that closes it out. That'll be Natas Venecia for the Masters 3 champions here. Just in the last game to make a mad dash, getting multiple kills. Potentially winning all of it to win this whole thing. What a great effort for them, Mark. What an insane set of games for Na'Vi and for Hive for that matter.
Last game. Last zone. Na'Vi looking to conquer out the win is insane. That's been very much down to Hakatori. It has been a kind of cornerstone for them taking the fight, but let's see if they can close this one out. It's still 3 versus 2. Fairytale have the zone. Na'Vi have the elevation.
By the way, Hakatori 5 kills. That puts his average of per game of 18 games on an insane 3 kills per game average. 54 kills so far. What an insane effort for him to step up. Good to see Extens as well get this last game here and get close to both Soset and Ferris in terms of total kills. But the story is all about Hakatori dropping 54 plus kills in an 18-game series. Oh, good damage done here by April. That's a 3 helmet as well, but only 85 HP. Has to get the stims rolling still slowly. 6 smokes.
They're going to tap out now.
Oh, that's more damage done. Easy for Hakatori. Easy for him. 6th kill here, 55. Oh my god, that's a helmet headshot as well. He's just running on him at this point here.
Extends. Leroy!
That's an
We're
8.
going to get him. He's going to get nade rage as well.
Molly as
There
well.
goes the flash. Molly short. Hakatori still at the top.
Oh my god,
GG's Hakatori. Bam! Closes it off. It's a win. 12 kills at the end. 22 points. But more importantly, James, Na'Vi crowning themselves a victory here on Masters 3.
Yeah, spectacular showing from them. What a way to end it as well. Getting the win. I went, briefly mid-game. I opened my microwave. Bam! Hakatori, there he is. I'm like, what? How is he everywhere? What's going on? But yes, you're right. That will live forever now. And geez Louise, Na'Vi will live forever. Looking at that performance, Martin. Amazing stuff from them.
Yeah, honestly, I was hoping it to be close, but, Na'Vi making this game happen, making a run, they were on the dirt road. They had so much pressure. Gustav had the nade. We were expecting them to just completely shut them off, but they just Extend had 2 insane Dragonov knocks on face and completely shut down that hold, shut down that gatekeep, and it's Na'Vi for another win. For this whole tournament here to take the last one out, being 10 points behind.
Yeah, the win, the all-important win, because it puts them at number 1. 22 points go the way of Na'Vi. What a performance. And as you say, Hakatori just really leading the charge with all of that. Win or Die was trying to make a run for it. And even Hive towards the very end. I'm surprised they lived for as long as they did over in Shelter here, Mark. But not to be. They're pipped at the post by a very deserving victor.
Yeah, the yellow wall stands tall at the end. Difficult though for Hive. Comes down to the end, 2 different game styles. They had the opportunity, Hive, to sit tight and wait. It is a risky play. Their rotation was good. They worked all the way around on the east. They had the glider, outstanding. They came close to Na'Vi multiple times. Na'Vi had to take the fight. When they took the fight, they found themselves the victory, and there we go. There's leaderboard 179, and look at the kills, 122 kills for Navi. GG's.
Casually 50 points ahead of Slam G, basically here, Martin. That's some insane stuff coming out from Navi.
Casually more points in kills than 4th place and below. Like, that's just insane. 179 points, just 1 point shy of 10 points average here. Just 3 wins, but yeah, they've been fracking out. What a great effort. And I think he ended on 7 or 8 kills, right? So it's going to put him in the 56, 57 point mark here. Great effort for Hakatori. Insane games here for Navi overall.
Yep, they'll be walking away with $7,000 for that first place. Hive takes $4,000, but I think for these teams, they're all eyeing up what could be Masters West in a few weeks' time, of course. Higher prize pool, higher stakes, going up against your American compatriots as well here to be able to take them out potentially. And Navi walks away with a cool 250 points from this one. As we mentioned, Mark, there was no changes with our overall standings. Ultimately, these 8 teams will be going on to that last chance qualifier.
Yeah, look, obviously at the end of the beginning of this, we knew that potentially Twisted Minds were going to drop out of the top 8, but it was up towards a phase. It was up towards an ascend if they wanted to run the gauntlet, so to speak, and obviously work their way up, but it's not going to be the case. Locked out, though, Slam G will be the final team working at 200 points, and they will be the 8 teams moving their way through to that last chance.
What a great lineup.
Not bad. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, considering what they were able to do as well. Happy to have Winner Die in there. Really happy to have Slam G in there as well, Martin, considering they're bringing a slightly different style to what we're seeing here in PPT.
Yeah, I've been enjoying watching them here and seeing their games unfold, and obviously here on 9th to 16th place teams, all these teams have to go through another cup to try to get one of those last 8 spots into that last chance qualifier we're going to have with the West, with the 8 directed invite teams here. But look at that, 9th place teams, only 110 points. They would have needed 110 more points to try to get in to that 8th place here. It was quite set in stone that our top 8 was going to be these 8 teams here. Big name teams down here though: Twisted Minds, FaZe Clan, Eternal Fire, 888, Hands of Hope, obviously Ascend. These guys have had, throughout the year and years before that, have had their ways in our top lobbies, but now they're going to have to go through those cups to try to make it into America's West.
All right, and with that does it for our games. However, stick around because we've still got our good old Masters Mike post-show podcast here for PPT for EMEA. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Sit back, relax. I've just realized I might have picked a question with the hashtag Masters Mike AM in it, but you know what?
Oh, no.
He's done.
Just stop. Don't blame me. We're changing the lights. We're going casual. We're chilling, all right? Just ignore that hashtag because I might have stolen an America's question.
Yeah.
But I don't care.
Let's get them.
I'm a maverick. I'm crazy. All right. Well, let's get on with our first question and see what we've got here. Mr. X-Doctor4142 asks, what makes PUBG special and different from other Battle Royale games? I'm going to start with Mr. Mark Powers.
Gun mechanics. Just as raw, like you've got to have a bit of practice in. I find it's difficult for new people to come in and start learning the game. They've got to get through this kind of grace period of learning the rotations, and then it's just all the new additions. Everyone has to kind of break it down. And when we look at some of the minds that we've got around the community, especially in our region, because it's the best region. Lucky enough, this has the right hashtag. This one, just how people break down how the zones, the guns, the changes all the time. It's just keeping everyone on their toes. So that's why I love it personally.
How about you, Avenger?
Yeah, I mean, the gun mechanics are just unparalleled compared to anyone else. Like, the way that you have to control the recoil, the way that everything kind of works in and flows, it's random recoil. It's not set. You can't learn it. You have to adapt everything you see. You have to kind of make a move. It's just, I think, there's no other game like it in any shooter that has that amazing gunplay, and that's just how it is, to be honest. Like, obviously, the way that's also strategic, the way that it's not too fast-paced. I like that in hectic fights, it can be fast-paced, but still, you can be smart and strategic about it as well. And that's why, millions and millions of players throughout the years have enjoyed and still play PUBG.
Yeah, for me, the pace is a really big thing, right? I watch tons of other esports, and I've played some of the other BRs as well, but everything else feels so arcadey.
Yeah.
compared to PUBG. The pace and the kind of phases of the game, especially our late game compared to other BRs when it comes to esports, I would say the pace is just unparalleled. Because the other BRs, it's just crazy, it's hectic, there's things going on everywhere, and it really feels way more luck based, even though of course there is a lot of skill that does go into those kinds of moments, but like there's just stuff firing off everywhere, and you're like, well, PUBG has some great pacing, and I think that's what really makes it stand out and will for a long time to come. All right, well, that is your question. Thank you very much, Mr. X Doctor 142. As we now move on to our next question. It's Fireworks 738936672. I'm committing to the name. All right, so do you think that the UGC model will attract more players to play? Will player-created UGC maps be available for everyone to play in the future? Now, this is an interesting question to me, because UGC in general is something that has just been added and has, in my mind, unlimited potential. So, Mark, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so we got the opportunity to do the partner show and got early access to it, which is really good. And that was my first thought, is that as soon as you open this up, it's going to allow a lot of people that are very creative to build stuff. If you've got a level of OCD like me, it has to be to perfection as well. But then instantly we saw other games, their maps have been made so they can take the gun mechanics from PUBG and play on it. So there was loads of fun around that. But even all of that aside, if we go back towards an esports, we've seen these kind of like gun training modes, really fast paced, like team death matches or solo death matches, right? And now we've started to see some of these top players play in these custom matches as well. So I'm lucky enough, I've got Crexi's one that is very explosive, solo battling. I just think it's going to level people's skill up. Yes, we've always had the TDM matches. Yes, we've always been able to go in there, but now we've got kind of a little bit of extra spice where we can really tailor it to the requirements and needs and the settings. So I do think it is going to be interesting to see how the community develops in this one.
How about you, Martin?
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to see it expand, hopefully. Building bigger maps. Eventually, a lot of other titles throughout the years have been off the back of players and the community's effort to make it even more competitive. And I think that there's a huge opportunity through UGC, through that engine, to make something happen. Is it going to be here? Is it going to be future? I don't know, but I think that there's a massive opportunity that we've got to dig deeper in as a community and as a competitive game, both 8x8 maps, but like even bigger, think really big, like role play, big servers, like all this. We already can accommodate 100 player servers, but imagine a steady, like a dedicated server with role play or so, like all this. Imagine the amount of players that would be attracted to that just because how good both like driving in PUBG is. We already got crazy collaborations with all the cars. There's so many things that goes into the depth of it, and I think UGC has a massive opportunity.
Oh, you don't like that bit, Mark? No,
I don't. No, I do not.
I mean, the thing is that if you look back in history when it comes to user-made content and stuff like that, it's not just like some of the biggest games that have been made off the back of community efforts. It's also like almost every big esport that exists currently is born off of community efforts. It's pretty undisputed, I would say, that community-made ideas and activation throughout history have actually done better than AAA titles in a lot of instances when it comes to being eventually this huge Goliath that does exist. If you think back to Warcraft 3 custom maps, StarCraft custom maps, all of that kind of stuff and what that birthed. So yeah, if the UGC expands, I think the sky's the limit for it, really. Well, thank you very much for the question, Mr. Fireworks 73 blah 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 blah. Okay, moving on to our last question here of the day. We have got Mr. Stranger Stone 3. What's the most underrated skill from a... Oh, right, okay, wait, no, I can see the full question here. From your perspective, what's the most underrated skill that truly elevates a player from good to professional level? And how can aspiring players develop it? Personally, I think communication is a big factor, but I'd love to hear your take. So, we'll start with Martin.
And I love his tag, but I think his real name on X is better. M762 Enjoyer. Me too. Good choice. Yeah, good choice. I think there's multiple levels to it. Obviously, communication is a huge thing, but let's say you've done the 10,000 hours in PUBG and you've mastered the mechanical skill there is, and you've gotten up to that, up 1 or 0.1%. What really takes you to the next level is, first of all, kill feed tracking. It's massive. Communication is huge. But the game sense and map awareness and map knowledge is something that takes you beyond the 10,000 hours. Like, you cannot fully know a map from a competitive standpoint until you've been there, done that, and played it at a global stage where the pressure is really on there. There's $2 million on the line. And until you've gone through all that, you have to work on all the things before. And I think game sense, game awareness, and like pathing, terrain, all this that is ever changing, that is something you got to put tons of hours into. The next thing is, I also think utility is not trained enough as per se in PUBG, because we still see like utility where you're overcommitting 3, 4, 5 nades because people just not training it. They're shooting, but you don't see utility being trained. Like, nobody is as good as Purdy Curdy currently throwing nades, where he's throwing 2 nades and he's got a knock and almost always a confirm as well, or just a guaranteed knock, right? And that's something that's quite underrated. So it's cool to see where people can kind of elevate that. But we're talking 50,000 hours worth of map knowledge, skill, awareness, kill feed tracking, something that not every single human being is capable of. Saying there's 3 guys, it's those 3 guys left on team A, and then you go through 15 other teams, and then also to speculate where the teams are on the map based on where they loot. Like, all that is insane depth of knowledge and skill.
How about yourself, Mark? What's your take on it?
Yes, not really much I can really add to that, especially on the high level. Mid-pack levels, if you are going from a kind of a low to a medium, there are some tools out there which you can interact with maps and stuff like that, and there's some websites where you can kind of find some of these little nuances that unless you've played it, you'd never know. And the big thing is kill feed tracking and communication, right? People sometimes don't opt with the numbers, being able to change that to country flags or whatever it might work for you and your team. I think that is a key thing to try and break down where and the numbers of the teams that are up. Then it just comes down to sort of the reps, and then that pushes me into that communication. Like, if you can isolate, if you've got 4 guns on one person, or you've got one person isolated and you can dump a lot of util, that comes down to really good and calm communication, and that takes time to get, because a lot of people get a bit chaotic when they're under fire.
No, definitely. So good communication, good kind of like utility usage, and also from my perspective, if you can get a Bugatti, I think that probably takes you to the next level as well. Because if you've not got it, then you're stuck, right? You're stuck, Martin.
Yeah, you are. It's unfortunate. Sometimes, Mark, you just gotta try harder. Get in there and press the buttons.
Just try harder.
Get in there, press the buttons faster and stronger.
16k already on it. I still haven't got it.
All right, well, that is the questions. Thank you very much for submitting them, and congratulations for winning your G-Coin if yours was chosen. I would say also at the very end as well, it's not really taking you to the professional level, but play with the people you enjoy playing with. That's my advice, because that's the best thing ever.
True.
Playing PUBG with a couple of mates and enjoying the wins, enjoying those hard situations that you get stuck in, Avenger. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, I love it. That's what we're all here for, and that's why we're here today. Still get it going and keep it going.
100%. All right, well, congratulations to Na'Vi. They are the victors here of Masters 3. We'll be seeing them in the last chance qualifier to qualify on through to Masters West, where they'll be joining 8 teams against Americas as well as we get things rolling in the next couple of weeks. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Avenger. Thank you to production. Thank you to everybody tuning in around the world. That's been Masters 3 wrapped as we have Na'Vi, your champions.